someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos.
September 9th, 2025, I'm going to call the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. And clerk, could you conduct the roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Norvell?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
And Supervisor Klein is absent due to prior arrangement.
And I got a note from Supervisor Klein saying that she was absent from today's meeting as she is in Washington, D.C. with RCRC for meetings on payment in lieu of taxes, secure rural schools, and rural health care topics. All provide millions of dollars that flow into Mendocino County. This includes meetings with our representatives and the California delegation. Right? So could we rise and do the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the United States of to the republic. And this week we've had a couple key losses to our county community. We've lost Jim Shields from Laytonville, who was instrumental in so many activities in Laytonville. He published the paper. He was a water district director. He started the North Polar Toy Exchange. He was very involved in county issues. He had a radio show. He was just ever present in all issues relating to good government and the county. And we also lost Fernan Gandolfo from the code enforcement. And Fernan was with the county. This is what Julia Krog, Director of Planning and Building, wrote. Fernan was with the county for just shy of 5 years. He started on December 27, 2020. He was very dedicated in his work product by being thorough in his efforts, including how he worked with the public, and an excellent mentor to new staff. He worked hard on developing positive and collaborative working relationships with the public and provided appropriate assistance to customers to support their success toward compliance. Fernan was committed to his job at the county, as shown by the fact he drove over an hour each way to come to work, as he lived in Lake County. He was an avid outdoorsman and lover of animals. His last week in the office, he even rescued an owl at the county complex. He always brought joy to the office with his delicious smoked cheeses. So let's have a moment of silence in memory of Jim Shields and Fernan Gandolfo. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to item 2, which is public expression. So please, if you could line up at the microphone, and if someone could get behind who's going to speak next. Remember that these are items that are not on the agenda, but within the purview of the board. So we'll limit comments to 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Weston. I am a supervisor at the Foster Care, Family and Children's Services Foster Care Eligibility Unit. I'm here in my role as a SEIU at-large member of the Executive Board and area representative for Mendocino County Local 1021. I have brought a petition signed by the majority of the Family and Children's Services against proposed changes which would negatively impact the department throughout Fort Bragg, Willits, and Ukiah. If I may, I was just going to read from this petition. I've brought copies for each of you with signatures from the vast majority of people from all 3 of those buildings in the department. We, the undersigned employees of Family and Children's Services, respectfully request that Social Services Management pause the implementation of the proposed staffing changes. We are deeply concerned that these significant shifts, particularly the reassignment of experienced staff away from areas in which they excel, are being pursued without adequate staff input. Such actions risk harming clients and further destabilizing the department. Key concerns raised by staff include client safety. Staff who have worked with families for years have expressed that their clients' needs will not be met under the proposed changes, potentially placing children and families at risk. For example, requiring investigators to carry ongoing cases undermines their impartial role and creates a conflict of interest. This could result in important information being omitted in detention summaries or key details being overlooked, ultimately causing families and children to fall through the cracks without the benefit of fresh oversight. Past mistakes, past issues. The department has previously faced legal and organizational challenges when similar changes were attempted under inexperienced management. Staff have repeatedly shared that the Fort Bragg office piloted this model in the past decade and found it did not serve the best interests of clients or the department. Ignoring these lessons risks repeating past mistakes. Data integrity. Staff report that the data used to justify the changes were selectively presented, leading to unrealistic goals and diminished trust in management. Issues such as scheduling conflicts, delays in data entry, overtime hours being categorized as on-call rather than regular shift work being distorted the accuracy of this data. And morale. Staff morale has already declined as a result of the proposed changes, compounded by the use of disrespectful language towards employees. Out of 34 social workers, more than 10 have left the department within the last year, and turnover is expected to rise if these changes move forward. We believe there is still time to meet state guidelines in a thoughtful and collaborative manner, A more deliberate approach would allow management and staff to work together to identify strategies that truly strengthen our department and protect those families we serve. There's more, and I provided a copy for each one of you. Back here, if I can leave this here with you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Irene. Before the timer starts, I just want to briefly correct something that was said in the petition. It said that we had 34 social workers and more than 10 have left, but out of that, but we currently have 34 is the number. So if I can, I'll just start speaking, I guess, with the timer. I am a social worker. I work out of the Willits office, and we cover the entire North County. So that's from like bottom of the grade all the way up to the county line and the entire coastline, in accordance with the Fort Bragg office as well. Although currently we do not have an investigator in the Fort Bragg office, we only have one case carrying ongoing worker. So after a child has been detained or we're working with a family due to court intervention. Our concerns are that there will not be a warm handoff. We are expected to have these changes completed by October. And that means that there will not be an ability to really get these families and the understanding of all of the details for each of these cases into another worker. Another concern is burnout. We're implementing this very quickly. We know that vertical case management, which is part of what is being looked at, which means that once you investigate, you then carry it all the way through, leads to higher burnout. And we're also worried about the client safety. What details may be missed in this short timeline. And so, but our hope is that we apply the waiver for the next 3 years and implement the plan as a team where we, line staff and upper management, can come together and create something, because we understand the needs of the state, because the state is asking us by 2029 to have all 50% masters and 50% bachelors workers as investigators. I am also concerned about cultural competency when it comes to the Native families and the Indian Child Welfare Act. And most of, I would say 90% of the employees that we have that have a master's achieve that while working for the county through the Title IV-E program. We can't complete that in a month for those that are on that pathway or that are gearing for that pathway. It's really important that we take the time to give our families the care that they need, the respect they deserve, and our employees. But this is truly about client safety and our concern for the children we serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, could I please get a clear restatement of the speaker's name?
Irene.
Thank you.
Good morning. Dee Pallison from District 5 here in Ukiah. As you know, I attend these meetings regularly, and because of that, I find myself spending a lot of time explaining what is really going on here. Mostly that the headlines aren't accurate. I actually defend you a lot in the business you try to do here. But after the August 18th meeting, the special meeting regarding the auditor controller in the Department of Transportation, I really struggled. The one thing I hear the most is that the board doesn't do anything. You just sit there and listen. You take no action. Unfortunately, this is exactly what happened at this last meeting. You had the opportunity to give a department head direction to hopefully prevent the budget situation that he found himself in from happening again, and you did nothing. Sure, you approved the action requested by the auditor, but all this did was give her permission to address the problem once it happens again. It does nothing to hold the department head accountable. I can't help but ask why. Why didn't you direct the department head to make changes to his operational procedures to ensure that his staff was doing everything possible to avoid putting his department in this cash deficit situation again? Not the least of which would be directing him to submit all reimbursement claims as soon as possible, regardless of the dollar amount, with a minimum of monthly submissions. When you didn't even ask if he planned on making any changes to his procedures, I did in public comment. His response is that they will try. Do you know that in your policy 1, which includes contracts, says willful failure of a county employee to comply with this purchasing policy could result in a department head being held personally liable, as well as disciplinary action, including termination? Why didn't you direct the auditor controller to notify the CEO, if not you, immediately when she anticipated this cash deficit? She stated she contacted department fiscal staff a couple months ago when she first realized there may be a problem. It was apparent by the CEO's response that they had no idea of the situation prior to this, and definitely not during the budget planning process. Why didn't you direct the department head to revise his road maintenance plan to compensate for the increase in costs you asked about and submit it to you for discussion and approval? Instead, you sat there and said nothing when he said that cost increases will definitely affect his plan, but the work needs to get done, so he will just keep it the way it is. Did you know that the road maintenance plan he referenced, which he said was discussed here on January 19th, was never approved by the board? I went back and listened to the meeting where he presented it. There was no vote or direction given on this plan. The board just sat there and listened. I remind you that all of this staff, all of these people, including department heads, work for you, and you work for me, and the rest of the residents of Mendocino County. And we want you to be more engaged and actually manage the business of the county. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Vicki Whitehead, and I am a social worker for Family and Children's Services. I have been an employee for about 10 years. A lot of us aren't here because of the extensive nature of our jobs make it impossible for us to attend these meetings. My role is resource family approval, and what we do is we evaluate applicants for foster homes, and then we support those foster homes. And I think that's a piece that's missing from this conversation, in that our entire unit, our supervisor, our 3 social workers are no longer going to be in that unit. So that means that all of the foster parents that we support are getting new social workers. And we all know that healthy, strong foster parents give us healthier outcomes for our children. So we also encourage that we look at this system and decide how we're going to implement changes that meet the needs of our foster parents. We talk a lot about clients, and of course that is important to those family and children that we serve, but our foster parents need the support to continue to do the hard job that they do. Being a foster parent is one of the hardest jobs there is. You are parenting a child that you haven't had in your care since they were an infant. You haven't built those values and those expectations. So I just want us to look at doing a slow transition, as Irene had mentioned, to benefit all of everybody in Family and Children's Services, from our clients, our children, our foster parents, and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister. Used to be AKA Goldilocks. Goldilocks died a good death. I'm now Goody's dad, Goody the dog. Gratitude, appreciation, I have so much always. I really like what's going on in Ukiah lately, despite all the haters, which I'm going to address here in just a second. But visit Ukiah and all those different things, and what's been going on in town lately, it's just been one nonstop party that I've not been able to partake in at all. So throw back at all those people that put our community down, because everybody I know from everywhere around the world thinks it's pretty awesome. Everything that I post, I definitely going to bring people here. It's a destination tourist spot compared to where everybody else is living. And my gratitude and appreciation is for Darren Jackson, who passed away recently. He was one of my greatest mentors. And when people talk about what it means to be a man, he was all of that. And somebody recently put down his eulogy, and nothing has made me more angry lately. So there comes where I want to address all the haters, is there is a section of our community of people who are just angry and mean, and it's always going to be that way. They're always attacking this board and the AVA. And that's kind of like good. The AVA like collects all the turds in one spot. And it's like, whatever it is, it's like my mission, that's what I do. I run into these people, whether I want to or not. And to have the beautiful things in life, that's what you have to deal with, and that's what you have to put up with. So that's what this guy put up with all his life. And I'm not going to speak to why. Like I said, he was the most alpha male that I've ever known. I took every cue that I use on the street from him. We can all do better. And yeah, there's times where we got to be rough and mean. But there's other times where you got to use that at the right place and time. And this guy always did. So when I fail, I owe back to him and no one else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Carrie Vaugh, and I'm here to tell you about an important call I was on last week with that dealt with the Potter Valley project, the decommissioning of Scott's Dam. I was in a Zoom call meeting with Brooke Rollins, U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, Chief Aubrey Brintoncourt with Natural Resource Conservation Service, June Carter, who is the California First Policy Attorney, Eddie Crandall, Lake County Supervisor, Keely Brazil, Rich Brazil from Potter Valley, Jake McFadden, Matt Schmidt from National Security Department, Tate Bennett from U.S. America's First Policy Institute. It was a very good meeting. I will tell you that I feel that they listened to us and they're here to help us. Most important, what they've asked is that we get our county supervisors to put on their agenda to vote against the decommissioning of Scott's Dam. So I'm here today as a speaker for Mendo Matters to ask you to place on your agenda to come out and vote against the decommissioning of Scott's Dam. We have a chance to have this happen based upon our now being heard by the right people who are taking it up the ladder. There's been rumor out there that this is a done deal and it's going to happen whether we like it or not. That is not true. The fight is not over, and we need, the citizens of the community need your help and your support. Mendo Matters Group thinks that this will be one of the most important decisions that we make as citizens of our community, including you as supervisors, to sign on the dotted line in support. Now, it's clear that this is a political issue driven by Gavin Newsom and Jared Huffman, and the federal government understands that that is the case, and they're there to say that they're going to help us and go beyond what those two folks are up to, because this is definitely a problem. So I'm asking if you would put on your agenda at a near meeting, like next meeting, to call for a vote in favor of opposing the decommissioning of Scott's Dam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other speakers for public expression in the chambers?
Good morning. I actually came to speak to another issue, but I want to address what Carrie just stated. I want to repeat that. I beg you, please. Everything she said in regards to that the perspective is that it's a done deal. It's completely depressing. A number of years ago, I came before the board and I addressed this issue when I first became aware of it regarding the destruction of our water source. And at that time, the board really didn't have any perspective on it. And that's when, and Mo was here, she may remember, but it was the first time the board, I felt, really started to get involved with this. And the idea that this is a done deal is so depressing. And I just want to reiterate what Carrie just said. Please, take a vote. Let's stand together. Let's educate the whole county of Mendocino County that this is for all of us. And it makes me think about, like, for instance, the cannabis issue that Redwood Valley, 2 supervisors wanted to maintain, that we kept, for instance, the grow area to 10,000 square feet. And it was voted down, and I don't know if it's accurate or not, but my understanding is that, well, the other 3 districts of the county, well, it's really not an issue to us. But as a county, we need to see that in every need for every part of the county, we need to work together. We need to stand together, because if we lose the lakes and the dams for all the purposes, for everything that's already been stated, it's going to hurt us so much, and we're already so poor. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further public expression in the chambers, any online?
We currently have 3 online. The first one is David A.
Good morning, board. Morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Hey, so I'd like to use my 3 minutes to talk to you about your choice to put asset forfeiture purchases by public safety officials on the consent calendar. I called in about this a few months ago when the sheriff decided to buy an armored personnel carrier to replace the outdated armored personnel carrier that the office has, and you put it on the consent calendar. In my view, that was really, it went against both the letter and spirit of the law that governs military equipment purchases by public safety offices. The law clearly stated that your decision to allow the purchase of military vehicles should be, it should be part of the public discussion, and your decision was supposed to be based on meaningful public input. When you put things on the consent calendar, you're acknowledging and saying there doesn't need to be any public input. And so I felt like that was a very big mistake. Now, more recently at the July 29th meeting, again, you had another public safety office, the district attorney's office, submit a request that was the equivalent of like a 4th grade level written request for a new vehicle. There were 0 details provided about the type of vehicle, except that it couldn't be a hybrid because it needed more range. It was already chosen, was customized. It's going to cost $52,000. And yet you put that on the consent calendar without even a single question as to what kind of vehicle is it? Whose choice was it to say that it couldn't be a hybrid because it needed extended range? I think a typical 4th grader might mistake an electric vehicle with a hybrid as far as, range restrictions were concerned. But when it's coming from a high office, I would expect more. And I think that when you don't ask these elected officials to come to you so that you can exercise even the small amount of oversight that you have. I mean, we all know that you have very little oversight over public safety, and they get pretty much anything they want. But when you allow them to sort of snub their nose at you and say, you say you're going to put it on the consent calendar, I think there's a really big public disservice, and I think you can do better by just asking them, telling them, hey, if you're not going to give us any details about this vehicle in the district attorney's case, come to us and talk to us about it. It's the least that you can do for the public, because we deserve to know what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Kylie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Kylie Felicich. I'm the General Manager of Mendocino Coast Recreation and Park District. We are working on our Municipal Services Review with LAFCO and had hoped to complete this review by the end of this calendar year. Our current MSR is 17 years old. These reviews are supposed to be done every 5 years. It is my duty as General Manager to ensure that our district business is completed. Not only is this a professional obligation, but this is also personal, as it impacts our 77 miles of the entire coastal community from Westport to Gualala. We have spent 24 months rebuilding this district for a community that is starving for recreational programming. We are fulfilling our duties to the taxpayers. The MSR will influence this district for many years to come. The issue, as I understand it, is that the county auditor controller has been unable to provide property tax data to the commission. I am asking the Board of Supervisors and staff to please get to the bottom of this issue so our MSR may proceed. Thank you for hearing my comments and thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so that MSR is important, and the district has been trying to partner with the county, possibly helping us out on Bower Park, which has been an ongoing problem for us to figure out how to properly fund. Is it possible for us to direct the executive office to see about exporting the necessary data so that the MSR can be completed? I don't want to put more work on auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector's office if they're not staffed to do this, but I think the data in a read-only format may be accessible. Perhaps we could work with a vendor under the existing support contract.
Right. Well, we see the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector coming forward.
Excellent.
Good morning, Shamice Kebison, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. I realize this is public comment, but I'll let you know that staff has already actually spent considerable time responding to LAFCO's request for information and just received additional requests for information to be presented in a different manner. And because we are in the middle of fiscal year-end close with many critical things happening at this moment, I did not feel it was prudent to take staff resources away from the critical job of ensuring that we try to get the books closed on time in order to continue to provide information on a request by request basis. Even though it is clearly important work that needs to be done, it was not scheduled with our office. We were not involved in any type of planning. Certainly, I think it's possible if the board wants to direct staff to use some funds from the contract with Aumentum, it is possible that that could be conducted appropriately with the right staff from Aumentum. There would obviously be a cost to the county. I cannot ensure, though, that it wouldn't require staff time as well to make sure that we're actually responding to the request as needed for the municipal service review. So my concern is that I understand they'd like it done as soon as possible, but ideally for our office, it would probably wait at least a month or two because we also are in the process of trying to get tax bills out.
Okay. Good. All right. Next public expression.
We have Dave.
Dave.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Hashak and fellow board members. My name is Dave Spock, and I serve as chairman of the Mendocino Coast Recreation and Park District Board of Directors. The purpose of my remarks this morning, a bit repetitive to previous, is to draw your attention to a dilemma that obstructs potential collaboration between our two local agencies. While the scope, jurisdiction, and complexity of the Recreation and Park District are much smaller than the county, the two agencies are challenged similarly by large service geography and constrained financial capacity. Delivering useful, affordable, and accessible services equitably throughout the 77-mile coastal jurisdiction is the fundamental, perennial challenge of the district. We grapple each day with this challenge and are earning success through creative invention, diligence, and grit, and intentional enthusiasm. The district board and staff are also informed by many lessons learned from from recreational programs that missed their performance marks to disastrous capital facility pursuits. The combination of hard-won success and historic failure within the contemporary context of accelerating costs and diminishing buying power make the district board and executive staff concerned about our ability to grow and deliver services equitably and sustainably to all coastal communities. As Ms. Felicich mentioned earlier, we are in the process of working with LAFCO on a municipal services review. LAFCO staff has informed the district that the county cannot furnish geographic information on apportioned property tax to support the municipal service review. We are perplexed by this refusal, since the information must surely be known for property tax assessments at rates that vary by school district and municipality. Given the crucial importance of understanding how taxpayers are contributing throughout the large geography of the district and the fiduciary duties of both of our local agencies to their taxpayers, we ask respectfully that the county reconsider the district's earnest and reasonable request for detailed and complete property tax data essential for completing the municipal services review. Acknowledging Ms. Cubison's comments, the district may consider support for this request by allocating funding, and we invite that type of query whenever timely. Thank you very much for your consideration this morning.
Right, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, I would like for us to ask the vendor, Aumentum, for assistance and an estimate of how much the staff time it'll cost us. Because I think closing the books is the priority for the office, but I think this is an important partnership. Is that something we could facilitate?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to look at the CEO to see if that's something, an action we can take out of public expression today.
Or I could rephrase it if we can't give direction. Could the CEO update us on the county's proposed path to answer the district's needs?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, we can work with auditor, controller, and IT on that request.
Okay. Very good. And certainly any of the issues brought up in public expression can be agendized by any supervisor at any point. So, that's the avenue of public expression becoming action, right? Okay, so moving on to item 3, which is a consent calendar. Has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, so the Board of Supervisors will go into recess for item 3U and will convene as the Board of Directors of the Air Quality Management District. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors does not receive any additional compensation or stipend for acting as the board of the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. Okay, so are there any comments about item 3U from the board? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none in the chamber. Any online?
Seeing none.
All right, I'm looking for a motion to approve.
Excuse me, move to approve 3U from consent.
Second.
Okay, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, do any supervisors wish to pull any of the items on the consent calendar?
Through the chair, if I may, I believe you do have to adjourn as the AQMD Board of Directors.
Okay, we will adjourn. Let's see. The directors will now recess as the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Okay, so I'm going to pull item 3H for some explanation at the end of the day. Okay, so we have the rest of the consent calendar. Okay. Seeing no comments from the board, any public comment about the consent calendar? Everything except for items 3U and 3H.
Good morning, board. Chair Hashek, CEO Antle, Council Scott, and Clerk Bearden. My name is William Riley. I'm a Senior Program Manager with Behavioral Health and Recovery Services and our Public Health Services. And with me,
I'm Rena Ford, Staff Services Administrator with Behavioral Health and Recovery Services in our Public Health Service.
and we'd like to speak to item 3AA on the consent calendar regarding the proclamation recognizing Suicide Prevention Week. Suicide Prevention Week has been recognized since 1975 during the week surrounding World Suicide Prevention Day, which is September 10th.
Could you speak more into the microphone, please?
I'm sorry, the split presentation. We use this time to raise awareness to suicide risk factors, reduce stigma associated with suicidal thought and mental illness, and increase awareness and connection to resources. Unfortunately, suicide is the 11th leading cause of death for adults in the United States, impacting over 13 million adults annually, and is the second leading cause of death for youth ages 10 to 14 and young adults ages 25 to 34. Approximately 1 in 5 high school students have seriously considered suicide, and individuals can have a higher risk for suicide when they have a risk of trauma, such as individuals from our Native American communities, our veteran communities, our LGBTQ+ communities, and those who are in our isolated rural areas.
Key strategies for preventing suicide include increasing social supports through family friends, relationships that reinforce well-being, building productive environments that are safe, respectful, and encourage resilience and hope for the future. Recognizing risk factors in others can also help prevent suicide. These risk factors include dramatic changes in mood, increased hopelessness, isolation, and talking about death or giving up on things that were previously important to the individual. To help those you love, reach out. Ask your loved ones about suicidal thoughts and help them connect to treatment. To increase awareness for suicide prevention, behavioral health and public health and specialty mental health providers will be participating in community outreach events throughout the county during September. On our calendar currently, we have today, September 9th at Nuestra Alianza at 4 p.m. On September 11th, suicide awareness storyboard activities will be held at the Wellness Centers for Behavioral Health Recovery Service, 10 to 11:30 in Ukiah, 1 to 2:30 in Willits. We will have suicide prevention awareness materials at a booth at the Boonville Fair and Apple Show, September 12th through the 14th. On September 15th at 10 a.m., we will have a vigil at the Russian River Memorial District to remember those who passed at the Talmadge Mental Hospital. And September 24th, we will have a booth at the California Indian Heritage event at Mendocino College at 5 p.m.
We hope that you look for us at the various events throughout the community this month, and I'd like to thank you for supporting this proclamation.
Okay. Thank you very much for your work on this.
Thank you.
Right. Any further public comment? Seeing none in the chamber. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Move approval of consent calendar except 3H and 3U.
Okay. Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, very good. Moving on to item 4A, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Okay, Ms. Cubison.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board. Shamice Cubison, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. Just wanted to bring to your attention that after our meeting in August, we have been working closely with several departments and special districts regarding their cash flow needs and requirements. I wanted to make sure you're aware that we do have 2 special districts, fire districts, that are struggling with their cash flow projections for this fiscal year. And it is very possible that I may come to the next meeting letting you know that we may be having a couple of requests potentially for the short-term loan against anticipated proceeds for tax and other revenues for the fiscal year. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. My office, including myself and my assistant auditor, are working with those special districts to try to assist them with their budget process. We do have some positive movement with some of them being able to change some of their annual payments for certain things to, instead of being in the next month or two, to February. They are working very diligently. I really don't want to be in the position of requesting them to stop submitting bills for payment, because obviously it's fire season and we want them to be able to provide mutual aid and strike teams as needed and required, as well as to support obviously the safety of our communities. So I just wanted to make sure that you are aware that we are working with them. We do have one or two at the moment. Those are the only two I am aware of that may be in the position of needing to come forward and ask for one of those 85% of revenues loans that needs to be paid off by April. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Well, thank you for that information. I appreciate you letting me know beforehand that you were going to bring this forward. And I appreciate your staff being on the call with the Laytonville Fire District, because it is important information to get out. So we're working together on it, and hopefully we'll have a resolution. Yeah. Supervisor?
Yeah, I also appreciate the help with continuity of fire services for all the reasons stated. I'm curious, the two districts that may need a loan, do they have approved balanced budgets?
Well, by their board.
In their budget, in theory, they're balanced.
Well, the challenge is that they may be balanced in total, but there is obviously cash flow cycles, especially when they're dependent on property tax, as well as, the measures that you've allocated to fire. They're not necessarily consistently predictable in terms of when that funding is going to come in. But the greatest challenge really is the property tax. I mean, they don't start seeing any of it until December. And so even though they may have assessments, but there's also other situations, as you're probably aware, when they respond as a strike team, they don't get paid for that, often for months and months and months. And so obviously some of their staff is either paid or provided a stipend, but it's very small. Obviously, it's usually for incidentals while they're on strike, but they don't get paid for that, or the amount that maybe that fire district is able to bill for their equipment and their services, they're not able to get reimbursed for months. In one of the cases, there is a large event, I think more than a year ago, that they responded to that is still stuck in FEMA processing and approval. And so I'm sure there are dozens of agencies probably out millions of dollars with regard to that event. So it isn't necessarily completely predictable for them that something like that may take as long as it has to get their reimbursements and their funding in. So these two districts appear to have not had a huge problem with their cash flow up until essentially the 23-24 year, but for 23-24 and 24-25, they have had challenges with cash flow. And the way their budget appears to be built, at least on the one that I've been given a monthly budget, does indicate they would have negative cash for primarily lots of the fiscal year, and only become positive, after they've received all their property tax.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, seeing no other department heads or elected, Bartolome.
Good morning, Katrina Bartlome, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder. So we received an email this morning. I'll start with the good news. We received an email this morning from the State Department of Finance that we will be reimbursed our allocated amount for the November statewide special election. So I estimated that the election alone would cost us about $351,000. And so that should be paid by the end of the month. If Proposition 50 passes, then I estimated that redistricting could cost as much as $150,000. So we're assuming that we will be reimbursed for that in the same manner. So there's been nothing said that we wouldn't be. So, we've got, I estimated $550,000 basically $500,000 for both the election and the redistricting. So, so that's good. We will receive money by the end of the month on that. To report on my normal report, in July and August, our techs viewed 1,714 parcels. We discovered 3 structures that weren't being assessed: a covered porch in Ukiah, a studio with deck, small storage, pump house, and a water tank in Laytonville, and a storage shed in Redwood Valley totaling $84,000 that will, in assessed value, that will go on the tax roll. We have received 24 discovery requests back from property owners. We're reviewing them now, and they will be given to appraisers for to add that assessment to the roll as well. We are down to 2 real property appraiser techs. One started about 3 weeks ago, the other about a year ago. We're hoping to recruit for a third. One tech was promoted to a real property appraiser, so we're trying to promote from within our department. So we're hoping to get that vacant position funded at the next board meeting. We recently pulled the 2 techs off Discovery to have them help send out the Williamson Act compliance surveys to all landowners in the Williamson Act, and to send out the tree and vine planting reports to property owners not in Williamson Act. So this morning I received my first Williamson Act survey and tree planting report. So that's pretty good. I also received a phone call last night wondering what it was all about. So, you know, we've got an array of people. The assessor's clerical division is down to 1 clerical position out of 3. Our cadastral mapping and title tech has been helping answer phones and helping at the counter. We hope to fill at least one vacant position that we'll bring back next meeting as well. We are also down a real property appraiser who recently left the county's employment, and we hope to fill that position soon to keep our assessments as current as possible in her area. Supplemental notices. The appraiser completed 300 supplemental notices on transfers and new construction, bringing $43 million in assessed value to the tax roll. In elections, I reported on the money, but we're also gearing up for the election. And instead of doing 2 separate mailings, we usually do a local voter information guide or our sample ballot as a separate mailing from the ballot. We're sending it as an insert this time, so it'll all go in the same. So we may pay a little bit more in postage, but not as much as it would be a second mailing. So we're trying to do as much as we can for that. Do you have any questions?
Supervisor Williams.
Did you say the total added to the tax roll was about $84,000?
For the discoveries.
So that's to the county, that's about $250 a year, is that?
Well, it's 1%, so.
But then we get about 29% of that, yeah.
But that's a Shamiz question, I don't know.
Got it. So I guess my point for the board is a lot of times we focus on we need to bring in more revenue, and we do. We want fair taxation, and your office is on top of it. But I don't
We try to be.
You're trying to be. But I don't think we're going to get there on balancing the budget, bringing in $250 at a time. Just kind of a reality check.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Any other department heads or elected officials? Okay. Seeing none in the chambers. All right. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay. All right. So we will, any public comment about item 4A? Okay, seeing none in the chamber, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay. We'll accept those reports. Okay, item 4B, discussion and possible action including acceptance of the presentation on the Noyo Harbor Multimodal Circulation Access Plan. And this is from the Fort Bragg area. We have Nafili Barrett, Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments.
Right. Good morning, supervisors. I'm Nafili Barrett, Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. Before I hand it over to our consultants to give the presentation, I just wanted to give a little introduction to the project. So the Noyo Harbor Multimodal Circulation Plan is a project sponsored by the Mendocino Council of Governments and funded by a competitive sustainable transportation planning grant received from Caltrans. The draft plan was developed in collaboration with staff from Mendocino County, City of Fort Bragg, Noyo Harbor District, Mendocino Transit Authority, and Caltrans. And what initially prompted us to launch into this project, seek grant funding to conduct this project, was concerns that we had heard from community members, including from former Supervisor Dan Jurdy, about the increased use both by locals and visitors of the harbor that had really led to a lot of conflicts between different modes of transportation within the harbor. So you have vehicles both traveling through the harbor, parking within the harbor, people walking, people cycling through what is in some areas a very narrow roadway. So not surprisingly, there were a lot of conflicts, which was posing potential safety concerns for all users. And so by studying multimodal circulation improvements for the various modes within the harbor, we hoped to reduce the conflicts and improve safety for all users, as well as encourage walking, biking, and even potentially transit within the harbor. So we sought the grant, were successful, and contracted with the consulting team of Fair and Peers, Green Dot, and CSW Stuber Stroh Engineering to conduct the study, which kicked off last fall and is now in its final stages. So I will hand it over to Kelly Bond and Matthew Ridgway from Fair and Peers. I believe they are online to give the presentation and share more with you about the background and the process, the outreach that was conducted during the plan, and the recommendations that have come out of that. And I will be available afterwards for questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me? This is Kelly Bond.
Yeah, could you speak up a little bit, please?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And should I be sharing my screen, or was someone, the clerk was going to share the presentation? I'm happy to share if that's the case.
We do not have the presentation to share.
Okay, I will go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Can someone confirm that you are seeing the presentation mode?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, wonderful. Well, thank you all for having us this morning. Thank you, Nafili, for that great introduction and overview of the project. My name is Kelly Bond. I'm with Fair and Peers, and we also have Matthew Ridgway from Fair and Peers on the call as well. So I will just get right into the plan. Nafili already shared the team that's made up of the consulting side, and then how MCOG and Caltrans are both very much involved in the project and how it's funded. And so this is our agenda for today. Talk about the study purpose, the existing conditions of the harbor, some stakeholder engagement, the project recommendations, and next steps for the plan. So getting right into the study purpose. So the purpose of the study was to explore multimodal access, circulation, and safety improvements in Noyo Harbor with the goal of reducing vehicle trips, enhancing connectivity for walking, biking, and transit, and supporting future implementation by state, local, and tribal partners. So Nafili touched on a lot of this already, but that is the full study purpose, which helps to kind of ground the work that we've done to date. So just briefly on the existing conditions of the harbor itself, we have a lot of nice photos in the report, which hopefully you got to take a look at, and in the presentation here of the harbor. It's very photogenic, but this is a current photo located in Fort Bragg on the Pacific Ocean at the mouth of the Noyo River. It has a long history of fishing and other uses in the harbor, and of course a native history as well, being the homelands of Pomo people. And so all of that was taken into consideration as we worked on this project. It's another nice aerial shot of the harbor as it exists today. And so just briefly on some current conditions. Currently limited multimodal access. You can see a couple signs there about pedestrian access being limited or challenged. There are circulation challenges as well. There are opportunities for active transportation, but currently more car dominant travel patterns because it is most friendly to drive into the harbor versus taking another mode of transportation. And there is no secondary emergency route right now. It is just turn around at the beach parking lot once you drive in through North Harbor Drive. And there is an uncontrolled intersection at the top at Highway 1 and North Harbor Drive. That's just kind of setting the scene for where we started and what's currently there. So pivoting to stakeholder engagement, just briefly sharing the type of engagement that we did throughout the course of the project. This was last September. We attended the Noyo Harbor Festival and had a table, got a lot of good feedback. A lot of surveys were taken for our project and a lot of mix of different people, locals, tourists, business owners. And it was well promoted to get people there. And then we had a month later, so last October, we had an existing conditions workshop. We went up and talked to folks, did some walking audits, really heard about what the existing challenges were more in depth and some potential opportunities. And so we have some stuff on the screen there about kind of what we heard, and that moved into our next stakeholder event. But I will just highlight the survey, which was up the whole time. So it was on the website, and then we also had it at these in-person events that we did. And we also had a project team that met about monthly, and that consisted of key stakeholders, of course, MCOG, Caltrans, tribal partners, representatives that represent themselves in the local area, the city, of course, of Fort Bragg, transit providers. So a good mix of people that would be impacted by the plan for them to come together and kind of share and provide guidance on the plan's development. And then our last in-person event, we just this past April went up and did a 2-day charrette or a planning workshop to bring back the ideas that we heard last October and to refine those projects into recommendations with the community, and went out and did several different walks to the project locations, and also was nicely attended by a mix of different people that represent different stakeholders in the harbor space. And so just moving on to project recommendations, we have a list here of the final recommendations that are in the draft report, and I'll walk through each of these. And then on the right, there's also in the draft report a map that we put together to show where the different projects are within the harbor. It also includes things like the recommended or proposed timelines, if it's a short-term versus a longer-term project. So there's some more information on the map that you can look through. So just kicking off the walkway into and through the harbor. This is a substantial project that would start from the top of North Harbor Drive at Highway 1, and that would be a sidewalk, poured concrete, traditional sidewalk, up until where the right-of-way gets constrained into the harbor, and that would change to a structured walkway over the hillside, which was actually already studied in a previous plan. So that idea also has been vetted already. We've added some crosswalks to the bottom to help people navigate some busier areas within the harbor, and also then to get the walkway continues along North Harbor Drive, but on the water side, and that would be a separated walkway, and we have some material example photos here and much more detail in the report, but that would extend and intend to get people all the way out to the beach. So different treatments based on the right-of-way and other constraints that we'd be working with, but have proposed a thorough walkway to get pedestrians, and bikes could also use elements of this, and so it could be a great active transportation opportunity to get people into the harbor. And then with that, we also identified some potential parking reallocation to add some more spaces to that beach parking lot that is at the end, which is the main parking lot for the harbor itself. So identifying some spaces there. And then the stairway under Highway 1. We proposed this as an access point to get into and out of the harbor for pedestrians and for bicyclists. and it would provide access to both sides of Highway 1. So currently there is a staircase that's in need of some repair, but it only connects you to the east side. And this would connect you to both sides and would provide ADA improvements, which currently is a challenge. And so this would be a vast improvement to what's there now, and would be positioned underneath the bridge as much as possible. And for wayfinding, we proposed wayfinding mainly to make sure people know that there is a parking lot at the end of North Harbor Drive to help get them down there. And then based on council feedback, we will also be including some evacuation route signage as part of wayfinding to make sure people know where emergency access route would be. And then we also proposed a potential bus route extension and some bus stops where there are 3 little bus icons in the harbor. And water taxis was a really interesting idea that came up. And so this could be existing owners and the business owners in the harbor have licenses to carry a certain number of people on their vehicles. And so we looking at getting people from the south side of the harbor to the north side of the harbor. We've identified some docks where these vehicles could stop, but this could be an interesting way to get people from one side of the harbor to the other without having them drive all the way around. And then here, also underneath the, at the end near the Highway 1 bridge, looking at formalizing emergency access extension for a roadway to help connect back up to Highway 1 without needing to drive all the way back around. This would just be for emergency access, and so this is wayfinding would direct people here in the event of an emergency, and it would also could also serve as a coastal trail connection, so getting people up to where the trail connects at the top there, and then you can see going out towards the ocean. There's also a proposed trail connection that way to connect to the existing trail. And then last one here is on the intersection improvements. We propose some short-term and then also potentially some long-term improvements. Here you're seeing an example of the short-term improvements that would reinstate a prohibition of left-hand turn coming out of North Harbor Drive onto Highway 1. And so we're proposing to add some treatment there, a median in the middle, so you can't turn left. And then also adding some pedestrian safety features, adding a crosswalk. There currently are none, as well as flashing beacon to help people get across that 4-lane road with very high speeds. So we have received some comments to date that we'll be incorporating into the draft report that you have. So we'll have one round of final edits. Everything that we hear from you all today will all get incorporated into a final plan. But for some things, we will clarify any transition or pivot that has occurred from the initial intent of the grant. So any projects that may have changed, like the road extension, based on community feedback that we received through the extensive engagement process. So we'll clarify kind of how it started and why we got to the conclusions and the draft recommendations that we got to. And then we'll also clarify some things about the roundabout as a potential long-term solution for the Highway 1 and North Harbor Drive intersection. And then I already mentioned some other things about evacuation route signage, adding that to the wayfinding project, and also making sure this aligns with the sea level rise study conclusions that recently came out. So next steps, we presented to Fort Bragg City Council in late August. We're here before you all today. And then we will, in a month from today, we'll be going to the Noyo Harbor District to also present the plan to them. They are, of course, a key stakeholder in this plan and would be leading a number of these projects, or at least very involved in a number of the projects. So we'll be going to see them. And then after that last presentation, we'll be incorporating all the feedback into the plan, and the plan would be finalized at that point. And I'm happy to open it up to questions. And thank you very much for your time today.
Hey, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So I received a lot of questions and comments, excuse me, after the city council meeting, mainly around the removal of access route due to lack of support. Could you help me understand that a little bit better?
I believe Nafili wanted to speak to the access. She's still near
And
the podium.
Ms.
If not,
Barrett
I can
is
take
at
it.
the microphone too, so.
Okay.
Yes, thank
Perfect.
you. So the community concern, during the public outreach, the interest that was expressed was mainly related to emergency access for that route connecting North Harbor Drive up to, I believe it's Noyo Point Road. So when we first started this, we thought that maybe we could change traffic within the harbor to one-way traffic. Of course, if it's one way, there has to be, you have to be able to continue through. And so we, initially in this study, we're considering the option of a road connection a full-time road connection up to Noyo Point Road, then back to to Highway 1 with a roundabout there. So that was sort of the one idea that we were considering in changing circulation within the harbor. There was not support for one-way circulation, and the support related to developing that road, there's sort of an informal dirt road that's there now, was regarding emergency evacuation. So the emergency evacuation, there is, that would be in the recommendations, that would be improved as a formalized emergency evacuation route. So the improvement for emergency evacuation, that would be achieved. Regarding having it being a full-time road, there was a lot of concern from private property owners. So that is currently owned privately. It's not city or county right of way. It does have shared use by emergency responders already. So this would just be sort of a formalization and improvement upon that, the recommendation that's in the plan. The walkway within the harbor and access into the harbor via the other routes, the stairs, and then coming down the hill with the cantilevered walkway or extended from the side of the road, that got a lot more support during our outreach. And in addition to property owner concerns that were expressed in the area, as well as other community member concerns due to those impacts, there are other constraints at the location. So that road, the informal road that's there now, it has a pretty steep slope in some areas, and so would potentially, in order to make it a full-time road, would potentially require realignment. And not surprisingly, in that area, realigning a roadway would have some real environmental and regulatory challenges that would, in addition to the property owner concerns, would make it really hard to achieve. So for those reasons, we did the initial analysis and then decided not to dedicate the more in-depth study because we had sort of limited scope here about what improvements were going to be given the more in-depth study, and so decided not to include that particular improvement in that further study.
Thank you. And so the emergency exit access road is still part of the plan?
It is, yes. So emergency only access, it would be formalized. And that would also be part of the wayfinding signage that was mentioned. So in addition to making sure that people in the harbor know where businesses are, where the parking lot is, where the beach access is, that wayfinding sign would also let people know that there was an emergency access route.
Thank you. And was there any discussion about who's going to hold the keys to the gate?
We did not. I'll let Kelly answer that. Not that I know of. I believe currently it is a shared system. I know City of Fort Bragg Police has access to it, and I believe that other emergency response agencies do as well. Kelly, do you have any additional information?
Yeah, so I think the maybe limited additional information, it sounds like, yes, a number of agencies have the keys, but also as the road would be improved for emergency access, there could also be an opportunity to change the bollard system or the rope that's there right now, and maybe it's something that's more high tech that could be unlocked remotely. We didn't get into that level of detail in the report, but informally that conversation just there could be options to change what's there now to something else that would allow it easier access to open that up in the case of an emergency.
Thank you. And then lastly, was there much discussion or support for sidewalks on North Harbor?
Yes, there was quite a bit of support for sidewalks on North Harbor, and even talking with a lot of the business owners, because one of the things that was mentioned in the recommendations is sort of parking, restructuring the parking, and in order to make room for or sort of formalizing the parking, in order to make room for a walkway. And I should say it wasn't necessarily sidewalks, not sort of a formal curb and gutter, but a little bit more of an informal. People even talked about the idea, and I think there's a photo with maybe an example in the plan, but something a little less formal, paved for ease of maintenance, but not full curb gutter sidewalk, and maybe sort of in keeping with what's used already in some of the harbor locations, using rope to kind of separate or give visual separation between the walkway and roadway. There was quite a bit of interest in that.
Thank you. And then the parking, is the plan, or was there a discussion about somebody acquiring the property? Because I believe most of the parking down there is private.
Yes, most of the parking is private, and I think I'll turn to Kelly maybe to answer that.
Yeah, so the parking reallocation at the beach lot at the end is public, and so we do have that as an item in the report to showing how that could be reallocated to add some spaces. And then we did talk also about formalizing the parking on the land side of North Harbor Drive, on the opposite side of where the walkway would be, to help define and potentially add some spaces as we're formalizing that, because it's very informal right now, and so cars may park a little less efficiently or further apart. And then we do also have another item in the report about some parking management and potential strategies to work with private owners at their own, it would be voluntary, but that the harbor could potentially work with them to help formalize and provide access to private off-street lots that exist. And business owners that we talked to did seem amenable to that. But again, that's nothing mandatory there, but just a strategy to potentially help formalize some off-street parking to add more space.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
What is the potential funding for a roundabout? And I'm asking in the context, as I understand, roundabouts following Caltrans standard need to be concrete because of heavy loads on the curved surface, except the Simpson Lane roundabout was done in asphalt with the cooler coast weather. Would this proposed roundabout be asphalt? If not, if it has to be concrete, are there grant opportunities? As I understand, the concrete roundabouts cost about $22 million today.
Yeah, and that's so. The feasibility of actually constructing or actually funding the roundabout is one of the reasons it's not a short-term, let's see, what is it phrased as? Yeah, it's a long-term either roundabout or signal at that location, but there are some short-term recommendations. And roundabouts are very costly unless there is a accident history at the site. It would be very hard to fund a roundabout. We don't have local funds that would be able to pay for a project of that magnitude. And so that's why it kind of is a long-term recommendation rather than a near-term recommendation.
Thank you. I see it the same.
Well, overall, with all of these plans, what would be the funding source of it?
So all of the, well, maybe not all of them, many of these would be reliant on competitive grant funding to achieve. The walkway within the harbor, not coming down the hill, but through the harbor would be probably the most, or well, with the exception of wayfinding, would be the easiest capital improvement to implement. It may still require some grant funding, but much lower cost. And I think that the use that it would get, there's potential to package it with one of the more costly improvements to get a competitive grant application. So State Active Transportation Program, unfortunately, would be a good source for this, will be a good source for it, but that program has been reduced, has had funding reductions for the last cycle and this upcoming cycle as well. So. But that is a potential source. Prop 4 funding, maybe, which is a newer source of funding and emphasizes coastal access, is another potential source. We haven't explored that in great detail, but that is another potential source. The transit route recommendations that would have to come from transit funding, including FTA 5311, our local transportation funding, and other FTA, Federal Transportation or Transportation Administration funding sources. The stairway under the highway, that and the walkway or path alongside the hill, the existing hill on North Harbor Drive, those would probably be very expensive projects. And like I said, active transportation grant programs potential, and would be something that we would probably want to package with the walkway through the harbor. Of course, it gets a little tricky with all of these because there's a lot of cross jurisdiction, so North Harbor Drive to the bottom of the hill is city owned, through the harbor is a county road, but then there's also the harbor district that owns property too. So I think any implementation of any of these would involve some collaboration between those agencies.
Yeah, so really we're talking about approving this plan and then looking for the funding afterwards.
Correct. So this plan does not provide any implementation funding. It was just a planning grant, so not able to pay for that type of thing. But it does set the implementing agencies up to potentially seek grant funding.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no further questions from the board. Any comments to wrap this up? Seeing none. Okay.
All right.
Let's go to public comment. Any public comment in the chambers? Okay, seeing none. Any online?
Seeing none.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
So, let's see. So we'll accept the presentation and we'll...
I'll move acceptance.
Second.
All right. All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. And we'll try to do one more item. Okay, so this is item 4C, which is a notice of public hearing, discussion and possible action, including review of the performance of the Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG, agreement number 20-CDBG-CV2-3-00088 for County of Mendocino CV 2 and 3 Homekey Transitional Housing Facility Improvements Program, and authorization for the County of Mendocino to close out grant as required by State Housing Community Development, HCD agency. Okay, so has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence, if any, has been sent to your emails.
Okay, so let's look to the staff. Ms. Hanson for presentation.
Good morning, Chair, Board Member, CEO Antle, County Council Scott, Kelly Hanson, Executive Office, Grant Unit. Today's public hearing marks the final phase of administering the county's CV 2 and 3 Homekey Transitional Housing Facility Improvements Program, which ran from November 8th, 2021 to November 31st, 2024. With the grant officially concluded, this public hearing is a necessary step in the closeout process with the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD. It also serves as an opportunity to report on the progress, outcomes, and impacts of this grant-funded project. With support from HCD, the County of Mendocino completed Phase 2 of the Live Oak Apartments in Ukiah. This initiative provides safe, permanent housing for individuals experiencing homelessness or those at risk of becoming homeless. The program at Live Oak Apartments aims to assist residents in achieving stability and independence through tailored support services. The project received $1,669,156 in CV23 funding, which facilitated Phase 2 of the Live Oak Apartment project. This phase involved converting a 56-room motel into a 49-unit apartment building located at 555 South Orchard Avenue here in Ukiah, providing transitional housing for individuals who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. Funding for the acquisition of the building was sourced from a previous Homekey grant. Phase 2 involves significant interior and exterior renovations, including room upgrades, enhanced sidewalks, a new perimeter fence, and the addition of a gazebo. Each unit is furnished with either 1 or 2 beds, a dresser, a table, kitchenette, and a bathroom. 6 of the units also feature adjoining rooms, making them suitable for families with children. Additionally, 4 units are fully ADA accessible for residents who use wheelchairs. Tenants began moving into the renovated units on November 11th, 2022, and a total of 97 individuals initially benefited from this facility. To date, over 250 children and adults have achieved housing stability as a result of this project. Following today's hearing, staff will proceed closing out the grant to ensure compliance with state program requirements. Please let us know if you have any questions.
Right. Yes, Supervisor Mulherin.
I don't have any questions, but I did want to specifically thank the team from the County of Mendocino and its partners that has worked on this project. I wasn't on the board when this project was approved, but I know that there was vocal opposition to it. And I just really want to comment that it's important as an agency, as elected officials, that sometimes we have to work through those stigmas that community members may have in the best interest of serving those that need it the most. And this project has proven over and over again that working with our partners, working with law enforcement, working with public safety in general, and working with community members, including businesses that are nearby, that we can be successful and then we can offer more opportunities to our residents that need our support.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Mulhern on all points and want to emphasize that the grants team is part of the county that seems to be working really well. And I think that wasn't always the case. So I hope we can keep up the momentum, but thank you for your efforts.
Yeah, and I want to concur with those statements that really, when we did approve this project in 2021, I think, that it was very controversial and that there was a lot of concern from the community, and yet we're seeing that it's providing housing for these people who are very at risk of being homeless. And so I've toured the facility, and I think it's just really well done, and a lot of good ideas and collaboration has gone into it. Thank you. Hey, with that, are there any final comments from the staff? Okay, so let's see. we'll go to public comment. Any public comment in the chambers? Seeing none. Any online?
Seeing none.
All right.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion on the floor. Okay. Any further comments? Seeing none, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Chair, if I may, can we do 4D before the break? It's also with Ms. Hanson.
Yeah.
It'll only take a minute.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll move on to item 4D, which is discussion and possible action, including referral of development of the 2026 legislative platform to the General Government Standing Committee pursuant to the Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedures. And I appreciate this coming forward at this point. You know, last year we changed the format so that we could get the whole legislative platform done in early December. And that way we could be more relevant to the discussions in Sacramento. And so this is the start of that process. All right. So any comments from staff? Okay. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes, thank you. Just before it goes to the General Government Committee, I'd like to encourage my colleagues, department heads, and other county staff to do outreach to some of the boards and committees that we sit on, as well as other legislative support agencies that we have. I think I often get very relevant information from agencies that we partner with, such as First Five Mendocino and CASA, as to some ideas for what should be on a legislative report. So we all know individual organizations, groups. We serve on various boards and committees, and I would just encourage you to work with Ms. Hanson to have those contributions also incorporated into the legislative platform.
Very good. Okay, seeing no further comments from the board, any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
We have one online, Hannah Nelson.
Okay.
Good morning, Board. Hannah Nelson. I really appreciate the efforts to align the legislative platform with the activities in Sacramento. The one thing that I would, and I'll bring this up at GGC, just want to alert the rest of the board to this issue, is that occasionally modifications and tweaks to the legislative platform might need to occur in a somewhat rapid time frame, and therefore be referred back to the board if adjustments have to be made. And so I guess clarifying the process by which something can come quickly back to the board if needed, if it's not already fully contained within the adopted legislative platform, would be helpful as part of the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I support it, but I want to note on page 7 of the attachment, number 4, oppose unfunded mandates. Might consider broadening that to underfunded mandates. A lot of the mandates come with funding. It's just that in the end, the county is on the losing end. The money isn't enough to actually carry out the work. And a lot of times we don't know the various ways our budget's going to get hit. But end of the day, we're broke as a result of the aggregate underfunded mandates.
Yeah, and reading that, I appreciate that point. It says, oppose unfunded mandates and any realignment initiatives that fail to fully fund services mandates cost shifted to the county. Does that meet what you're talking about?
Well, not completely. I would broaden it because it's not always a realignment effort. I mean, think of the organic green waste. That's certainly a hit to us. The staff time that goes in, those additional contracts, it's impacting the public. That's not funded by the state, but the state has gotten really creative in the way they word programs so that they don't trigger the unfunded mandate because they would have to pay for the service. So I support the document as is, but I think we could broaden that section to encompass any mandate that leaves the county in worse financial shape.
All right. Very good. Hey, did we already take public comment on this? Yes. Okay, so back to the board. Is there a motion to refer this to the GDC?
So moved.
Okay, seconded?
Second.
Okay. Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, it's 10:32 right now. We'll take a break until 10:45.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces, yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my
And
child.
we are going to move on to agenda item 4E. Discussion and possible action including approval of the Board of Supervisors' response to the 2024-2025 Grand Jury Report and disbanding of the Grand Jury Ad Hoc Committee for the Grand Jury Report titled Planning and Building Department, Structural Issues Exposing the Cracks, and direct the clerk of the board to return original to the County Council's office for submission. Okay, I'm going to turn to County Council right now to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. Charlotte Scott, County Council. As indicated in the agenda title and the summary, this is the agendized item for the Board of Supervisors' response to the Grand Jury Report that was published and served on June 11th. The response from the board is required within 90 days, and today happens to be the 90-day deadline, September 9th. So under the Penal Code, Section 933C, that addresses that no later than 90 days after submission of the final report to a public agency and its reviewing authority, the public agency shall comment to the presiding judge of the Superior Court on the findings and recommendations pertaining to matters under the control of the governing body. The attached, the grand jury has a form they request that be submitted with the substantive response. The county has attached that form. I did note, it was noted to me there was a typographical error and that one of the, I believe one of the findings was omitted, finding 10 as far as the summary, but the substantive response addresses that. So I can, before the close of this item, and unless there are any other changes, I can provide that to the clerk and we can note that addition to for the record. Under Penal Code 933.05A, for as to each grand jury finding, the responding entity shall indicate one of the following. It's either the respondent agrees with the finding or the respondent disagrees wholly or partially with the finding, in which case the response shall specify the portion of the finding that is disputed and shall include an explanation of the reasons therefor. So as you will see in the substantive response as to each finding, that is the board has provided its substantive response as to each finding 1 through. As to Section B of 933.05, the responding entity shall respond to recommendations in the following manner. Either that the recommendation has been implemented with a summary regarding the implemented action, the recommendation has not been implemented but will be implemented in the future with a time frame for implementation, or that the recommendation requires further analysis with an explanation and the scope and parameters of that analysis or study, and a time frame for that matter to be prepared for discussion by the agency or department being investigated. That time frame shall not exceed 6 months from the date of publication of the report. The final available response to a recommendation is that it will not be implemented because it is not warranted or is not reasonable, with an explanation of the reasons therefore. So what you have attached to this item is the form summarizing the response to the findings and recommendations for the grand jury, and also the substantive response prepared by the ad hoc in consultation with the department and county council. And so at this point, I'll hand it back over to the chair and for the ad hoc to the extent they have any additional information or comments.
Yeah, so we did have an ad hoc work on this, and so is Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Norvell. I want to thank you for your work on addressing the grand jury report, and also thank the grand jury for their efforts on this. So turning to the ad hoc, are there any comments?
No, I don't have any comments. I'm curious to hear from the public. And then I have a couple of simple back and forth question and answers for the Ms. Krog.
Supervisor Williams.
It was a difficult process because it's a very rigid structure. We're not allowed to meet with the grand jury to ask for clarification. We don't know, the recommendations were based on their findings, and a lot of the findings don't really check out when we compare with background information, but we don't know what information the grand jury used to reach those findings. And whatever sources are confidential. So the process itself doesn't lend to this particular problem where we'd like to, and I think I imagine there's frustration on the grand jury seeing the response. There's probably some public frustration that, there's perception there are problems, and in county structure, you will have problems. I'm not denying that we have problems here, probably in every department, most due to underfunding. But the bottom line is we had to have a very narrow scope looking at each one of the findings and the related recommendations. And when we looked at the actual information on the county side, we couldn't agree on the findings.
Yeah, the point's well taken that a lot of times in the grand jury reports, there's like this gap in communication because they're just reporting exactly what they see. We don't understand what they're looking at a lot of times. And so we have to respond to what's written on the page. And sometimes that creates that kind of frustration of the grand jury and frustration on our part too, and communities looking at it like, why is there this different view of the same issue? Or sometimes it might not even be the same issue, but there's that perception that we're loggerheads or something when actually it's just a gap of the communication that's being shared. So, okay. Any further comments from the board? Okay, County Council.
Thank you, Charlotte Scott, County Council. I just wanted to submit maybe one correction for the board so they understand. There is a limited provision in the penal code that allows the agency for a period of 40 days after the term ends to seek clarification if needed. And it's up to if clarification is needed. It's a limited window, and I apologize if that information was not available to the ad hoc at this point. But I will note that there is no, the board is limited as to what is in the report, such that clarification, it may be more a matter of a sentence or a point, but the board wouldn't really be entitled to consider information and facts that aren't laid out in the report. I think that's the clarification I want to make. There could be like a clarification as to an error or what does this statement mean, but as far as additional evidence backing the findings or recommendations, I think that's the tension or in the process that I think maybe Supervisor Williams was referring to.
All right, seeing no further comments from the board, we'll go to public comment.
Good morning. My name is Randy Dorn, and that's why I came. Actually, I spoke earlier, but I did not read the grand jury report. I just read an article in the Ukiah Daily Journal, and then also a letter to the editor, which some of this may be applicable, maybe not, but I'm just going to read a few bullet points and then address that. where an anonymous person has papered P&B with over 100 separate countywide complaints alleging businesses and individuals have allegedly violated building code provisions, anonymous complaints and the need for more consistent code enforcement policy. John and Bernie would have discussed these issues with the grand jury. And then letters to the editor regarding this Class K permitting, lax regulations, safety perspectives, unregulated structures, ADUs, while intended to help rural homeowners, only benefit certain people, culture of favoritism, nepotism, double standards within the code enforcement department, protecting certain individuals. Anyway, I just want to speak as a licensed building contractor. I was licensed in 1987. I've been here in the county since 1974. And I want to state that my experiences with the county and with the planning and building department is extremely positive, that I have found them easy to work with in the past, in my whole contracting life. In 2016, I formally retired, but we had our fires, and I've been a private advocate helping people through the county. And I find the whole department, including code enforcement, as fair and unbiased. And I just felt compelled I had to come and address the board in this way. I'd be glad to meet with anybody anytime privately to discuss this further. I also want to request that future policy in regards to any Class K. Class K came about, I came in 1974. I remember the headline said that there was advocacy to abate the homes, and that's what brought about Class K. And we need to create policy from a private ability, not just public funds, to enable people to be able to afford to build more housing, ADUs, any kind of structures to provide housing for people. Anyway, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dee Pallison, District 5. I apologize, you're going to hear it in my voice. I'm feeling a little angry right now. I just got off the phone with CAL FIRE. I want to thank you for having this item on the regular calendar. I appreciate you doing that. I think that these items need to be here. There's so much talk about this response, to talk about in this response, but I'm going to limit my comments to the issue of 4290 and the fire safe regulations. I want to note that Friday is the anniversary of the Valley Fire over in Lake County, and exactly 1 month from today is the anniversary of the Redwood Complex. As I've shared before, I worked for CAL FIRE Mendocino for 20 years. And part of my responsibility was processing 4290 applications, and I worked closely with fire prevention staff responsible for enforcing 4290 from its inception. As you can imagine, I'm familiar with fire safe regulations and CAL FIRE processes. This response makes it very clear that PBS has knowingly and willingly made the decision not to adhere to 4290 requirements for pre-existing structures and is clearly breaking the state law. If the ad hoc committee had done their research, they would have found that the county does not have the authority to choose not to enforce PRC 4290 in its entirety. The code is very clear, stating that the state will not inspect and certify 4290 compliance on any pre-existing structure. It also does not offer any relief from full compliance for all structures in the SRA. What this translates to is that if a county chooses to permit a pre-existing structure, they assume the responsibility of enforcing 4290 in its entirety. How many structures are we talking about? To put this in perspective, a significant portion of those structures permitted through our amnesty programs do not comply with 4290 requirements. The documents attached as Exhibit A and B are not communication to the county or Planning and Building Service from CAL FIRE as implied. These documents are pages from the CAL FIRE Policy and Procedure Manual. This is an internal CAL FIRE document providing direction to CAL FIRE staff. This PMP instructs CAL FIRE personnel that they will not inspect or certify for 4290 any pre-existing structure. The only thing they are allowed to do on a pre-existing structure is the annual LE 100 defensible space inspections that are available to all property owners in their jurisdiction. The LE 100A form is the only inspection form that CAL FIRE is allowed to provide on pre-existing structures to meet the county's requirements. I just wonder if any of you happened to call Chief Gunn and actually talk to him about this. The document included in the response is an LE 100. And it's for hoop houses and for greenhouses used for cannabis. It is not for a single family residence. That is what CAL FIRE just called to confirm for me. The question then is, what are these county requirements and who determined what those requirements are? Who made the decision that the LE 100 was enough? The LE 100 Defensible Space Program addresses only one piece of 4290 requirements.
Ms. Pallison, could you wrap it up, please?
I hope you can give me a few extra minutes or seconds, but yes. What about the rest of the requirements? The code is very clear. I'll just close with saying that I question the rest of the department's response because of these misrepresentations in regards to 4290. I went and I talked to Chris Rogers' staff, and he said that they can only get involved if you break state law. If you approve this the way it's written today, you are officially making the choice to break state law. My advice is that you pull this, you ask the jury for an extension, you do your own research, and you rethink what your response is.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Can we get a response from council and planning director?
Charlotte Scott County Council, what I can advise the board is this is a response to a report. It is not, and the grand jury has authority to provide a report based on an investigation. But the response to this report is limited to the findings and recommendations in that report. Whether the board would like to look into the department and its application of policy relative to that topic, absolutely in the board's discretion to calendar that and address that through that manner. But this is limited to a response to a report based on the report itself. I don't think it's not an admission as to liability. There is no, the grand jury can do an investigation and may have statements about what they purport the law to be, but that does not mean that the county is making any determination through this response as to how it is following the law or not following the law. There's just that this is a limited venue for that, and we're just responding to the report itself.
Can the board discuss the matter that the last speaker raised, or is it outside the scope?
I would say that the board can certainly talk to staff about and discuss among yourselves as to the report, the response to the report, and if there are any modifications or any issues that you need clarification. Certainly, we have the department here, so I think there is room for that discussion. And maybe not room to direct staff on what it must do going forward. That would be a separate discussion as to direction on policy, direction on any particular item.
Yeah, and Chair, could we ask planning director? What we don't, the goal here is what we don't want is mistrust for the process or conflict between members of the public and the county. And so I'd like to try to work it out, and I know we can't fully work it out here, but I'm hoping for you to be able to respond best you can and come back if necessary.
Sure. Is this on? Okay, sorry, thank you. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So, our understanding, and we had a meeting internally with the department, that's what resulted in Attachment B, which was the July 17th, 2025 revisions to the CAL FIRE process. That document was provided to us by CAL FIRE. We've received the original in email from CAL FIRE telling us here is the policy and procedure for how 4290 clearances are handled, and then also those revisions from July 17, 2025. I think it's unfortunate. I would love to hear directly from CAL FIRE because it sounds like perhaps there's a gap between what the speaker is hearing and what we may be hearing, and it would be, I think, critical to get that sorted out. Certainly, I think that the department wants to adhere to all of our responsibilities that may be required under state law, and if there's a gap in our knowledge and implementation of that, of course, we are ready and willing to correct that. With regards to the notice of final inspection that was included as attachment C, I'm also surprised at the response from the speaker, primarily because that document references 3 different CAL FIRE clearance numbers, and as is included in the response, one of those specifically relates to improvements performed on the single-family residence on this site. So it doesn't look to me to be a defensible space response, an LE 100 inspection form, because it specifically references those CAL FIRE numbers, which were the preliminary clearances issued underneath state fire safe regulations, and even refers to a state fire safe regulation final inspection being conducted. So there may be a gap, and of course the department we're happy to address.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, how would you like us to resolve this? I don't think we can just leave it dangling, but obviously we don't have all the information here. I would like to get CAL FIRE involved working with planning and building and hear that either we're in compliance or if there are changes we have to make, a plan to make them.
Well, certainly, you know, it sounds like we have these allegations of the PRC 4290 that we need to certainly clear up and make sure that everyone's understanding is the same. So maybe we could, if we're moving that way, we could approve this report as required by law and then ask for planning and building to come back within a month to report, you know, what their findings are, and if that has any implications to the way these things are dealt with. Okay, with the 4290, is that acceptable to?
That works for me.
Okay.
And certainly for the department, we'll work with clerk of the board staff just to identify what that time frame would be to come back.
Okay, great. Right. Okay, we're looking for further public comment.
Hello, Chris Boyd, Redwood Valley Supervisor, District 1. I retired as the Deputy Fire Marshal for Orange County Fire Authority some years ago. And in 2017, I became involved in the rebuilding and the recovery from the Redwood Valley fire. And since that time, when I found out about K classifications, I was concerned that they did not meet minimum state standards as required by California Fire Code and California Building Code. So this is a highly complex subject involving lots of different codes and regulations, and I'm no expert in them, but I would like to support the comments made by your previous speaker. I think there are issues related to these occupancies, and I think there are liability issues that come to the county for these oversights. So I do hope you do some research in this and find out the true path to resolving it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Howard.
Good morning, Board. Lee Howard, 3900 Parducci Road. I have many thoughts, and there isn't enough time, and you won't give me enough time. But I'm going to address at least one that's in the grand jury report, where I'm named Lee Howard Construction. I've been in business in this county since 1972. Had employees, done a lot of work, and participated in my local government. And I know sometimes it isn't very appreciated. But I want to thank Ted and Bernie for meeting with me and discussing some of the issues. But I want to address one in particular. In item parcel 4 of your report, it seems like you want to be selective in how you address things. The simple fact is that I have been received a request for inspections. I really hesitated to even let them come and inspect, and if I had it to do over, they would not come on my property. And I say that to anybody that's out there, don't let them come on your property without a warrant. But the gist of this is that over the years at 3900 or 1609 South State Street, we've had a business there. It's every week that the vandals come in, they stole our trailer, they steal our generators. The other day they took the no on annexation sign away. And I heard yesterday that I can find it down in the field at by Friedman's. We put another one up. But they cut the fence and they go on. Every day, every morning you get up and you say, my crew going to have enough tools to work today? Are we going to be able to get out on the job? I can live with that and I deal with it every day. But what I don't deal with is what happened to me on December 17th of last year. A notice from the County of Mendocino saying, ceased and desist, ceased operations at your business, shut it down and get out of there, go home. Excuse me? What do I do with the employees that I have? 6 guys that work there, 17 or 18 dependent employees or dependents, one of the families with a brand new baby. What do I do? Do I tell them that they don't get a paycheck next week? That we're closed down by the county? Is that the way you work with people? Really? The simple fact is that I had to go fire an attorney, and you have my attorney's letter in front of you that addresses part of this. But it doesn't end there. It ends, how do they, after my attorney stops it, beats it up,
Okay.
how does it end? It ends with 2 words on an email. Case closed. No explanation or anything else. Yes, Mr. Atchison, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? None in the chamber. Okay, online?
We have one, Sojourner Lee.
Hello. I don't see a camera, but there's a little picture. I'm just here today to say that I've read through the report and I see some things that are pertinent and noticeable to me about life and reality here in Mendocino County in the time of climate change, in the time of tariffs, inflation, is that we're starting to move more towards restrictions and regulations. And I commend this board to really look at and have looked at these things and said we don't agree with some of these findings and they don't apply to reality and life here. We believe that there's a lot of underfunding that we can't just fix. We can't just have code enforcement going out all over the place. Class K houses and old places, these people are going to die in them probably, but just from old age. I don't know how many fires are started from Class K or how many injuries or problems are caused by Class K, but I think we should look at the economic reality here. We're losing people, we're gaining wealthy homes, second homes, and Airbnbs. We're losing the low to moderate income families. I know many people that are being pushed out, many people that don't have housing anymore. Either those people go under the bridge or they just try to go live in their cars or somewhere. Less economy, less services for those people that are left here. It's hard to find a building inspector. It's hard to find a lot of services. Permitting takes a long time. And malicious complaints against homeowners cause undue burden to the code enforcement group. We have a great planning department. They're doing the best that they can. And I'm just feel very hopeful that this will be looked at extensively and a different regulation will come up, as has happened in other counties where these revengeful complaints against homeowners has caused a terrible economic slowdown and burnout in both homeowners and the county planning department. And building. So thank you for that. It's an ongoing issue. I'd like to be involved. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Okay, thank you. Any other online comments?
Seeing none.
All right, back to the board. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Krog, can I ask you a couple of questions? So I wanted to tail on to what Supervisor Williams said about sometimes it's difficult to, read the claims that the grand jury made, but not having an understanding of where they got their information, right? I'm sure people were interviewed, staff was interviewed, but we're not even allowed to ask staff what they were interviewed about. So we don't know where they're getting their information. And I just wanted to point out one or two and then have you answer. There is a lack of comprehensive formalized policies and procedures within all divisions in PBS. The lack of clearly written guidelines leads to inconsistent practices and increased risk of non-compliance and inefficiencies, including but not limited to the handling of permits, inspections, and fees. So with this one, we weren't given any evidence or paperwork of what they asked for, whether or not they even asked for policies in place, which I'm hoping they did. Could you just, I know it's in here, but could you, for the public, answer that question?
Yes, absolutely. So the department, policies and procedures, that's a constant update, but the department does have very clear workflows that relate to how we handle permit reviews. We also have policies and procedures that pertain to inspections, as well as the application of fees, including with the board's adoption of our revised fee schedule. We really took a streamlined approach to fees to really make sure that it was a lot clearer to the public, to staff on the application of those fees. And in terms of policies and procedures, there's numerous throughout each division. And of course, we're happy to discuss those further at any point with the board or with any members of the public. And it's a constant. It's a process that you're constantly improving upon. You're rewriting your policies. You're making sure they're up to date. And it's an ongoing work product for the department.
And then you also have both public-facing and then internal policies for procedure, correct?
Yes, yeah. The public-facing policy or workflows are more streamlined. They don't have all the little detailed steps that staff has to do on our back end. But then we have a much more in-depth staff workflow, which goes through exactly how you're taking in an application, what reviews you're assigning, what you're making sure has been completed, the statuses that you're moving those permits into as you're undertaking the review, et cetera.
And then there was also some comments about, I think it was, one of them was specific to building inspectors and current and updated education. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So building inspectors actually have required continuing education requirements under California Health and Safety Code. And that's in order to maintain their certifications. So, we have both the requirements underneath their class specifications that require that they obtain certain certifications within a specified period of time. And then also that instantly requires that they also have continuing education requirements that they must adhere to, which it's a minimum of 45 hours.
And then lastly, the 4290 form. Mm-hmm. Could you explain that process and the obligation of the county to get that before issuing a permit?
Sure. So the process we follow is, well, of course, now with the updated one from July 17th, we're following that procedure that was provided to us by CAL FIRE and our discussion with CAL FIRE on how we implement that. And so what happens is when someone submits a building permit application and that type of development is subject to a 4290 clearance, then we provide the building permit number on the top of the CAL FIRE preliminary clearance application form. That form is provided to CAL FIRE for them to conduct the preliminary clearance review. That document is then provided back to our office to make the application complete. We cannot issue a building permit without that document. And then once a building permit has been issued, the work has been completed. If somebody calls for a final inspection, but they have not yet provided us the final clearance document from CAL FIRE, we will not final that permit. So that final clearance document is required to be submitted to our office before we actually deem that that permit is final and complete.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, while you're there, after you've had a chance to work with CAL FIRE offline to compare notes, could you invite them back when you come? It would be great to direct some of these questions. If they're responsible for actually doing the inspections, it would be helpful if they were here to answer questions.
Absolutely.
And give us
happy to do
confirmation
that.
that we all agree we're in line with the law.
Absolutely.
And then second, on the code enforcement concern, I see Lee Howard has already left. The case closed. I can see why he would be angry, right? If I had received that letter from the county and then ultimately it was found to be a mistake, can you tell us in the abstract when a mistake is made? And there will be mistakes in this organization. It's just inevitable. What do we provide as documentation that a mistake has been made and we're sorry?
Sure. Great question. Often it may be in just correspondence via email. It may be in a memo to the file. And also just the best solution is correcting the mistake as soon as possible. So in that instance, closing the case as quickly as possible is the quickest remedy to resolve.
So in this instance, case closed was a mistake was made. It's over. Yeah. May I ask about how many of those per year do you think we have?
Oh gosh. I'm going to look at the code enforcement manager, but I think, oftentimes we open an investigation and we're working through that. So I don't know that I can give you an exact number off the top of my head of how often there's like a mistake made by the department in an initial determination that then comes back around to be that there's no case. And then also I'll just note one of the very interesting things about this work is that regulations change maybe midstream while you're working on a code enforcement case. So one example is like accessory dwelling unit requirements. We may look at, say, as we get a complaint over a site that has multiple residences on this site, and at the time that the complaint comes in, they're only allowed to have 2 residences. But then state law changes, and then our regulations change, and suddenly they're allowed to have 3 of those units that we previously were telling them you need to convert this other unit or demolish it or whatever your pathway is to resolve the complaint. So
a follow-up question. Do we have any ability, instead of sending a cease letter initially, to send a letter explaining what we think is happening and why it's in violation with a reasonable period, 10 days, for the party to explain why we're wrong?
Our typical process is that we start with an inspection report, just saying what we saw when we were there. It's a great opportunity then to have some back and forth with a property owner too about what was identified in that inspection report. That's before we get to the stage of any sort of notice of violation, anything along those lines.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further comments from the board, and that's it for the public comments. All right. Back to the board. So we've had a discussion. Oh, County Council.
Charlotte Scott, County Council. Just as I mentioned in the introduction to the item, we have one revision we're making to the form that attaches the substantive response. We're adding finding 10 to the same response that lists the county's response to the findings. I will update that form, but I don't think it's necessary to reattach at this moment to the item, but I'm just recommending we interlineate and add finding 10 to that summary form.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. Question for County Council. You had made a comment early in the conversation about perhaps that there was a 40-day window to have some back and forth with the grand jury. Could you say that again for us, please?
Yes, there is, and let me find the provision itself so I don't misstate it. Just a moment. Penal Code 933A refers to it's an overarching code that discusses the response to reports. There's a one line in there that says, for a period of 40 days from the end of the term. So for your refreshing your memory as to the code, the process is last year's grand jury conducted this investigation and finalized this report. We're now in a completely different jury. Every year is a distinct jury. So there's the new jury was sworn in around the turn of July 1st, around the turn of the fiscal year. There's a period of time, a brief window, where if the board has a request for clarification as to a term or something relevant to a report, you can reach out to the foreperson of this year's grand jury to seek clarification. So it's in the discretion of the board. But it is a brief window, and it isn't a process that you're required to exercise. It is available to you, it also isn't a process of reopening the investigation because, again, totally new grand jury. So it isn't a back and forth. We see a defect in the report. There's no evidence supporting this finding. Tell us what you relied on. It isn't an exchange back and forth because, again, totally new jury. That the jury has another mechanism for following up with the board or any other entity after you provide your published response and serve it. If they want to follow up on anything and address deficiencies in the response, their mechanism one is just did the board follow the requirements of the code as to your response to findings and recommendations? And if you did, that's more of a matrix type analysis. Did you appropriately rely on using the language of the code in your response to findings and recommendations? If there's any other information or follow-up the grand jury would like to do, because it's an entirely new jury, they don't get to reopen the old investigation from a prior jury. Their mechanism is we can do a new investigation, and typically they call that a compliance report, and usually that is at least another year after the response is provided, because you want to give the board or agency time to either implement any recommendation that it agrees to implement or to address any issues that arise as a result of the report. But again, it's a whole new investigation and is separate from the board isn't really able to go back to that prior jury and say, this is missing, can you give us more information on how you reach that conclusion? It's not a back and forth, it's a whole new jury.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So I don't find that process to be appropriate for the conflict at hand. We don't need clarification about the report. We need a joint clarification of the facts. And this board doesn't know what facts the grand jury relied on, and they don't know what we've looked at. All I can tell you is what we've looked at. The findings are inaccurate. But it may be they have additional information. It may be that they had a subset, right? If it were done by PRA or if they had requested information, they may not have requested the full body that we reviewed, right? So you have two groups that are looking at the facts, but different documents reaching different conclusions. Charlotte, would you agree that the 40-day process for clarification wouldn't address the actual problem we have?
Charlotte Scott, County Council. I think it's not a matter of agreeing or disagreeing. I just think there is the process is, the grand jury is, as a civil watchdog, is looking at particular issues. They do an investigation. There's more of that back and forth is through the investigation process. It's not after you publish a report. So I think that brief window, again, is more narrow as to this term you used. What do you mean? If there's something missing and you don't understand what a particular phrase or I'm trying to think of another example, but I don't have one. I think what I noticed from the board and the ad hocs, work with the department on this response is that there's more disconnects over what it is that the county's policies and procedures, and there's also maybe anecdotal evidence that the board can't really address, and that isn't something you can clarify.
Well, I'm going to take that as agreement. But how do we not get in this situation again? Is it possible to ask that the underlying information that the findings and recommendations are based on get included? Because otherwise this process is just setting us up to have conflict with the grand jury and the public. It's not great optics, right? The grand jury investigated, they reached findings, they made recommendations, and then the board says, no, you're wrong. Right? I mean, if I were on the outside, that's what I would see. That's not what I want. And I understand this process. We can't have the back and forth. We can't be part of the investigation. Can we at least ask that the documents that go into the investigation get attached where possible?
Charlotte Scott, County Counsel, there are limitations with use of the raw data. The grand jury, they also have to seek permission from the presiding judge if they're going to use attach raw data from perhaps the specific complaint they received or naming the individuals they interviewed. So there's some limitations there, but what I think you're asking is, I mean, I think it's a matter of does the grand jury have a method of seeking support in the investigation process, independent of the Board of Supervisors? Do they have a staff that they can rely on? And I'll say the grand jury knows they have the ability to rely on my office for assistance through any investigation and any research that is needed. And they're aware of that, and I think the grand jury is very engaged. Just for clarification, as to this particular report, we discussed during the term. I advised the grand jury, I can advise you through an investigation, but then I will not be working with the board, and we'll have a firewall, and another deputy from my department can assist. As to this particular report, this is the one report I did not advise the grand jury on, so for that reason, there was another deputy in my office available. I think the grand jury and county council are working well together in establishing a more open communication so that they are encouraged to seek more assistance on the front end. So they do have the ability to have some guidance through their process that might make, if they take advantage of it, might make future reports more understandable, more clear for the responding entities. And remember, it's not just the county, it's any city, any other special district.
So my recommendation for council and the grand jury going forward is to attach everything that's lawfully admissible so that we're having a meaningful conversation, right? We just spent at least $20,000 on this effort. We want to look out for the public good. And at the end of this one, I think it's beneficial that we're inviting CAL FIRE in and the director's taking another look, but we're not getting as much out of that $20,000 as we could. Some of it is the process, but some of it is also the way we're working together. And I think there's some opportunity to work a little bit tighter.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so Supervisor Williams, I understand your question, and it sounds like we got an answer of yes, that may be possible. I guess my question is, do we just direct county council to reach out to them and ask for that going forward? Or it feels like you asked a question, you got an answer, but we don't have, how do we achieve that?
If I may, through the chair, I'll try to clarify better. So no, the board can't direct. The grand jury is distinct from the county. It is an independent body. And my office is available and provides assistance, and I can advise you that we have open communication with the grand jury. It is incumbent upon the grand jury to reach out to us to the extent they need certain assistance. But we have, we have a good relationship with the new jury. We have 4-person, we have regular communication. So that is already in place, I think, and available to them. I wouldn't say you can direct county council to make changes in how it advises a different client up from you. There is a kind of a firewall there, different clients, different agencies, independent bodies. But I think as far as attaching, you've made clear, I think the grand jury is listening, you've made clear that you need more information to be able to properly respond. I think they're listening, and they will, I imagine, provide, do their best to provide a report that that you'll be able to respond in a manner, and again, they may reach a conclusion, but they're not the body that can direct you as to enforcement or direct the county. It's simply, this is an issue we've looked at, here's where we find some holes, and then it's on this county to go from there, or the responding agency to go from there. And it sounds like today this report inspired that further look by the county at a process independent of the response.
Okay, seeing no further comments from the board, we're looking for a motion which will include direction to planning and building to come back in a month or so, as soon as possible, to deal with the PRC 4290, and bring CAL FIRE with them if possible. And we'll include finding 10 and the explanation that was deleted or not included. Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, it's so moved. Does the clerk already have that language? Okay.
Second.
All right, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, the next item is 4F, which is my item, so I will pass the gavel to the vice chair.
Okay, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff on modifications to the code violation complaint system to require complainants to provide verifiable contact information while continuing to maintain complainant confidentiality in an effort to prevent abuse and protect county services. Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, so the genesis of this was, code enforcement has received, like in July, way over 100 complaints, when the normal monthly code violation complaints is about 40. It turns out that most of these were anonymous. A lot of them were centered in the Laytonville area, and it was just, for whatever reason, people, neighbors, businesses were all just swept up in this anonymous complaint spree. And so it's kind of like, how do we deal with it? And in talking with the code enforcement staff, turns out that we are one of the few counties in this area that even allows anonymous complaints. And so really the title of this is a little misleading, in that really what we're trying to do is to allow for anonymous complaints, but it would have to be at the discretion of the manager. So what really helps code enforcement to deal with these issues and to come to a quick resolution is if they have contact information for the complainant, and so that they can reach out, they can figure out what the real issue is, if it's a health and safety, if it's life-threatening kind of issue, if it's a danger to staff, if there's access to the site to get into it. All of those issues, if there's person contact information that the staff can go on, then they'll be able to deal with it using their available resources and staffing, and it will certainly be a benefit to everyone because these issues can get resolved quickly. We are still allowing for these anonymous complaints. It's just that they will be prioritized with the discretion of the manager of the Department of Code Enforcement. So if you look at the summary of request, you know, the second paragraph really states that this, under this direction, staff would indefinitely suspend all active investigations initiated from anonymous complaints with the exception of any recorded notice of violation liens. Affected property owners and responsible parties would be notified that the suspension does not absolve them from obtaining required permits, and enforcement may resume if a valid complaint is later filed by a known complainant. Future community-based complaints would only be accepted from Mendocino County residents who provide their real name, valid contact information, and a verifiable county address, with discretion reserved to staff on whether to proceed if the complainant cannot be contacted directly. If a complaint is submitted without the required information, meaning it's anonymous, that complaint will be subject to the department's available resources and division's discretion as to what level of investigation, if any, will be performed. Okay. In addition, each complainant would be limited to a total of 5 complaints per year, with no more than 2 concerning the same property, unless additional complaints are authorized by a department head or the code enforcement manager. What that last sentence deals with is that sometimes when there's a relationship break or a neighbor conflict, then sometimes the neighbor will go on a fishing expedition and just keep sending in complaints to code enforcement, looking for, trying to catch the property in some kind of violation. And so sometimes they've gone through 10 different violation requests or complaints for one property. So we're trying to just streamline this so it provides better service to the people of Mendocino County and really does what code enforcement is supposed to be doing, which is looking after that priority list that we have already agreed to, which was, you know, life and safety and community wellness and that other, all those other issues that are of a high priority for community safety and wellness. So that's basically it. Okay,
Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have several.
Supervisor Williams.
So I understand the problem. There's abuse in the system with anonymous complaints, and I've experienced that. So this looks like a step in the right direction to solve that problem. I also hear from people who are very fearful about filing a complaint. They're worried for their life, basically. Their neighbor's doing something. It's creating an unsafe situation in the neighborhood. They don't want to put their name on it. I would feel more comfortable if the sort of the legislative intent that's captured in the summary of request could get better integrated into the motion. The recommended action seems to have a different intent than the summary. So when I first read it, I wasn't pleased with the title and the recommended action. And then I got to the summary and thought, well, this is a reasonable compromise. I like the idea of giving staff the discretion, not to pick and choose and pay favorites, but make decisions based on merit. And certainly we can't address every complaint with the same priority, and some are much greater risk to public safety than others. But Supervisor Haschek's question I have is, imagine the hypothetical where there's anonymous complaints coming in about a property, and there's the first one, there's an investigation, not sustained, case closed. And then there's another one, case closed, another one, case closed. Like 20 requests in, finally there's one, there's unpermitted electrical and it's glowing at night, and it's from an anonymous party. Do you expect staff to deprioritize because we've already had 20 that were anonymous, not sustained, it looks like abuse? When you hear that kind of complaint, I would think possible catalyst for fire, which is threatening the whole community, have to investigate. So I'm perplexed at how the board can craft policy where we're not ignoring complaints that, if true, would pose a life safety risk to a great number of people, but also deprioritizing the abuse in the system. Do you have any thoughts?
Right. Well, the key is that life and safety. And certainly, we need to be aware of that and responsive to those kind of complaints. I would look to Gretchen McLaughlin, who is the code enforcement manager, and she would have a better insight into how they deal with that.
Good morning, Board, CEO Antle, County Council Scott, Gretchen McLaughlin, Code Enforcement Division with Mendocino County Planning and Building Services. So generally, as we have it set up right now, we receive all anonymous complaints. We will still apply the board-directed priorities to those complaints, including the concern of like a hazardous electrical. It does get priority number one because it's considered a dangerous circumstance. So whether we receive that anonymously or not anonymously, we apply your board-directed priorities to those complaints. And it sounds like with this item, if it came in anonymously, I would still be designated the discretion to prioritize that.
Yep. So you wouldn't prioritize an anonymous complaint about low E, gas-filled triple pane Energy Star certified windows going in without a permit, but you would prioritize something that's a life safety risk. So I would think that this policy shift would encourage the people who are abusing the system today to continue to abuse it, but highlight life safety concerns that aren't true. I'm wondering, is there a step that we can take to set a penalty for people who knowingly file false claims repeatedly? Like that seems to be what actually needs to happen here. If you have a true concern and is mistaken, that's part of the system, right? But if you're filing complaint after complaint in a neighborhood because you don't like your neighbors, and you're dreaming up potential violations and they're not found to be true, eventually, isn't there some ramification for abusing the system?
I'm in charge, sorry. What percentage of the complaints would you say are false? And I'm talking about Supervisor Williams' conversation.
That's kind of hard to quantify for us. So with the onslaught of recent anonymous complaints, we've only interacted with a small percentage of them so far because they're not hitting the benchmark of your guys' priorities to us. So we have other cases that we're working on that are priority over them. So I'm not able to provide you that figure at the moment. You have to keep in mind that even if we go to a complaint, we're still assessing for some of your priorities that are directed to us as part of an internal directive. We still assess for life safety, environmental, and active non-permitted construction when we go out to some of these complaints. And so if we see those, the original complaint may not be founded, but that, other priority might get triggered. I think if I can give you guys a little bit more insight. So even if we receive a complaint with a known person, that person's contact information, the complainant's contact information is still confidential. It's protected under the Public Records Act of California. So we don't release that information, whether it's to the violator, for lack of a better term, or any other interested parties that want to know, because once we release that information, it's out there. Everybody gets that information. So we don't release complainant information, even whether it's anonymous or not anonymous. That stuff is protected. So I hope that kind of answers at least the concern around anonymous complaints. And if you don't mind, I can at least share some light in terms of how I perceive anonymous complaints from a code enforcement manager perspective. My biggest concern is the safety of my employees. And if we're talking about concerns of these hazardous situations where, the neighbors are saying that this person's dangerous, code enforcement shouldn't be the first line of defense for that. That's a law enforcement issue, and they're reporting it to the wrong agency. And even better, I would much rather be able to send that information to the sheriff's department and give them that information and who to contact to vet that information further if it is a true law enforcement concern. Outside of that, I'm worried about the safety of my people. And if they're going out to, cannabis cultivation sites because code enforcement was designated as the primary regulators of that over law enforcement, still criminal activity, but I would prefer to know what the complainant is seeing to ensure my team's safety, because we don't get to run people out. We don't get the same privileged information that law enforcement gets to understand the safety around the circumstances of that property.
And so that's where your want or need for contact information, something very simple would come in handy.
Safety is one of them, absolutely. But another component is it's really important to kind of understand the full component of the complaint. So that way we're not getting the multiple, okay, this time. I rather be able to contact the complainant and say, hey, what are all your concerns? Because it may not be what they just put in writing or submitted to our division, but if we can add stuff in there, maybe that does elevate the priorities. Maybe that,
Sure.
gives us a better picture of what's going on. And it's, it always boils back down to safety. Are there dogs on the property? Are there guns on the property? So, these are the things that I would like to know to be able to ensure my staff has the full picture before they're interacting with any site. I don't care if it's a business. I don't care if it's regarding roosters on a property. We don't know who these people are that we're interacting with, and we're asking to go on their property.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
So what, as a county supervisor, what do I do once we set this policy and I get the call from someone who says they will absolutely not file the form with their name? Whether or not we say we keep it confidential, they're worried about their neighbor, the chance of violence. Do I fill it out myself and write Supervisor Williams on it? Because I want it to go into the system. You have somebody that's worried about retaliation, and it sounds like they have a valid complaint. What?
Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, so I've talked to code enforcement about that, and there's a couple ways. They can talk, if they've talked to you, you can certainly file it, and they can file it anonymously. And if it goes to code enforcement and they see that this is an anonymous, or, it doesn't have the information, that they can act on it, and that's how the person will deal with it.
Okay, that works for me. Can we get that into the action, into the motion?
Certainly, because that's part of I think, their process.
Yeah, but can we, if you read the motion, direct staff to modify the code violation complaint system to require complainants provide verifiable contact information while continuing, ...
Yeah. Why don't we come up with the motion after we hear from the public comment?
Let's have some order here.
Supervisor Williams, so I'm not understanding your request there, nor Supervisor Haschek's answer really. Are we, in your scenario that the two of you just discussed, are we still leaving the contact information off of the form?
As I understand what the chair has expressed is, if the board passes this, members of the public will still be able to file anonymous complaints, and it'll be up to the discretion of the department how to prioritize or whether to investigate at all.
Correct.
I can live with that because I think that they're in the best position to decide if they can't get to everything, which are the highest priority. But I would like that to be in, Bernie, I'd like that to be in the motion so that when this gets reported to the public, what we passed is not, we will not accept anonymous complaints. It's that we're giving staff the discretion on prioritizing the anonymous complaints.
Thank you. Supervisor Haschek?
Oh. No, I'm fine.
Okay. So, couple of concerns for me. Some of them have already been addressed. Can only be accepted for Mendocino County residents. On the coast specifically, we have a lot of people who own second homes. Most of them live over in the Sacramento Valley and come over to the coast and once the harvest is in. So excluding those people from being able to file a complaint against their neighbor is an issue for me. So I would support this. I like the idea of it. I think it's addressing a problem, but excluding anybody outside of Mendocino County resident is an issue for me.
Okay.
All right, no more questions. Well, thank you. Yep. Apologies. Supervisor?
Thank you. I did have a question. according to our website, this is already our process. So I don't understand why we're having the conversation today. Our website says that you can report anonymously, but we encourage you to provide your information so that we can get back to you. It says the department will prioritize. It seems like you already have this authority. So I'm just not sure what's going to change today.
We wouldn't have authority to deal with, I guess, vexatious complaints as the current system is set up. We wouldn't have authority to, I mean, we're still addressing all of the anonymous complaints currently, but we don't have good operational control to, I guess the best way to say it is we can't stop vexatious complaints. So right now, what we're seeing is a huge trend that from when everything started off with the cannabis industry booming and code enforcement taking over, cannabis enforcement, we adopted the anonymous complaint system so that way we can get all of these illegal cannabis sites addressed. But then when it gets into 2025, we're seeing much less of that, and we're seeing much more of neighbor disputes, spousal disputes, stuff like that, where there's kind of a growing abuse of the anonymous complaint system. John, do you have anything to add?
Chair, may I add to that as well?
Please.
Chair, thank you. John Burks, Assistant Director, Planning and Building Services. So I think part of the direction from the board that would be really helpful for the department, Gretchen's obviously the subject matter expert. I'm more focused on resource management, and often there's going to be more demand than available resource. So part of what I was hoping would come from this particular item is what would you like us to do when we have far more complaints than we can reasonably deal with? So from the sort of department's perspective, we're neutral on how you want that accomplished. I guess in more of a, personal perspective, it becomes challenging when the department's always going to be held accountable. Expectation management's really challenging. Well, I submitted a complaint. Yes, it's anonymous. They never got to it. They never did anything. So it's almost setting the public and the department up for a sticky situation because they're thinking we're not doing anything. We a decision internally, a discretionary decision. We have no way to, communicate that to them of like, hey, this is what's really going on. I think if it were up to me, I'd advocate for no anonymous complaints, period. I think that there's, a level of responsibility we take as regulators, and I think that there should be some level of responsibility on behalf of our community members. Not that I want to, there are going to be people for a number of valid reasons not going to be able to. I just don't know how to overcome that from a resource perspective. So I think it, to hear what other counties do, I'm sure that they've had this conversation as well. Lee Howard Construction's a great example. He got a number of anonymous complaints. He thinks it's the department, retaliating against him. There's no way to prove a negative in that case. It's putting the department in a really challenging spot. So that's just my thought for your consideration from a resource management perspective. What each code officer does about 97 cases a year, more or less. If we get several hundred complaints, we're talking full-time staff. If we, get hundreds of complaints, which is the current situation, what would you like us to do to address those? So that's my perspective. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor Norvell brought up the question about the residents of Mendocino County. And I know that was included because of some specific issues resulting from people from out of county just driving through and just sending in complaints about everything they possibly saw, who don't have a connection to what's really happening in each of our communities. Could you address that, please?
Would you? Yes, thank you. That's a great question, and I'll respond through the chair. I mean, really what we're hoping for is, I think Gretchen says it best, and I'm probably going to butcher it, so she might have to correct me, but the nexus of the community quality of life problem, how do we establish that? So that's why I think, the limitations are relevant, the address is relevant, not because, we're hoping not to exclude anybody, but you know, if we're going to invest our time and effort and resources that are very precious, I mean, Gretchen's down to 3 enforcement officers and 2 supervisors. So we're talking, we can do 500 cases a year, approximately. We're up at 1,000, 1,500 at the moment. What do we want to invest our time in? County organization to serve the community best. Somebody can blow through and, you know, drop 100 complaints on us, you know, that's going to be really challenging to do. So we're just trying to create that nexus of how does this impact the community quality of life and how can we serve everybody best, I guess is how I would phrase it. So that's where I think that idea is relevant. You know, what to do about it, I don't know. I don't know that I have a perfect solution, but if you own a home in this county and there's an issue, you know, or a second home and there's issues with it, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Yes, we do want to address that for you. You're providing us tax dollars. You know, that we're working together to solve that problem. But, you know, I don't know. If you're here visiting and you go to Laytonville, which is a beautiful area, and you decide that, you know, you just don't like what you see and can make a number of complaints, maybe that's something that the board is wanting. Maybe it's something it's not. And I'm glad that we're going to have this conversation to talk about it so that, you know, Gretchen can be advised accordingly.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
My personal preference would be, I think you have a strong code enforcement team. I think you have strong leadership. Yeah, and I would rather we ask you how you want to prioritize. Tell us the system, and we'll probably live with it. We might have some feedback, but I think you're in a much stronger position. Having the board try to tell you how to do your job, we don't deal with these cases every day. We don't have as much insight as you do. So that's my personal. I'm happy to support this item, but I would rather just give the department discretion. You get a vision from us, and then you tell us how you're going to carry it out.
Last question. I'm leaning towards not supporting it, leaving in the anonymity, because if I'm not sure who we're in fear of retaliation from. If the contact information stays with you, I guess it could be sought through a warrant or something from a court. Contact? No, not under no circumstance.
Are you, I think I'm a little confused with the premise of your question. Are you talking about in the circumstance of somebody filing
An anonymous complaint. Where my understanding from you is you want the contact information on there, and you laid out some very valid reasons why you want that on there.
Yeah.
And that's what I'd like to support. So leaving you can still do it, and we're going to prioritize it. You know, if you do get to that anonymous one, you're in the same position you just explained what you're concerned about. So if we want to allow them to do it anonymously without any contact information out of fear of retaliation, I'm not sure who we're fearing the retaliation from, because your department's the only one that has the information, correct?
Yes, unless if it's specifically required by a sitting judge or presiding judge that's requiring that information as part of a court process, or, you know, the grand jury is another example. They would be able to have that information, but beyond that, it is all confidential under the California Public Records Act.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I appreciate that, but still, members of the public are fearful. So some people have bad neighbors, and it doesn't matter how much we tell them we're going to keep the names confidential. They're not comfortable with it. As a result, if we have a system where they can't report a safety issue, you risk a neighborhood. I don't think that's good public policy. So I have a motion that I think will tie together what I'm hearing from the majority of us. Can I try it?
Supervisor Mulhern first.
Thank you. I think it's unfortunate that Mr. Burke sat down, but I suppose this is again along the same thought process that I'm having as I reviewed the agenda item, as that I understand our code enforcement process through using it myself on behalf of constituents. Again, I think that your team should have the ability to make the choices on prioritization. I think some public outreach and communication would be helpful. And I know that on specific incidents where you have a neighbor complaint problem, that's a whole other issue. But I think in general, if the public were to understand the lack of resources that we have and the way that their reporting is weighing on those resources, perhaps we would get better results for more collaboration for people not reporting anonymously and instead providing you with at least their contact information so that you could get more information. I think also clearly articulating that as part of the Public Records Act request, your personal information will be redacted. It would not be released to the public unless there's a warrant by a judge or whatever. Sharing this information more readily with the public, I think, would be helpful. And just because I've happened to see Mr. Burks' ability to create videos that are very informative about processes, I would encourage something like that could even be played before board meetings or on our, channels, and getting the information out there more to the public that they're challenging already lacking staff resources by, trying to have you all deal with their neighborhood complaints. And also, again, just to reiterate, I really think staff should have the discretion to be able to prioritize whether it's anonymous or not. I trust that you guys are going to handle those complaints professionally.
Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, I think one of the problems that we're seeing is that these people who are making some of these complaints might be doing it in a vindictive way, whether it's towards their neighbors, their former spouse, their code enforcement, or the county, or whatever in general, because, they're just mad at something. And so that's one of the reasons why this is kind of a necessary solution at this point. And I appreciate Supervisor Williams coming up with a motion on this.
Supervisor Williams, are you comfortable if we wait to hear your motion after we hear from the public?
Yeah, unless you'd like to get the public's take on my motion.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
I move the board clarifies the code violation complaint system to require that the complainant provide real name and verifiable contact information while continuing to maintain complainant confidentiality to the extent allowed by law, allow staff discretion in determining whether and how to prioritize or investigate complaints that do not meet these requirements based on available resources and enforcement priorities.
And
Supervisor Haschek?
And, I attended the Long Valley area MAC meeting last week, and there was a community very upset about this because they had been inundated with these complaints. So one of the first items of this summary of request was that staff would indefinitely suspend all active investigations initiated from anonymous complaints, except the ones that have already gone to a notice of violation liens, so that we can clear the slate on this and move forward in a way that's responsive to the people of Mendocino County.
Supervisor Williams?
I have a question for Supervisor Haschek. So what if one of those that's sitting in the queue is unpermitted electrical run to outdoor hot tub without defensible clearing, seen as a possible fire risk? Are we going to clear that? See, I don't know what's in the stack, so I'm not comfortable clearing it.
And that's a great question, is that if in that stack you have filed that kind of complaint anonymously against your neighbor, then you could just come back and refile it. As put your name, or it could go into a new anonymous. But they need that information.
What if that stack has life safety risks today? We're clearing it? That doesn't sound right.
Staff, do you care to comment, please?
So I'll start off with the number of, I think we had 127 complaints received in the month of July when our average was about 43. Out of all of those, we have, I think I got the figure here. Just for the month of July, for instance, out of 78 complaints, we've only have about 42 remaining, and based off of the priority system, we've already addressed the alleged concerns for anything that was immediate danger or health safety concerns. So I think, generally speaking, if it's still a priority 1, 2, 3, we would still prioritize that under this new model if I have the discretion. But I believe we've actually addressed all of them.
So
to some level.
Supervisor Williams.
So even though I made the motion and I'll support it, I'm kind of with Supervisor Mulhern on this is already policy and you already have the discretion, and I think you just clarified.
No, I don't have the discretion.
You don't have the discretion?
So we can address certain anonymous complaints, through a courtesy letter.
Yeah.
But in terms of resource control, we're still logging all of those. We're still having to do a certain amount of staff work to go through all of that.
Are you happy with the proposed motion?
Generally speaking, the only concern I have is, we're hearing it from both sides. Code enforcement's doing great. Code enforcement's being biased. If you give me the discretion, you're still going to experience that concern.
That's your job. We're all going to get it too, right? No matter what we do, and some of it is just the available resources. But I guess back to our preference, if you can only process 10 complaints, you have 20 in the system, and 10 might be a life hazard. I want you to prioritize those.
100%.
Imagine that's where the board stands, right? And probably staff. So we're all united on, so do we just need to give you discretion to prioritize? I thought that was already the system. I mean, practically, if you can only get to so many and some come in as potential fire hazards and raw sewage into a creek, aren't you going to choose those over the unpermitted window?
Correct.
So what's changing here, the Mulhern question?
I think, go ahead.
Answering.
I think what's changing is the contact information. I mean, if they get anonymous with our unanimous concern about life,
yeah,
they need the ability to call the people to say, hey, what's on the property?
Yeah, but
am I walking into 6, big dogs? Am I correct?
If you don't mind. Gretchen McLaughlin, Code Enforcement. So going back to the safety concern that I have, if somebody is alleging something high level as that, we can't just trounce on somebody's property. Usually we're trying to work with them, trying to get some type of engagement to go onto the property, but we don't know who these people are. And so we're still entering into a situation that might be potentially dangerous, especially if they're alleging that there's trafficking happening or something like that. You'll be surprised on what gets lumped into a complaint for a window, for instance.
Got it.
And so I would like it so that way we can ensure the safety of our personnel who are civilian employees and don't have the same authorities or resources as law enforcement. On the other side of that, working with, or at least communicating with other jurisdictions that have done away with anonymous complaints, they articulated some really good reasoning for that. Part of it was that any local community that is being impacted really gets to define what's acceptable within that community. And it's not something that if somebody from San Jose is driving through Laytonville and says, ooh, this property is ugly, sorry for making it sound like that, I want to file a complaint on it. It's not really alleging anything that's safety concern, but sometimes they'll even say it looks like a safety concern, and then, we're still not able to vet it if they're anonymous. So.
But if they,
Sure.
If they tell you they're driving through from San Jose, they're not going to give you a name, and they see wires arcing, you're going to follow up on it.
Yes.
So it seems like the discretion is already being applied, right? As long as people use the right language, we're not going to ignore it.
Well, right, but then there's also the concern about not being able to vet that information, and they just decide, because life safety and just safety concerns, safety hazards, public safety, it's all defined by the opinion holder.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily always conducive to how you guys have the board directed priority set up. Priority number 1 is dangerous buildings and, substandard housing. And that's part of a state mandate. But if somebody wants to say, well, that's not a permitted structure, that's a safety hazard, they want us to deal with it as a priority 1 when it really isn't. And there's even state laws that are actually contradicting that very thing, like SB 13, that actually requires code enforcement to offer 5-year stays for accessory dwelling units so that way they can legalize them. So it's just, it's a constant battle.
So I'm here to support staff.
Yeah.
And that's why I want to make sure the motion meets your needs. But I don't see if I were to communicate this with the public, I couldn't express what's changing. Because I think if an anonymous complaint comes in, even if we say contact information is required, you get an anonymous complaint and you deem it to be a high priority because due to the described violation, you're going to prioritize it and respond to it. So what's changed over the current system?
Please.
Okay. John Burks, Director through the chair. I think I can answer everyone's question. I think I figured it out. So, having been involved in code enforcement before this previous role, the general expectation that we hold as your agency is that we are going to address every complaint to a certain level right now, regardless of it's anonymous or that contact information is there. So the pressure I think that I feel as a staff person, what I mean by resources, is that we are going to address it eventually is the goal. So we have this mega backlog, we'll get. So I think in 4 steps, what would I ask that's different? First, being is that it sounds like she's already addressed probably all the life safety or readily available life safety items in this most recent wave, that we still go ahead with the fresh start. I think that that's reasonable, with one very important distinction, is that right now in this moment, we're going to clarify what is different and what the expectations are for complainants, property owners, responsible parties, everybody all at the same time. So we're all playing to the same. That if you provide your contact information, you'll automatically get priority to go through the board priority. The anonymous, unless it's life safety, will go to the bottom. And this is where I think it'll be most different, is that you'll grant the department, specifically the Code Enforcement Division, the discretion to close it as long as that decision is defended. So in the event where we have these waves, whereas before it would just go to the back of the pile and it would never get out of the pile, well, why don't we take a fresh approach of, you know what, here's the reasoning as to why we think it's relevant to close this and not overburden our resources. And so that way there's a record of it, anybody can see it. Maybe they could modify their complaint, because that'll be a public record, to meet some kind of threshold and still be anonymous to where we could address it more appropriately and have a better understanding. So there's a little bit of give and take. I don't love it, but I think it'll work. And yeah, actually, I thought it was 4 points. It's only 3. My bad.
Supervisor Williams.
So I think the proposed motion gives the department that latitude. Do you agree?
Do you read it again, Supervisor?
You want me to?
The current motion on the floor is the board clarifies the code violation complaint system to require that complainants provide their real name and verifiable contact information while continuing to maintain complainant confidentiality to the extent allowed by the law. Allow the staff discretion in determining whether and how to prioritize or investigate complaints that do not meet these requirements based on available resources and enforcement priorities.
From my perspective, yes, that meets. And a little bit of expectation. Perhaps, if we're having a lot of complaints, it'll give the department the flexibility, to close what I would consider frivolous complaints. But also in the slow season, if we're getting anonymous complaints and we have the resources to address them, then we can. So yes, I think it's a pretty reasonable.
What I was looking for is, I don't want the department to come back and say, well, we're not doing what we think we should do because you gave this direction. So I'm trying to leave enough latitude that you come up with a system. You see what our goal is. I think it's shared. Let us know what you're doing so that we can tell the public how we're prioritizing. But if you have to shift it to tune the system or seasonal demand, that's already built in. Are you okay with that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did I answer the question sufficiently for Supervisor? I would like to take.
I think you're all doing a great job, and I'm fine with the direction of the motion. I have questions. I think obviously as just an agency and really empowering our teams to be able to do the work and best meet the budget needs. I understand that maybe not this board so much, previous boards have put a lot of pressure on specific needs that may make you feel a little bit concerned about using your own discretion, but I personally just want to encourage all departments. I mean, that's what you all are there for, really, to be able to use your own discretion and best meet the needs of the county. And I appreciate Supervisor Hashek. Sounds like he's dealing with a specific issue in his area, but in general, I would love for all of our teams to feel more empowerment to just work through the process that best meet the needs of the community without the board getting into the weeds on things that you guys really know how to handle.
Well said. Okay, we'll open it up to the public.
Just one question.
Yep, sorry, Supervisor Hashek.
So with the motion, is that, Mr. Burks talked about the clean slate. And is that included in that motion? I mean, I'm looking to staff to see if they feel like that's included in the motion.
John Burks again. Ultimately, it may not matter. If there's going to be a certain level of discretion that's granted to the division, we'll relook at it. And as long as we have, generally speaking, the blessing of the board, that, if we're going to close, these complaints due to resources, and all we're articulating for the file, some, memo to say this is, why we're addressing it, I don't know that it's as relevant.
Okay.
I think the general expectation, though, leading up to this is, we've gotten a lot of community feedback about, the fairness of how this was done, and Laytonville being sort of a catalyst. I think that I would say that yes, we should just start fresh, address the life safety issues to the best of our abilities, and then welcome anybody to resubmit if they addressed it correctly.
Okay, thank you.
One last, and this may be for Ms. McLaughlin. The anonymity of it, if you get an anonymous complaint, and to address Ms. McLaughlin's concern about her staff and her self-safety, is it fair to say that if you get that and you get the time when you get to that item, that you're going to maybe do a drive-by, and if you have questions and it looks like it's a concern, you're not going to deal with it because you don't have anybody to contact? Is that fair? Thank you. All right, no more from the board. Public comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Vaugh, and I wanted to make a couple points here. I think if folks own real estate in Mendocino County, they should have the right to be able to file a complaint. Also, the complaint's name, I think, should be anonymous if they choose to do that, and I'll tell you why. I have had personal experience, not lately, not recently. I will tell you that you have a really good group of code enforcers over here. Anytime I've called, I've got a response right away from them, and they've done a good job. But in the past, and it's not to say these employees will be here forevermore, I have filed a complaint, and the word has leaked out to the person that got complained about who filed it. And that was very disheartening and very upsetting, because the people actually came to our property and confronted my husband and I, and I wouldn't want that to happen to anybody else. Now, as far as anonymous, I've always given my name, but there's folks out here that feel nervous about doing that, and I don't blame them. If I was dealing with a neighbor that was violent, perhaps a cartel type of individual and all that, I would not want to give my name. So I would really like to try to keep it the way that it's written in there, and let the county, the code enforcers, figure out what's a priority and go through those. I think you should be able to file anonymously. And I've had this leaked out, a code complaint by not just the county, but by the city of Ukiah and Fish and Game as well. So I'm just telling you, it happens. There's loose lips in every government office, so it just happens. And lastly, I think most importantly, for your code enforcers over here to not be overburdened, is quit coming up with new ordinances and new regulations that put more workload on them. That might be a start, because you're talking about transient camping, you've got new cannabis stuff. All this adds to their work. It also adds to the public's complaints. And so if you're going to take on an ordinance, make sure that you have the staff that can go take care of the problem, so the county doesn't have to be the one complaining. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dee Pallison in District 5. I emailed you my response to this because I honestly expected there to be a huge crowd on this item. But I just want to share it from listening to all this discussion that I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. I feel like the motion, but the way the agenda item was written is kind of the end instead of the beginning of the discussion. I don't know if you're familiar with the online complaint form. It really doesn't ask you anything. It doesn't even ask you to give your name and contact information unless you want to be notified about the results of the complaint. It's at the end. There's a block to put in your complaint, but there's no details. I think we back up and we start with procedure. Let's change their procedure. And I would suggest that even though it says it on the website, let's put it on the complaint form. The very first thing on the complaint form should be the complainant's name and contact information. And then there can be a statement that says, if you choose not to give your name and we can't contact you, we cannot guarantee that your complaint will be addressed or addressed timely. And then the next thing is they apply your 5 priorities to it. If it doesn't fall in with the 5, it goes to the bottom of the list. And then you start looking at it. You can look into a complaint without ever going to the property. There's a lot of resources available to you, not even county resources, just out there on the internet and stuff that you can look before you even go there. And Ms. McLaughlin even said they tried to interact with the homeowner, the landowner, and they send a letter saying, we got this complaint, we want to come talk to you. So there's that. So I'm hearing this contradictions that there's this issue about safety, but we contact the landowner and ask them if we have this complaint and can we come talk to you. So let's put it in the complaint form. Give us as much information as you can. Do you see a safety issue on this property? List it. Are there dogs? Are there guns? Are there whatever your concerns are? Get the complainant to be invested and really give you a lot of information about it. Not make it really simple where they could just have a box or they can just say, you know, there's a illegal structure here that's going to hurt somebody. Let's start there and start by having staff implement the guidelines that you've already given them. And then if that doesn't work, then let's start talking about limiting the number of times someone can complain or whether or not we should have anonymous complaints or not. But I feel like that's the end and not the beginning. I think a lot could be done with the online complaint form to get the information that they need and to convey to the public exactly what it means if you don't give us your contact information before we have to go to the point where the board has to make a motion and tell them how to do their job and limit the ability of the community to be involved in this process, which I think is the nature of our community. I think it's really important that we keep it open to as many people as possible. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Meadow, and I'm from Laytonville. I have a little business up there. And I've been in the middle of this, I mean, a lot of what we've been talking about Laytonville and complaints and all of that. It seems like what we're trying to deal with here is partially the anonymousness of the complaints and partially the fact that the complaint system is being used as a harassment tool. And I don't know how you can really separate those things. I mean, I think as the lady before me just said, if you have to put your name on it, if you have to have a reason, if you have to have some justification for why are you making these complaints, and I think putting your name on it or someone's name on it doesn't necessarily have to be yours. If it's anonymous, it could be, you know, you could say, I'm making this complaint for someone else if that's an issue. Or and also in the sense of public safety, if it's that dangerous, if it's arcing wires, if it's something like that, you're going to call 911. You're not going to find code enforcement's phone number on the Mendocino County website. You know, so I think issues as far as you know, critical public safety goes to 911. Personal public safety goes to the sheriff. But you know, if it's a code enforcement thing, that's down the list, and I can't see really why you would need to be anonymous. Why could you not say this is affecting me? This is, you know, this. this is affecting me because I see it, because I live with it, because it affects me in some way, and therefore I'm willing to put my name on it. So I think making anonymous complaints it's not, I don't think there's any real reason for it. And I think to the issue of, the name gets out, because the neighborhood kind of has a guess of who it is and people make assumptions. So I think I have never had anyone in code enforcement or anything tell me who made the complaint, but I knew anyway, right? Because you make an assumption. So I think not making anonymous complaints is a great idea. I asked lots of people who come in my store what they thought. I have like 100 people on this list who thought that also making anonymous complaints was a bad idea and that people should be willing to put their name on it, because when you make a complaint, you kind of turn somebody's life upside down. And if you can't put your name on that, then maybe don't do it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Madam Clerk, anyone online? Oh, Sheriff.
Good afternoon. The dialogue around this has been very interesting. Sheriff Matt Kendall. But I think that the anonymous complaints have a place. I receive anonymous complaints constantly, but when a person, and 99% of the time, I know the people who are calling me. They ask to remain anonymous. In the criminal world, we have 1040 through 1042 of the Evidence Code, which allows me to keep a person confidential. And if I'm put on the stand and then the defense says, you're going to tell me who made this complaint, I can assert the privilege of 1040 through 1042 because I have that duty to the people who provide me information. And I don't know if that, does that come into play with code enforcement? I know that in the Health and Safety Code, Penal Code, and various other codes, we do have 1040 through 1042, and we cannot be compelled to give that person's name up unless we're in camera with the judge. So that may be a direction that things can be looked at. But also when it comes to life safety and things like that, for numerous years, when I worked investigations, homicides, narcotics, things like that, if I showed up at a place that had faulty wiring and things were going on, I did not call code enforcement, I called PG&E, and they came and pulled the meter and cut the power at the pole. And then in order to get that power back in, the folks in the residence or whatever they were doing at that time had to go through county to get the place inspected to be able to get power turned back on. So it's not that code enforcement gets called on those things all the time. A lot of times it's Pacific Gas and Electric who gets the call. But the other thing is people get concerned about giving information if their names are going to be thrown out because it causes neighborhood issues. And I think that giving code enforcement the discretion to be able to work through these things and prioritize is great, but we should always keep people confidential if they want to be kept confidential. Even the folks that we know, that's a duty that we have. So that's my 2 cents on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Madam Clerk?
We have 2 online, Sir Jesse, and then Sojourner.
Yeah, I just wanted to go with the previous 2. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to go with the previous 2 ladies. I thought that it went really well. I don't know the name of our second district supervisor. I just don't want to mispronounce her name. But both what the women said, I think it kind of goes in alignment with what the whole board is saying as far as like giving code the opportunity to, tailor to themselves and their department and have discretion to be empowered by the board to do what they need to do. The first woman, spoke about, updating the forms and putting the proper forms. I think that's definitely a very good idea and very important. Also, the next woman had talked about, people using it as a vendetta and doing multiple things for multiple people. And so I think those things go together. And I think that if you tie all those things together, I think everybody's really going for the same thing. I can't really speak to what Sheriff Kendall said, other than to say that I do know that if I understand correctly, I could be wrong, But as far as I understand, the only way a name could be asked for by code enforcement is if there was a judge's order. And I really don't think our judges would put people's, confidential information on the public court record. Like our judges have judicial discretion to go on closed sessions, and can keep things off the record as far as I understand. So I think that everybody's been saying the same things. I think there's been I believe there's 4 members of the Board of Supervisors today, for if I was paying attention properly. But I think there were very important things, and I think the biggest thing is letting code do what they need to do. I very much support the motion, and I hope that you will give it a yay vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sojourner.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to listen to this today and get more insight into what everybody is thinking here. I definitely believe that in the case of the property that I've been involved with, it was a malicious, vengeful action that, if it had been investigated, would have seen that there'd never been neighbor complaints and there wasn't any real health and safety issues going on. But the complainant did make it sound as if there was raw sewage flowing over the ground and all these dangers after we had evicted the professional squatter. And this can cause havoc. It has decreased so much of the value of what we could have been doing on the property. And I think it really caused an undue burden to everyone, including the departments, building and planning and building departments, who we have a great relationship with. So there are times, and this person did this also in an extortion fact. We decided to take him to court and have the judge evict him, but someone else in our county had to pay him $3,000, and now he's doing it in Florida because I've heard from people there. So there are cases that with a little discrimination, a little phone conversation might have caused a lot of this pain, heartache, agony to not have ever happened. And that's all I have to say. I just really see the issues here and understand why some people would not feel that if they're not anonymous, that they wouldn't be kept in confidentiality. And I think that that is a key point here. And I believe that the confidentiality needs to have public education, that this is what we can do for you. We will keep this confidential. And I think that's all I have to say, but I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have one more on Zoom, Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. I really appreciate this discussion and the careful thoughts that are going into it. The one thing that I would like to ensure is built into the system is a fail-safe for consistency, because I think that I certainly can absolutely confirm that this team, this code enforcement team, is diligent, is fair, it tries to do its job in the best possible manner, whether you're the complainant or you're the subject of a complaint, and I have nothing but praise for them. But as we know, departments change, people change, and the most important thing is that there are systems in place to ensure that none of the abuses, whether it's of staff time or fears that complainant might have, or feeling of abuse or harassment that a individual that is subject to a claim of a complaint is subjected to, that these systems, whatever they are, and I have full faith in this team, but that there is a continuity of application of whatever rules are adopted. And I think that after adoption, it would be advisable for the code enforcement department to come up with some fail-safe processes internally, procedures that can be drawn upon in the future. Implement not only by this team, but by future teams. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
No further comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and or action. Supervisor Haschak? Supervisor Williams?
So if you're a business that has been harassed, somebody abusing the system, you're going to feel like complaints should not be anonymous. There should be a name on everyone, and you have my empathy. Last thing you need, your struggling business in Mendocino County, is to deal with false complaints. But there's another group of people, this is one that I've heard from continually over the years. It could be a man, but it's actually, imagine you're an 80-year-old woman trying to age in place. You have a neighbor that's no longer incarcerated, that's back, diminishing your quality of life. You don't feel comfortable putting your name into the system, so you lived with that diminished quality of life. That whatever the reason, it's the fear of a fire from the activity next door, or a sawmill running at hours it shouldn't, or gunfire, right? Guns are legal in a lot of cases, but there's depends on the situation. Road crossings, distance from neighbor, what day is it, right? If it's midnight, you probably shouldn't be shooting off your guns. Those kind of impacts are taking away from somebody's rightful enjoyment to their residents. And so I'm looking at how do we balance those needs where we're not having false complaints impacting good people who are just trying to operate a business or live, but also not taking away from people who are trying to live in peace and feel threatened by their neighbors, and that they don't have an avenue to complain to government. So that's why I'm comfortable with this motion. I don't think it's perfect for all instances, and I hope staff uses discretion and comes back to the board and asks for more authority if it's necessary.
Supervisor Haschak?
I'm supportive of the motion because I worked closely with code enforcement to come up with this, and really what we're trying to do is preserve confidentiality for people to make complaints, keep that anonymous component of it where people can make anonymous complaints, and give the manager of the code enforcement the discretion to deal with those, because what we've seen is all these frivolous, vindictive kind of anonymous complaints, and that's a disservice to everyone who really uses it purposefully and intentionally and with good intentions, for their own safety. And then I also like that idea about updating the website and the form process. So I'm sure that staff is taking that into consideration. I think that just overall, I appreciate this discussion because it will give the tools that code enforcement needs.
Mr. Burks?
Thank you, John Burks, Assistant Director Planning and Building, through the chair. Yes, I think that what we can do is work with IT and our staff here, and we'll see what can be done about the form to incorporate those concepts. I like them. I think that that's very smart, and it'll make it easier to track. And also, if I could ask for a tiny bit of additional direction in terms of what would be satisfactory in terms of, as we pilot this, how best to communicate that back. I would like to recommend that perhaps 6 months or a year down the road, the code enforcement manager and or the department can report back in the CEO report, just some, success stories, some opportunities for growth, just to keep you informed of how this actually went. And should something really get awry, obviously we'll just be back in front of you for a regular item. But should it go as we anticipate, we'd like to be able to give you that feedback.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor?
Yeah, and maybe at the January workshop that we have, that code enforcement could come back and give us an update about how it's going.
Okay, any more discussion for Supervisor?
Yeah, and 4A, you can come any meeting you want, and under 4A department head reports, let us know if it's not working.
Any more discussion? We have a motion, Supervisor?
Did we have a second to that?
Oh,
There's currently not a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, so I have the gavel again. It's 12:43. It's time for lunch. We will come back at 12 or 1:15.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it, because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo. cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community. that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
We're calling the meeting back to order. We're going on to item 4G, which is notice public hearing, discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of use permit U 2024-0004 to construct a new cell tower located at 28401 Timberline Road, Willits, APN 037-700-14. Including possible adoption of a resolution granting the appeal and modifying the Planning Commission's approval. Okay, clerk, has the proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence, if any received, has been sent to your emails.
Okay, we're going to look to Julia Krog, Director of Planning and Building Services, for the presentation.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm just going to share my screen because I have a brief presentation to go through with you. Just make this full screen so a little better. Okay, perfect. Okay, so thank you. The project in front of you is an appeal of use permit 2024-0004, which proposes the construction of a 65-foot tall cellular antenna tower in a monopine design and the associated ground equipment within a 1,600 square foot lease area. And the property is located at 28401 Timberline Road in Willits. The project was first heard by the Planning Commission on June 5th, 2025. However, the hearing was continued to June 19th, 2025 due to delays in the posting of the draft negative declaration for the project and the required 30-day state agency review period. When the project was reviewed on June 19th, the Planning Commission adopted resolution number PC 2025-0007, which adopted a negative declaration and approved the use permit subject to conditions of approval within their resolution. During the hearing on June 19th, the Planning Commission added condition number 29 in response to concerns regarding potential violations that may exist on the property on Timberline Road. And you can see on the screen here, I've included the language of condition 29, which reads, prior to issuance of the building permit, existing code violations on the property will be remediated. An appeal was submitted by the applicant on June 30th, 2025. And as you can see on the screen here, this includes the direct quote from the actual appeal form, which all surrounded condition of approval number 29, which was added by the Planning Commission during the meeting. And so I'll just summarize that the letter from the attorneys for the applicant states the reasons why they believe condition 29 exceeds the Planning Commission's authority to impose conditions of approval on the use permit, including that the county may interpret condition 29 to apply to any code violations alleged in the future that could delay the issuance of the building permit, and that any delay such as that could be considered an unreasonable delay in the issuance of the permit necessary to construct the wireless facility and potentially in violation of the Federal Telecommunications Act and Federal Communications Commission rules. In addition, there was concern that condition number 29 violates the United States Constitution, which requires that a local government establish both an essential nexus between a permit condition and project impacts, and rough proportionality between the magnitude of the exaction and the effect of the proposed development. So staff comments, and as detailed further within the memo, after the Planning Commission hearing on June 19th, staff did provide a referral to the Code Enforcement Division based upon the information that the Planning Commission had provided as potential violations during the June 19th, 2025 hearing. Code Enforcement conducted a site inspection and issued an inspection report, which is attachment E to the packet for today's agenda. And these do show that there are several violations identified on the property. In addition, and as summarized further in the memo, there are some concerns with Condition 29 regarding the compliance with the essential nexus and rough proportionality standards, and also compliance with the FCC statutes and regulations. So now in terms of board actions today and considering this appeal, if the board wishes to delete condition number 29, we have prepared the draft resolution for consideration, which includes deleting condition 29, and then also renumbering conditions, as there were two conditions that were numbered 34 in the final approved resolution, so just correcting that Scrivener's error, and also modifying the expiration date in condition number 37 to provide for a 10-year permit term from the board action. Other alternative actions the board could take would be if they wish to retain but also modify condition 29. There's two different options. You could modify the condition to solely be applicable to the 1,600 square foot lease area, or you could modify the condition to revise the time frame in which violations may be cleared, perhaps at the time of final inspection or a future time. And then, of course, the third option, if the board wishes to retain condition number 29, staff would request a continuance of the item to be able to evaluate that further and bolster the record. So with this item today, staff's recommended action is that you do adopt a resolution upholding the appeal and modifying the Planning Commission's approval of use permit U 2024-0004 to construct a new cell tower located at 28401 Timberline Road. And this is the action that is provided in the first recommendation here on this slide. So that the resolution that's included in your packet includes that deleting of condition number 29, renumbering conditions because of the two conditions number 34, and modifying the expiration date to condition number 37 to provide the 10-year term. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Hey, Supervisor Williams.
Is the public hearing open?
No. Oh, is the public hearing open? I believe so.
Charlotte Scott County Council, I believe the chair read at the beginning that he is opening the public hearing. He asked the clerk if proper notice was established, but if you want to reiterate that, no problem with that.
Yeah, the public.
Sorry, I must have missed is there any correspondence? I thought I heard that there was correspondence that may have come in.
Any correspondence received has been sent to your emails.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're in the public hearing.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any further, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I thought I read, and I can't find it now, that there, I believe from the parties seeking the permit, that there has already been discussions about remedying the situation.
I thank you for that question. If I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. There is correspondence from the attorneys for the applicant that is posted to the agenda item. And that did include, I believe, a response from also the attorney for the property owner that discussed the status of the violations identified in the inspection report.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any further questions from the board? All right, we'll go to the appellant presentation. There's a 20-minute maximum.
Good afternoon, board members and Chair Hashik, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Matthew Moore. I am an authorized agent of Verizon Wireless, and I am the project applicant for the Sherwood Road project that's before us today. I would like to thank staff for their presentation. They covered kind of a lot of just the preliminary stuff that's in my presentation as well, so I will move through this a little quickly so as to not be redundant. This project is located at 28401 Timberline Road. It's in the upland residential zone. Next slide, please. Project overview, as stated, this is a proposal for a 65-foot tall monopine facility. It will be placed within a 40 by 40 lease area. Within that lease area, we will place some additional ground equipment, and the lease area itself will be surrounded by a 6-foot tall chain link fence with brown privacy slats. Next slide, please. Just as a little bit of context as to where this is going to be on the parcel, it's a 22-acre property, and again, this is only a 1,600 square foot lease area. It's going to be in the southern portion along Timberline Road. We will access from Sherwood Road directly to Timberline Road and then get to the site that way. And Timberline is a developed existing gravel access way. Next slide, please. What we're looking at here are the coverage objectives for the facility and why it is needed. The image on the left shows the coverage as it exists today. The image on the right shows the coverage as it will exist after the installation. There is a couple purposes to this facility. The first is to fill a very clear gap in coverage that exists there. On these maps, a gap in coverage is depicted by areas of no color. When you see red on there, you do have some outdoor coverage, but it's still pretty shoddy. As we move into yellow, you have outdoor coverage and indoor coverage. And then as it goes to green, we show areas of good outdoor, indoor, and in-car coverage as well. The geographic area that's proposed to be covered here is about 22 square miles, and it's estimated that the facility will cover about 1,250 residents, as well as providing capacity support to the other facilities on the other side of Highway 101 and to the north and south. So it will close the gap. It'll cover that 22 square mile area, and it'll provide capacity support to the other facilities, which will improve their functionality as well. And next slide, please. So this is just a more zoomed in shot. The previous one kind of gave some context as to how it fits into the network. This is just a more zoomed in image of the before and after once the facility is installed. Next slide, please. With these, I did want to just provide a few photo simulations so you can kind of get a visual idea of what we're going to be looking at here. This image is looking northwest from Sherwood Road. As you can see, you can't see the facility. It's screened to be a tree, and it's screened by existing trees, so it's not visible from this point. Next slide, please. This is viewpoint 2, looking south from Sherwood Road. Once again, you cannot see the facility as it's tucked into some pretty heavily wooded areas. Next slide, please. And this is a shot looking northeast from Timberline Road. So this would kind of be as close as you can get to the facility when you're accessing it or driving along the road, and still it is well screened up there in the existing trees. And as a tree itself, there's just no real visual impact to it. And with that, I'm going to hand off to Mr. Paul Albritton and Mackenzie Albritton, is Verizon's outside legal counsel.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschek and members of the board. I was an elected official once, and it's just fascinating to sit and watch the issues you deal with all morning. Julie, I think, can have a job as a paralegal when she wants it. She very well went through the legal arguments that we presented in our appeal. The Planning Commission, I think, was unanimously in favor of this wireless facility. We had minimal opposition to the facility, but at the last minute on June 19th, they added this condition of approval 29 to remove all, as you saw, remove all code violations before the building permit can be issued. It's a pretty vague suggestion, and for us has the possibility of going on into the future. There has been an inspection subsequently, and there's 6 potential code violations that have been identified in the inspection letter, but they're not code violations yet either. And until they ripen into that, it's a big question of, can we get our building permit or can't we get our building permit? And Verizon Wireless very much is in favor of code compliance all down the chain, from federal law to state law to local law to CEQA to all environmental conditions. We go through very rigorous reviews and have regulatory divisions in Verizon Wireless that make sure that we comply. But we don't think that compliance should go to the entire 22-acre parcel, and particularly as Julie referenced and the County Council referenced, on items that are completely unrelated to our facility. We're 0.2% of the whole property, And some of the items in the inspection letter included permitting of the over 50-year-old home, which you can imagine if you have to go through as-built plans or any number of things, could take a great deal of time, as well as the barn that's there. She told you about the Nolan case and the Dolan case, that there's no nexus, that there's no substantial proportionality. And I don't need to go through that, but we think under the federal law, Supreme Court cases, it's a potential overreach by the county. Nevertheless, we did work with the landlord, and who's here today, and we've also talked to her attorney. He wrote you a letter, which is in our letter, and they went through, and we've identified an independent contractor to come out to the property, and they've been out to bid the cost of remediating some of these items. If you go to the next slide, we've got a summary from the landlord's attorney letter. The 50-year-old home, they're going to try and get permitted as a legal non-conforming use, or permit if they have to. The barn is the same thing. There's a portion of the barn that was added subsequently, which is near our premises, and we're going to take that down as part of our activities. There's some RVs on the property. We've gotten bids to remove those, except for one, which is going to be for the caretaker of the senior citizen at the property. You got the landlady, and they're going through the permitting process for that. The hoop structures are going to be removed or made compliant, and then the rubbish, we've also gotten bids for removal of that. So we're trying to be a good neighbor, but the important thing for Verizon Wireless is getting our facility built and providing that service. We'd like to get in there before the 2026 fire season. This communication is tremendously important, as you know, for emergency purposes and for all other purposes, and filling a gap for us along Highway 101. So again, Verizon is all in favor of code compliance, but more importantly, we want to provide community communications, and particularly for emergency purposes, and we're going to work with the landlord, but we'd ask you to grant the appeal, remove condition of approval 29 because it's vague, it goes beyond your rights, and we understand the intent, and we'll try and work with the landlord towards that, but we'd like to move forward, get our building permit, and get this site up and on the air. And then other than that, we're here for any questions you have, and we hope we're way less than 20 minutes because you guys had a long day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're on to the applicant presentation. Is there?
Well, it is one and the same.
Okay.
Made that presentation quick too.
Yeah. Okay, so any questions from the board? Okay, any public comment? But could you come up to the microphone, please?
Council.
Yeah, could you state your name?
Kathleen Rosenberg. I purchased this property in 1973. My mom passed. I had an insurance check, and I bought this land for my family. I lived up there for 8 years and started a family, and we never had the ability to pick up a phone and dial 911 for help. There's still hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of people up there who can't do that today because of no cell phone coverage. And Verizon approached me, and it was like an answer to my prayers. I said, okay, this, will be the avenue where I can be able to maintain this property into future generations, where I can set this land in a trust and have it pay for itself, taxes, road assessments. Now, over the years, this property has a long 2-year history and has had one code violation up until recently. And recently we came before this council, and it was requested that that Planning and Building send in a building inspector, which they did. And I am currently mitigating the observations. TJ, I can't pronounce his last name, the building inspector that came out, said they were observations, not yet violations. And for the last, okay, back up. My son lived up there for 12 years, and he grew marijuana. Then, unfortunately, he has mental health issues, and he had a breakdown, and I took over the property, and the property is a mess. I've been going up there for the last I got 38 seconds, for the last 2.5 years, every Thursday, working through Monday, doing what I could to clean up that property. Not for Verizon, but because it needs to be done. Whether Verizon comes in or not, it will be done. I've used up my time. I thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, could I please get a clear restatement of the speaker's first name?
Kathleen, they want your name. Kathleen Rosenberg.
Kathleen Rosenberg, Rosenberg.
Okay. Any further public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
All right. Let's see. So, any final remarks?
None from staff, thank you.
Okay. From the applicant.
No, thank you for your time, and we've just asked you to follow the staff recommendation and grant the appeal, allow the facility to go forward. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, Supervisor Norvell?
Thank you. I would imagine that the planning commissioner that brought this forward was well intended, and I understand the reason for it. But it sounds like those wheels are already in motion, and with code enforcement, the objective is always compliance. And I haven't heard from anybody speaking here today that is not going to be what's happening. So I would support adopting the resolution granting the appeal.
Second.
Yes.
It is now.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Yeah, I also support staff's recommendation, and I guess I have a different perspective of just about where the role of the Planning Commission and really also the liability and some of the legal issues that we can sometimes get in. I do appreciate those that serve and the work that they do, but I also think that as an elected official, you have a different perspective. And from what I see here is a property owner that's trying to do their best to clean up a property that they've maybe been unable to in the past. And I think that, this allows them an opportunity to be able to work through that. And I think it's challenging for staff and for this board or for me as a board member when things come from the Planning Commission that weren't necessarily directed or the way that the direction that the board is generally headed in. I think we're going to have more of that conversation here in a little bit when we talk about low intensity camping. So it can be very challenging, I understand, from staff's perspective to manage both of these boards. And so I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that you're doing a great job, and thank you for the recommendation.
Hey, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, trying to stay within scope. I don't think 29 should have ever been allowed. I don't think we can actually do this. So at some point we should discuss how do we make sure that doesn't happen in the future.
Okay. Well, Supervisor Norvell. My understanding was that it was presented, the concerns of staff were presented to the Planning Commission.
Yes, that's correct. If I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. As noted in the memo, staff conveyed our concerns with adding the condition and offered a couple different pathways. But ultimately, we are our staff, and so the decision makers made an alternative decision than the recommendation from staff.
Yeah. And just to the property owner, Ms. Rosenberg, I hope that you can, with some of the income that you receive, get that place cleaned up, until you can live there comfortably and all. because it sounds like there are some issues that you would like to get cleaned up. So, all right. So with that, we're going to close the public hearing, and we have a motion on the table. So let's vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. So we're moving on to item 4H. Discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding establishing a new use type of transient habitation, low-intensity camping for the inland area. Okay, I'm going to look to staff from Planning and Building to introduce the item.
Thank you, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I'm going to actually look to the clerk and see if she would be able to promote Russ Ford to a panelist. Oh, good. Okay, so give us just a moment to get our presentation up on the screen, and then we'll get started.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Hashak, and good afternoon, everyone. Russ Ford, Planning and Building Services. So we'll start with a quick update on Assembly Bill 518, which is kind of the bill that's paving the way for the low-intensity camping update. So it was heard at a second reading on September 2nd of this year. It was ordered to a third reading with a couple of minor changes. Those included adding a definition of the term camper, a requirement to notify HCD when a jurisdiction adopts its own local ordinance, and a provision that clarifies that the existing eviction processes at the state and local level would apply to low-intensity camping areas if needed. So then just a review of the language in AB 518, which establishes kind of a baseline for the low-intensity camping uses. Under the proposed bill, the uses would be restricted to a minimum lot size of 2 acres, a maximum density of 1 campsite per acre, not to exceed a total of 9 sites. They would allow no on-street parking. It would not be permitted within an urban or a suburban area, which is a census designation. It doesn't really affect us. We're mostly rural. A manager or property owner would be required to be available 24/7. It would have to comply with all local regulations for health and safety, and it may be rented for no more than 14 consecutive nights or 28 total nights per camper. So staff held a number of stakeholder meetings throughout the county at the end of May and the beginning of June this year, and also posted an online survey on the PBS website. Responses from the survey were assigned a point value based on the respondent ranking them as extremely important, should be considered, or not important, and you can see the results of those responses on this graph. Fire safety was the #1 concern, of course, followed by legal access issues, and then an assortment of nuisance concerns. So based on the feedback from the stakeholder meetings and the online survey, staff feels comfortable making some recommendations that we want to run by the board to ensure they conform to your vision of the ordinance. Additionally, there were a few items that didn't generate much engagement, so we want to formalize a direction on those before moving on to the next step of the process, which will be the environmental review. We want to ensure that we have a well-defined scope before we step into the CEQA analysis. So then I'll pause here for a moment to look at the chair for a preference. We have about 11 slides to go through this afternoon, which shouldn't take long. Would you prefer us to run through all of those at once and then return for comment, or would you like us to pause at the end of each one?
Well, we can, let's go through them.
Okay, very good.
I was curious which option we chose. Are we going through all the slides and then commenting, or are we going through the slides and commenting
let's just go through them.
All at once?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can jump back whenever needed. Okay. So the first recommendation is going to be to limit the permitting area to the inland road sheds. So you'll recall some of the discussion at the Planning Commission last year and earlier at the board in February there was a desire to create kind of a buffer zone from the coastal zone to provide a little bit of protection and insulation for those existing campsites along the coastal zone, but the regulatory coastal zone is very narrow in a couple of areas and wasn't really a suitable analog for that. Staff developed this roadshed layer separating the coastal roadsheds from the inland roadsheds, so we're recommending that the inland roadshed area, shown here in green, would be the area affected by this ordinance. So as far as the permitting, we're recommending a discretionary permit, an administrative permit in this case. So that would allow for referral to stakeholder agencies like fire districts, which is some feedback that we did get from the Fire Chiefs Association. It also allows for public comment for neighbors to come and voice their concerns or their support in a public hearing. By default, admin permits are heard by the zoning administrator, but can be elevated to the planning commission if needed, if it's a particularly controversial project or complex. And then just for context, the current application fee for a non-wireless administrative permit is about $2,600. So then we have a couple of land use recommendations. AB 518 is recommending a minimum lot size of 2 acres. Based on the feedback that we were hearing from the stakeholder meetings, that seems like it's probably not enough to buffer some of those nuisance issues that folks are concerned about, the noise and the light and the fire smoke odors. So we were recommending an increased minimum lot size. We chose 10 acres because that really gets it out of most of the residential areas, but that would be up to the board to decide if 10 acres is suitable or not. Along those same lines, a minimum setback of 200 feet from property lines. That was the original staff recommendation and the one that made it into the memo. Since then, we were thinking that a 200-foot setback from the nearest off-site residence may be more appropriate, because when you consider a 10-acre lot is about 660 feet square, you take out 400 feet in the sides of that, that only leaves you about 1.5 acres in the middle to use. So that might be a little bit more restrictive than what we're looking. And then in the situation where a property owner may not be able to fully utilize the property due to topographic issues or something beyond their control, there's always the variance process, which would allow them to reduce setbacks. And then finally, for land use, this would be permitted in any zone that allows residential and transient habitation uses, which is almost all of them in the inland zone, with the exception of a couple of the mixed-use areas right around the city of Ukiah, the general mixed-use North State, mixed-use Brush Street Triangle, as well as all of the industrial areas which do not allow residential uses. So and then AB 518 requires that a host or operator be available 24/7. We were recommending that a host or operator actually be required to be on site. And that, again, was based on the stakeholder feedback about concerns, nuisance issues, particularly fire danger. If a property owner is on site with the guests, they're just as vested in protecting from fire danger as the neighbors would. And then speaking of fire, we're recommending fires be allowed consistent with state regulations, 4290 defensible space guidelines, in addition to any requirements that may be added by local fire agencies during the referral process. And then finally, AB 518 does not include any provisions for collection of TOT, so that's something that we would have to add into our local ordinance, and it would just be collected consistent with other transient camping uses. So then moving on to a couple of items that we wanted to get clarification from the board on. The first biggest one is going to be the private road issue. So should parcels accessed only by private roads be permitted? Keeping in mind that the majority of parcels in the county are served by private roads, not by public roads. So if they are permitted, does the county want to require additional information, such as proof of legal access or evidence of a road maintenance agreement? Secondly, enforcement, which I think we've heard about a little bit today already. How is the enforcement going to be conducted outside of business hours? And one alternative that we were suggesting is, should the county explore costs related to developing a host compliance consultant for handling after-hour complaints? And then additionally, we didn't really discuss what the development limitation on these campsites should be. Does the board envision this as more of a very simple, rustic RV type pack in, pack out issue, or are we talking a little bit more on the glamping side where you have yurts, teepees, bathrooms, showers, and improvements? Would these be allowed as part of that permit? And then finally, a simple one, do we want to do inspections as part of this process, either an initial inspection and or annual inspections? And would we be willing to have the property owners self-certify if they're in good standing to take some of that regulatory burden off county staff? So that's the end of the slide deck, and I'm happy to jump back to any item where you'd like to start discussion.
Supervisor Williams.
I think fires are a bad idea. Just all outdoor burning. We've already had a mega fire in this county. Inviting people from out of area to start fires here doesn't strike me as good policy, regardless of what state code says. Just throwing that out there. I imagine someone should be there watching it, right? But imagine they're not watching it very well. It's middle of the night. There's a fire they think they put out, and now it spreads. We have volunteer fire. Like right now, we don't have much fire at all because our firefighters are elsewhere in the state. I think that's a risk that we should try to mitigate. And you could always add that later if everything's going well. But starting out there, we run the risk of burning a community down. So that's one. I'm curious what our thoughts are on revocation where nuisance or risk is sustained. So I can see somebody creating a situation in the county saying, we got a complaint, you need to fix it. If they fix it right away, I'm okay with that. But if it's sustained where we keep getting complaints and it's not being addressed, I would like for us to have a way to easily revoke the permit and just say, you're done, you're out of the system, you had your chance. So that there's a little incentive to comply with the rules and ensure safety, knowing otherwise you might get booted. And then on the roads, I would like to see some proof of deeded access for the proposed use. I think it's probably more for the courts to evaluate than the county, but we certainly don't want to create neighborhood disputes where someone has a prescriptive easement for a single family home use, and suddenly they're running multiple campsites that are quasi-commercial. That's just, we're going to end up with a room filled with angry people. And so are there any staff recommendations on how to do those evaluations? I know it might not be perfect, but can you get us somewhere better than not evaluating it at all?
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, one opportunity for those would, as you suggested, a deeded easement, a legal easement. Typically the easements indicate what the use is for. If it's just a residential ingress egress easement, we'd probably have to get the support of council to make some of those interpretations, but I believe it is pretty clear whether it's residential versus commercial uses would be allowed.
If I could add a fourth item, I had three. My fourth item is full cost recovery for legal services, so that if you start looking at the language of those deeds, it's going to be all over the place, and council's going to it's going to say, well, it's kind of a gray area, we need to evaluate it, right? I don't want the county paying for that. That's got to be on the applicant to pay the actual costs. Right, so if they use an hour of county council time, they're not just paying the administrative permit, but they ought to pay for that hour of county council time. We don't have a budget to pick up that cost.
Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. I agree with the road issue. I have that same concern. Fire as well. I'm curious about the answer about revocation. And then inspections, I'm more in favor of the county doing it. Are these permits renewed every year, or are they one time?
If I may, through the chair, typically the admin permits are for 2 years, but we could define them as necessary.
So we could include the cost of the inspection in the price of the permit?
A lot of that, we have the cost recovery form for most discretionary projects. It's considered a deposit. When you get up to about 80% of that, the department requests additional money to continue working on it. So that would, in theory, cover some of Supervisor Williams' legal concerns as well. If there were more work that was required due to a complex easement issue or something, that would just be billed against the application fee.
Okay, thank you. And
if I may just add
yes.
to that too, Julia Krug, Planning and Building Services Director, I think similar to what we have like right now for surface mines, we do have on our fee schedule an annual inspection fee. So that is also another option to be considered, that the county adopt an annual inspection fee that would cover the staff time associated with performing that inspection, but it would be based upon very likely like an average of the amount of time spent performing those types of inspections.
Thank you. And just to clarify, we're talking about only the green area.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And great report, by the way. Thank you for that.
Hey, Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. The good thing about me is that my answers have been consistent the entire time that we've been talking about this. So I'll just go down the slide deck and share my opinions. First and foremost, I think that Mendocino County saw with the cannabis ordinance that when we tried to restrict more than the state, we really knocked out a lot of property owners and community members that had an opportunity to participate in a legal business. And I don't want to make that same mistake with this ordinance. So generally, I would encourage us to follow along with the state wherever possible. I agree with using the inland road sheds. The administrative permit process, I think, would be able to meet some of the goals while reducing costs. I would agree that the inspections upon setup would be good, and then having the fee included. But I also think that noting that there could potentially be random inspections, I think, is another opportunity to make sure that people are following best practices. For the minimum lot size, I'm concerned at 10 acres. I think that knocks people out of the ability to participate in this program that might have really good locations. Not everybody owns 10 acres, and I think it's an equity issue. So I would prefer at least 2 acres to go along with the state. Although in some cases, I would say there's other opportunities where it might make sense, even if they had as little as 1 acre. And we did receive at least one email regarding some smaller properties that have farms on them that would likely make really good fits for this type of economic development that would be taken out of the market if we were to just do 10 acres. So I would prefer at least 2, but maybe 1. Again, the same thing with the setback. So when you own a business and you're trying to set up a property where you're encouraging people to come and participate in an activity like low intensity camping, it doesn't make sense to try to put that too close to neighbors, right? That's not the market for this type of business. So allowing the property owner as much flexibility as possible for their site location, I think, is more appropriate. I think following state fire regulations is fine. I also could go along with my colleagues and not have fire. I really could take that one either way. Of course, yes, paying into TOT and working, having a property on a private road with evidence of access or a road agreement. And just around the on-site, I disagree that the owner needs to be on site. I think the property owner cares about their property, whether they're physically located there or not. And again, that knocks out the ability of some people to be able to participate in this program if they don't have 2 residences or a residence and a camping site. I also think that the ability to have additional development, whether that's permitted as yurts or showers or what have you, I think, again, that's an equity issue. Not everybody that wants to go camping has the ability to fund an entire campsite set up with a tent and a stove and all the things. And the opportunity for people to visit Mendocino County and have those things already in place, I think, opens the door for more people. And especially as, we've seen tourism on the coast be really incredibly successful. Inland Mendocino County has not had that same ability. And in particular, properties in the North County that no longer can rely on the cannabis industry to maintain their properties. I think this is an opportunity for those families to be able to keep the property in their name. So I think it's an important economic development opportunity for Mendocino County, and I don't want to see us knock more people out of it than we have to.
All right. Well, I have a couple questions about, one is, first of all, with the AB 518, that regardless of what happens with AB 518, we can go forward with this ordinance. And if it passes, then the person doesn't need to get HCD approval and all that. If AB 518 doesn't pass, then the person would just need to go through another hoop at the state level. So regardless of what we do, we're making the ordinance for Mendocino County.
Correct, yeah, through the chair. So this would just affect permitting in Mendocino County, and then the only outcome is whether or not they would require a second permit through the state.
Right. Okay, so, I'm fine with the inland road sheds. That's a good idea that's come out of a lot of conversation. One idea I heard was, how about if we grandfather the people in who are already in doing this, hip camp or whatever it is, and set a limit to the number of permits that we offer like the first year. And I've heard that there's like between 50 and 70 hip camps in this area, and that maybe if we set it at 100, then that would alleviate some of the concerns of people who think that they're going to be inundated with these campers in their neighborhoods at all times, right? Another issue I heard about was gates, and that the code enforcement or planning and building should have like the key to a gate if the campsite is behind a locked gate in case there's issues. And I think with the size that the 10 acres will exclude a lot of like organic gardeners, farmers who want to do a little agritourism. And so I'm willing to go down to 2 acres, but limit it, and scale, one campsite for 2 acres or whatever. And, I think that we've looked at different proposals like that scale up with the greater size of the property, because obviously if we limited it to 10 acres, that would probably throw out a lot of the people who are already doing the low intensity camping. So we don't want to really throw out those people that are already doing it successfully and bringing in some income. Okay. I'm fine with the administrative permit. The setbacks, if we keep the setbacks at 200 feet, then from the nearest off-site residence, that would probably take care of a lot of those issues already, that's we're talking about trying to avoid with the size, right? So I don't think that, I think if we maintain the setback limit to the nearest off-site residence, obviously people don't want to be camping near someone else's neighbor. And then, the zoning's fine. I do think that, like the state says, you have to have 24/7 access to the manager or owner of the property. I guess my question would be, what is the experience? Do you know if most of the low intensity camping that's already happening, the people are already, those are properties that the owners live on? Or are they setting people off to other locations?
Through the chair, I don't know that off the top of my head, but I believe that we have a hip camp representative on the call today. So public comment, she may be able to answer.
Okay. And then fires, I think that fires is a big concern. So if we could limit it, I'm willing to go with banning the fires. But does that mean like, like a Coleman stove too? People are doing that all the time. They have to be able to cook if they're camping. Yeah, Mr. Ford.
So just to follow up on that, there was, I think Santa Barbara had an ordinance recently that was similar to this, and there was a couple of reports that came out that were noting the significant fire danger and how the majority of wildfires are caused by campfires and recreational fires. So staff did a little bit of digging into those numbers using CAL FIRE wildfire statistics. So between 2009 and 2024, of the wildfires where a cause was able to be identified, the average percent of those that was caused by what they call recreational fires, which includes campfires, bonfires, ceremonial fires, and even outdoor barbecue, averages about 3%. So it's definitely not the majority of fires. It's almost statistically insignificant, and that was for Mendocino County specifically, but that number holds when you expand throughout the state. So the fire safety is a concern, but it's a minimal concern compared to some of the other ignition sources for these wildfires. Also, according to CAL FIRE, things like cooking fires and warming fires you can't regulate those. Because even in the middle of a summer during a burn ban, folks have the right to have a cooking or a warming fire within the regulation.
Okay. Very good. And with private roads, I agree with having some kind of evidence of legal access. With the inspections, I guess that, I would kind of defer to, if we're getting nuisance complaints or any kind of code violations, then we inspect at that point. But to just put on that everyone needs to be inspected every year, we're kind of putting on more of those kind of regulations that are going to keep people out of this market, and we're trying to get people to come in and be regulated. And then, with the yurts, teepees, I think that we should be allowing all sorts of configurations of these campgrounds. That's my input. Supervisor Williams.
Seems like most of us, we all agree on the basics, except fire. It might only be 3%, but in the county, people who live here are concerned about fire, so they typically don't have late summer outdoor burns. And whereas somebody from Los Angeles coming here may not understand the fire risk like we do because we've lived through fire. I don't know if it's really an apples to apples comparison just looking at the statistics. I'm less concerned about all fire makes me nervous. I'm less concerned about Supervisor Haschek's propane stove, cook stove. It's not putting out embers that are falling on dry grass nearby, right? It's a cleaner fuel source. So, and then the point about we can't regulate it because the state allows it. I think we can regulate how it's done, that there should be adequate clearing, no combustible materials within a certain distance. This state code allows food warming fires that are no larger than 3 feet by 3 feet. But I don't think there's anything in there about having the area cleared around the fire. And I think that is our concern, that if you have somebody cooking in a fire pit and there's dry grass right on the other side of the ring, even if it's 3%, if we have one incident a year, these fires will be in places where we don't usually see them, right? It'll be more remote. Fire department detecting that there's a fire, getting the call, getting to it, it has a chance to spread. And people tend to camp in the warm season. They want to get outdoors. It's good weather. That's the worst time for us. That's fire season. So I would like to start with being as restrictive as possible on fires. And we can always add it later. If this program is going well, we don't have any problems, the board can talk about adding it. But I think starting out, imagine we authorize it, and the first month somebody lights a fire and takes out one of our communities. We're all going to feel really foolish that we allowed it. And I don't think it's taking away from, it's not an equity issue, it's a don't burn us down issue. John, Chair, what do you think? Can we get a poll on, at least initially, not including fires?
Yeah. How many want to totally ban fires?
Well, I'll say I'll go along with it just because I think that, and I understand the risk and the concerns about fire safety, and I think that taking another look at it sometime down the road, if it's appropriate, is fine. That's fine. I just also don't. Again, even people that are camping from other areas understand and know how to, we're just putting everybody in a box. And I think that that's a weird thing to do. So I'm fine with going along. I just want to say that many people understand fire safety.
I want to express my gratitude, and I agree with you. I think 99% of the people who come to these sites will be fine neighbors for up to 14 days. But my concern is all it takes is one, right? It's that one irresponsible party that can burn us down. So I appreciate you being flexible on this one. I'll be flexible on the other. I think the equity that you raised, only grandfathering in people who are already in a program, essentially they were willing to violate code, and now they get the benefit of it. I don't know if that's the pattern we want in Mendocino County. I think if we're allowing something, we're allowing it to the law-abiding people also who are waiting.
Well, what about the idea of a cap? And say, hey, let's keep it at 100 for the first year.
Yeah, I'm more concerned. I have less thoughts on that. More thoughts on people who are doing it against policy shouldn't get a benefit over people who are waiting for policy to be established. There's people who haven't engaged in this program because they're waiting for the county to have an ordinance. They want to be legal from the start, and I don't think we want them to be treated differently than people who engaged early. Equity.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that it's clear on the record that I personally did not want to limit the number of campsites nor only limit it to people that are already existing. My comments about equity were related to the size of the property that people own. And I think that 10 acres takes out of this market individuals that are unable to afford larger properties, but would also still be really good site stewards and community stewards and really good holders of the land, and taking them out of the equation because they don't own 10 acres to me is not equitable. So that, just want to make sure that there were two of us saying two different things.
We can agree. Chair, one more point. The inspections. I think an annual inspection is important because otherwise we're going to find too late that there are situations that have been unsafe. And I think one situation that will develop in this is you're going to have people living on some of these sites claiming it's a hip camp. Not very many, but in this county, there will be some. And I would rather find those situations early and address them rather than 3 or 4 years in. Is it possible to delegate to the local fire department with full cost recovery to do the inspection so that we're not sending a county resource long distances?
If I may, through the chair, I think that's something that we can certainly explore, and that would be something that we would look into after today's meeting. That was desired by the board.
And with the size of the property, what if we went, and I forget what the scale was, but did you start at 2 acres and have one campsite, and then for each acre you added another campsite?
Correct. It's the density is 1 campsite per acre up to a maximum number of 9. So any parcel larger than 9 would not be entitled to anything else.
Right. Okay. Does that seem like something workable for people?
I personally struggle with, certainly going down to 1 acre and then even down to 2. I'm basing my information off of more of what the people on the coast are concerned about, which they're not included in this, but, you get into an area that's zoned R2 and then it all turns into camping. I mean, we're talking about 2 campsites, but that was a huge concern for them. So I think 10 would be the minimum size for me.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah. It's better that I ask now, so thanks. What do we do about noise? We're talking about a noise ordinance. We've been talking about one since last year, but do we defer to the noise ordinance that hasn't yet been enacted, or do we include reference to 55 decibel in the general plan at the property line? I want to avoid the situation that we have a room of people who are angry because there's a campsite and people are bringing loud music thinking it's vacation and the neighbors are listening to it all night. Can we set a limit, even if we don't have an ordinance to enforce it, an expectation from the start? Basically, the neighborhood shouldn't hear the campers. If they're hearing them at night, something's wrong.
Through the chair, I think that would be addressed as part of the broader question about enforcement, which we haven't really discussed yet.
Yeah, and if I may add to that as well, I think it's certainly because we're talking about going through a discretionary administrative permit, there is opportunity to add conditions of approval onto that permit. I would suggest that it would be sticking with the exterior noise limit standards that are included as part of the general plan and the zoning code, because that's already an established standard for the county. And then, of course, you know, depending on what happens with a potential noise ordinance coming forward, I think it's certainly adherence to that as well. And I don't know that it was one of our slides, but I think certainly a discussion that we've had in the past is about, you know, not allowing for events and such to be happening at sites like this without having them gone through those proper event permits. And that would be something that you could condition upon that permit as well.
Got it. And one last question, just for clarification. Code enforcement is only available during business hours, essentially. So it's 2 a.m. on Bell Springs Road and a camper has a band going. They're going to call. Who are they calling? I imagine it's the guy in the back of the room. He's going to send his people out to Bell Springs, taking them away from other potential incidents. How do we get cost recovery built into the system so that whatever his actual cost is, he has to scale up on an annual basis? We're collecting from the people who are creating the situation.
So I think that's something that we can continue to develop on. We've already had one outreach with the sheriff's office as well, and I think it's talking with also code enforcement as well as our council about what are the bounds in terms of what can be done from an enforcement perspective with, like, say, fines or penalties and things like that, or, you know, cost recovery for staff time spent in responding to those. I do think it is important that we talk a little bit about enforcement, though, based upon the slides that came from Russ Ford as well, because there is some platforms out there that also provide like a 24/7 complaint hotline, and those sites can be utilized as a resource for the public to be able to call. They have a contact for that site that they get in touch with and give them, you know, X amount of time to correct a concern, and if there's no correction to that, that's, you know, like, okay, one mark of you failed to address a complaint that came in. And all of that information can be used as evidence to support revocation type of conversations in front of a decision maker. Obviously, revocations go in front of a hearing body. It's not just done administratively, and be able to have those conversations.
Okay, that works for me.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. On the noise, and your example of the sheriff sending a deputy out to Spy Rock, you know, we do have, which I just learned about this, is disturbing the peace, but that's coupled with relying on malicious intent. So you're going to send a deputy out there to ask them to turn it down, and they do, and the deputy leaves and they turn it back up, right? So maybe, I don't know, Sheriff, if you could come up and explain malicious intent and the struggle to prove that.
Chair Hashtag, members of the board, Matt Kendall, Sheriff. The issue with malicious intent is we have to prove that the person is doing this with the intention of disturbing the peace of another. It can't be the byproduct of I'm throwing a birthday party, a wedding, or anything like that, and that byproduct is causing the disturbance. Supervisor Williams brought up an interesting point where he said we shouldn't be able to hear this in the neighborhoods. Well, that's exactly it, because these should not be going on in neighborhoods. They should be going on in places where they're going to be accepted. They need to be in locations where you're not going to disturb neighbors. The other issue that I see is that if we permit these things, hey, that's fine. Let's do them in the right place where they aren't affecting people and they aren't affecting cattle, they aren't affecting agriculture, because some of these things will go on. But when we do have these issues, as Krog spoke earlier, we've had meetings about this where I want to know who the person is who is responsible here, because that is the person who's going to get the wrath of the law when things go off the rails. Now, state parks historically over the years, they've done a pretty good job, but they have a very robust system. They've worked out a lot of the kinks. When somebody starts being a jerk in the campground because they're drunk, Lord knows they don't throw them out of the campground and say you're going to drive home drunk. What happens is that person goes to jail for drunk in public, and then the problem stops. And we've got to be ready to take on some of those things. If somebody is acting like that, they need to be arrested. And then if a problem continues on, what I would do is I would reach out to county council and request a restraining order against these guys continuing in this business, because then when I show up, that person goes to jail for continuing. And those are the types of things that'll stop the problems, but it has to start with, let's do it in the right place, so that we don't have those issues. And eventually, there's going to be some other things that come up. The roads are going to get torn up, things like that, and it's going to cause some issues with the neighbors. Now, if these folks are going to be good neighbors and say, hey, we're going to put some funding forward to make sure that the roads are kept up and things like that, we've seen so many things get worked out when people want to be good neighbors, but all it takes is one being a jerk. And Lord knows the good Lord loves a jerk, because he seems to make a lot of them every year. I run into him. And so there will be those rubs in the neighborhoods, and we've got to be ready to address those. And if it causes a big issue, then we just need to pull the permit and say no more. But it's not going to be easy, because you're going to have people coming in on both sides of the equation. So, any other questions for me? Thank you.
What's the policy on loose dogs? Coming to a campsite, you've got dogs in your trailer, you open the door, are they free to run? Are we having a leash only, or? I mean, this is there's livestock, there's neighbors.
Through the chair, we haven't specifically addressed
Yeah.
that, but we could build any of those things as necessary.
Maybe we could look at what they do in other areas, but I worry, again, that's going to be the sheriff getting called that there's a dog causing havoc. What do you think?
Well, that's why I'm thinking, if we put a limit for the first year, then we can kind of see where the problems are, and we don't inundate sheriff with all these complaints and all these issues that might arise. But really what I'm thinking is that these are people who are going to be in the system, that they're living on the property. They don't want to create, for the most part, if they're good neighbors, they aren't going to want to create situations that are bad. If they're bad neighbors, then they're bad neighbors already, right? So it's trying to figure out that balance between making this, like, worrying about every possible issue that could happen versus allowing this kind of economic development to happen too. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so in the last month in my district, we had an unpermitted hip campsite that raised a lot of these concerns. And basically what it boiled down to is the county doesn't have a lot of teeth in addressing any of this. And it turned into a problem. Fortunately, the person decided not to host the event, but I got a phone call from every neighbor within a mile of this property, worried about it because it had been going on, and then there was going to be a big event there. So all these things I don't know are necessarily hypothetical, but we've seen them in the last month. And I spoke to the sheriff about it. I spoke to code enforcement and planning and building. And there's just, without these in place, these restrictions, there's not a lot the county can do about it. We were really literally on a hope and a prayer that the event got canceled.
Supervisor Williams.
The other side of it is this has been going on for 5 or 6 years without our oversight, and we haven't seen negative consequences. I mean, there may be some neighborhood disputes, but we haven't seen the fires starting. We haven't seen the animals running loose. Can we, as the program unfolds, how does the board get regular updates on how it's going? How do we track it from the start to see what's developing and tune it? And how do we set a vision that we want full cost recovery for all of the impacts? Meaning, if the sheriff's getting called for a certain number of incidents, that we're passing that on to the program and adjusting the fees in accordance. We can't run a deficit on this program. Cannabis, I think we ran a deficit. We want to learn from that experience and break even on this one. What's the board's thought on how to do that? Do we just track the expenses over the first quarter and adjust fees accordingly?
Supervisor Norvell.
Do we not have anything like that in place? I mean, if the sheriff is called out to a property 6 times in a month for something, is there no cost recovery for that already? I know we've had incidents like that in the city, and I think after the fourth one, you got a bill.
Through the chair again, Matt Kendall. We do have some cost recovery built in for alarms and things like that where someone has gone into a civil agreement with a company, an alarm company, and we, on the other hand, we respond to these things. And when we have numerous false alarms, we can go after that alarm company. And I've seen cost recoveries in municipal police departments before for various things like this. I'm not sure. I'd have to sit down with county council and we'd have to dig through some codes and find out what we could locate. But the most important thing is, I mean, when you think about these that have been going on and haven't caused any problems, that's because they're not permitted and things like that. And the first time someone steps out of line with one, if you immediately pull it and tell the rest of the folks that are delving into this world, this is what we'll put up with and this is what we won't, then we'll probably wind up having some good successes, as long as it's in the right area and we're willing to say enough is enough when they step out of line. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulherin.
I was just going to say that on the cost recovery component, I do think it's important that we are getting cost recovery for things like law enforcement calls. And again, I just want to remind the board and the public that as a property owner, as a renter, I can have my music as loud as I want. It doesn't mean because I'm camping, I am somehow into loud music and I'm going to be a disturbance. I mean, I think, again, the people that are operating these businesses want them to be successful. They're not in it to have a bunch of law enforcement up and down the road alerting their neighbors. I mean, their job, their income, their livelihood depends on it being successful. And I don't think it behooves them in any way to, let somebody have dogs running loose and bothering the neighbors or anything like that.
If I may, through the chair, I'll just note that, following today's discussion, there still is a lot of work to be done on the staff side in preparing an ordinance. And part of that is going to be having discussions, probably a meeting between council, sheriff's office, code enforcement, and planning staff to really be sure that we're clear on the concerns from the enforcement perspective and how we can address those, because we've heard the public and I think this board loud and clear that there's a lot of concern over potential nuisances being created from this land use activity. So.
All right, so I dare ask, do you have what you need? Or
thank you. I think we have some good direction, and yes, the short answer is
okay. With the size, what direction did you hear from this discussion?
Well, it seems like the preference is to go consistent with the state, so I think we'd move that back down to 2 acres.
Oh, I didn't hear that from Supervisor Norvell. Supervisor Williams? Yeah, but they certainly want guidance. What we're here for.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, the lot size, the amount of parcels that are going to become eligible for this will help us define our CEQA scope.
Do you have any sense of what communities want it and what their parcel sizes are?
Through the chair, no, the discussion about the parcel size didn't come up specifically at the stakeholder meetings. But what I can tell you is that the concerns that were raised at every meeting revolved around the nuisance issues, things like the dogs, although not dogs specifically, the fire issues, the noise, the light, the smoke, people coming in late at night, driving into the wrong neighborhood. They don't have cell service, they're out there in the woods. And so the recommendations that staff put together were basically designed to address those, the increased lot size, the on-site host, the setbacks, and almost at every meeting that we went to, there was someone there that was already operating one of these facilities. We'd have a number of people get up and say, well, we don't want this because of these nuisance impacts. Yeah. Somebody gets up and says, well, I'm operating it, but I do it this way. I live on site, I do this and this and this, I live on 10 acres, and everybody said, okay, well, that's great then. We approve it if it's that way. So that's kind of what went into these recommendations.
I think these were excellent slides and excellent presentations, so I want to thank the 3 of you before I forget. John, what do you think about looking at the success stories and seeing I mean, these have been going on for 5 or 6 years. We have a pool of people who've been doing it successfully. Could we look at those cases and then maybe look at where the sheriff has been called or code enforcement has been called to see what configuration works? Because I'm with Supervisor Mulhern on equity, on you don't want to tell people they don't own enough so they can't participate in a program, if in fact they've already been doing it successfully and it hasn't created problems. But I don't want a situation where the impact is on small parcels so severe that it's ruining the quality of life for existing.
Right.
And I don't know what that limit, I'm just throwing out a number. I don't know what it is. I think it probably depends. And then the other concern is we don't want these to be super remote because you're away from law enforcement, you're away from fire resources. It's probably more of a risk to the county. You know, if you said 160 acre parcels, you're putting them away from towns. If you allow some of the smaller parcel sizes, you're putting them closer in. That's probably where it's less of a risk. Might be more of a nuisance, but it's less of a risk. So I guess it's a long way to say I think it should be data driven. I think we should look at the success stories and then base the model around that.
How much of an effort would that be to look at the success stories and to look at those ones that are already listed in HipCamp or wherever?
I don't know that would be super challenging. We've had some excellent support from HipCamp representatives, and they've shared some of the generic data that they have. So we could probably follow up and see what kind of information we can learn from them. Reach out to anybody that is willing to be involved and see what the statistics are for their operations.
Okay.
And if I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, Planning Building Services Director, I think for the purposes, really for us, we want clear direction so that way we can start working on some CEQA evaluation as well. But if the board's not ready to come to a decision yet on the exact minimum parcel size, we just sort of want to know the lowest acreage parcel that you may be considering for this so we can evaluate based upon worst case scenario. So if you come in and say, you know what, we've actually heard public testimony, we're going to go at a 10-acre minimum, we've already evaluated for the 10-acre minimum in addition to other extremes. So if the board's not ready to come to a final conclusion on that, but at least could give us an idea of what is that lowest minimum parcel size you're even considering as being on the table.
Evaluate for the state standard, and then the board can make it more restrictive later. But if we give you 10 and later we say 5, now you have to do the evaluation again. We've wasted staff time.
Okay. So do you have what you need?
I think we're good, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
What? Oh. Public comment.
Greg Nelson. Fire. I agree with you. Fire is a real concern. One option, at least what we do, is fires only during the winter months. We don't even allow stoves during the summer. Big issue. See if I can remember everything. As far as control, it reminds me when there's a cow out on the freeway south of Ukiah, anywhere south of Ukiah, I get a call from CHP. And so if we have on-site owners or responsible people, their number should be listed with law enforcement. So if there's any issue, they get the call. And if they don't take care of it maybe 3 times in a year, they lose their permit. Dogs, we allow dogs, but they have to be on a leash. And again, if the dog's, molesting sheep or goats or chickens, the landowner ought to be responsible because he's supposed to be in charge of the campers. I would like to see, we don't plan on doing any improvements such as laboratories or tents, but I'd like to have the option down the road if we're just getting started. And yes, I'm one of the violators. We're just getting started, and it's going to take a while to build up the check book before we can start doing any improvements. But right now we're RVs only. Well, noise, I already really referred to that. If there's a complaint, the person on site should be, their phone number should be available, and they should get the call to take care of the noise. And lastly, I'd like to get a little clarity on the one campsite per acre. Do I have to have, can I have an acre and a half? If I have, well, I have 600 acres. And so if I have 9 sites, I guess that's the maximum, does each site have to be on 1 acre, or can, 2 sites be on an acre and a half?
You could put 9 sites on an acre.
I can put 9 sites on an acre if I've got 10 acres?
If you've got
That's not really dispersed,
yeah. Right.
But
no.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the way I see it.
Okay, all right.
Right.
Thank you. Any questions?
My name's Eileen Russell. I'm a rural property owner north of Covelo. I have always had people come and camp during the summer. I don't know anybody who would let somebody just light a fire in an unsafe place on their rural property, especially if they knew these people were from some urban area. That's just not common sense. I do think there are situations where somebody might have like sandstone across a large area with a fire pit in the middle, and then they would want to have a campfire because that's a feature that they built into their property. So I would agree that if the state is creating an ordinance that's very basic and simple, if you follow that and allow rural Californians this opportunity to make money off their rural property, I would be more inclined to participate. If I have to have yearly inspections, 200-foot setbacks, no fires ever, the only way I would look at this, I always have people come and camp out in the summer. This would just be a way that I could actually earn money from doing this on my property. And I think a lot of the people who are going to be nuisances are never going to go through the administrative permit anyway. So I would really say, also somebody who was part of the cannabis permit program, most of the onerous stuff that was ever put into the program eventually got removed. It just, all the stuff that didn't make sense, like never allowing a campfire at a campsite, it just eventually gets removed. And I don't think people are gonna just have random campfires. And I would say that a propane barbecue is probably much more dangerous on a rural property than a campfire, because nobody just lights a random campfire. Also, the setback restrictions, most rural properties have unique features, which means that 200-foot setbacks means like absolutely nothing for somebody who's trying to plan for ideal campsites. They're based around like a big oak tree on it with a nice flat area, or the distance from the house. And my property's only like 600 feet wide, but much longer, and the usable property is focused in the center. So I really appreciate that the county is considering this economic development initiative for rural property owners. The other thing I heard was don't let it happen way far out. But I live way far out. I live in one of the most beautiful places in Mendocino called Coles Valley, and there's no camping up there, but I could host camping and make a little income. So that's my take from a rural property owner. 8 acres, so please make it 2-acre minimum size.
Thank you.
Dee Pallison. My biggest issue is the private road thing, but I want to say that I am concerned about fire. I live at the end of a 6-mile private road, and I happen to have a very experienced wildland firefighter on site all the time, and we are very, very cautious about when we burn, and we know what we're doing. So I really appreciate the conversation about fire, and I think we need to be really thoughtful about that. I'm not sure what the right thing to do is, but I think we need to be really thoughtful. The private road issue, we have an unpermitted site on our road, and it has created a lot of problems. And I think you need to be also very thoughtful about that. I do think you need to look at the deed for the easement. That needs to be mandatory. And I also think you need to get written permission from the property owners of the easement roads. neighbors need to have a buy-in. We've had people come in late and get lost, can't find the site, and as you can imagine, in rural California, that can get kind of dangerous sometimes, and wandering around everywhere not knowing where they are. We've had people hiking out from the campsite and ending up on somebody else's property, which isn't good either. And I just think we need to be really careful with that one. I think the private road property owners need to be notified. They need to be asked for permission, and the deeds really need to be looked at, whether or not the easement actually allows it. There's just so many issues there. Not the least of which is road maintenance. Our campsite guide doesn't like to pay his fair share right now to keep the road up. So I can't imagine if he has all this traffic coming in for his campsite that he's going to all of a sudden want to help pay for the road. So there's all these issues. The other thing was I agree that we shouldn't grandfather in those who have been doing this before without a permit to the point. We have had a tendency to do that in this county, and it just creates a mess. Everybody, we need to make it, I hate to say it this way, but we need to make it hurt to not follow the law. That's the only way people aren't going to do it. Otherwise, we're always looking for ways to get around it. So they need to have to pay a price if they're not going to follow the law. And so I think there needs to be no grandfathering in. It's the same for everybody to start when we start. And there needs to be significant penalties if you don't follow the rules. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This has been a long day. Anyway, Carrie Vaugh here. I'm going to say a lot of the same thing Dee just said. But I believe that it should be 10 acres or more on the size of the parcel, and I would start there first and check and see where that's at. I'm totally opposed to 1 acre, 2 acres. That is too small. You're going to have neighborhood problems. I can see it coming. Insurance. I looked into this very same thing to do on my own personal property. My insurance agent contacted 10 insurance companies doing business in the state, a couple out of the state that insure California. No one would touch 9 campsites on my 2,400 acre parcel that I was going to put it on. Now, I don't know what Greg has, but I have a pretty good insurance agent, and they all said I'm in a high fire area and I'm in the valley floor. I called Hip Camp to see what they offered, and I would like that person to be chimed in because they told me stories back when, and I don't know if something changed, but what they have is a policy up to $1 million that covers the property owner, but not your neighbor. So if I have a campsite, my people on the campers burn up a fire, takes off and goes to my neighbor and burns their property, their house down, Hip Camp does not cover my neighbor. Steve Johnson, attorney locally, said, Carrie, I'm going to tell you as your attorney, absolutely do not do this campsite situation. It is a big liability when it comes to fire. You burn up the country, there's not enough insurance coverage that you could possibly have to take care of it. I think we'll see what comes with the Napa fire that took place in Calistoga. It would seem pretty innocent to me, but I guarantee you 100 Acres Winery is going to have some problems over it, so maybe we should see what the outcome of that fire is. Next, I do not think we should have anybody grandfathered in. I think that's start out afresh. I don't think you should be able to have events, and probably the most, no fires, except maybe as Mr. Nelson's doing it in a certain key times of the year. I would be in support of that. And then lastly, I am in favor of Hip Camp. Not Hip Camp, these camp, whatever they are. I'm in support of it if it's done right. I'm just saying I can't get insurance, so I don't know what all these other people are doing, and they can't be relying on Hip Camp's policy. Most important to me is the roads. I do not believe that, I'll go with what Dee said, if you can't get approval by all your neighbors to use a deeded right-of-way, you should not be allowed to have this campsite on the property. There's too many problems. I've had it on my property on illegal ones going right now that aren't permitted up a dirt road. They've wandered onto our ranch and got stuck in creeks. They've went through gates where there's cows and so forth. So there needs to be permits. Also, they should probably be more than a 200-foot setback when you're close to a reservoir on a ranch. That might be something to take a look at too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable board and staff. Chris Boyd from Redwood Valley. Gosh, I hope I can even see this to read it. But first of all, I agree with both of the previous commenters, Dee and Carrie. I think they have excellent points. But I'll just go through mine. My concerns are, number one, that if the county enables campsite access via private roads, the problems might be, for example, my lane was paved by the 5 residential property owners. We paid for it, we hired everybody, and so on. It's not intended for additional users. So if somebody along our road were allowed to have a campsite, we would all be impacted by the increased costs of maintaining the road. Number 2, if allowed, the county must please require a resident living on site to manage enforcement issues, as we know the county is not adequately staffed for any close investigations. Further, the new proposed complaint policy limiting the number of complaints per year could actually have an impact on this particular situation. Number 3, the length of stays, the number of campers, and other limitations. This kind of echoes on what Carrie just said. They must be specific in any ordinance, and variances, I'm hoping they would not be allowed, because once people buy into a new regulation, it seems like they need to know what to be able to expect if we're one of the neighbors. I mean, I'm sort of picturing if it's like 1 acre, and I'm living next door to that acre, and now there's an outhouse, and there's a yurt, and there are cars coming in and out, and barking dogs, which apparently won't be addressed in the noise ordinance. These are some things that would really make my quality of life plummet. So 1 acre, I don't think is realistic in any way at all. Let's see. But deadly wildfire hazards. Yeah, you know I come from fire, so that's on my mind too. They're very real in our county. Visitors unfamiliar with this country may find emergency evacuation difficult, especially when minutes count. So the county, if so, should consider siren warning systems for these kinds of situations when we have strangers in the wildland and the wind starts blowing. Those are my concerns. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment? Sheriff Kendall.
I just wanted to bring one thing up. You know, the concern on the acreage, that is a concern in some places, but growing up in Round Valley, my father owned 10 acres in the middle of nowhere surrounded by the National Forest. And had it been 2 acres, it never would have been an impact on the neighbor because it was actually surrounded by the National Forest. So if we can allow our team here to look at the impacts in places like that, like Miss Russell's place out in Halls Valley, it's not very far for someone from Covelo. It's, you know, a lot of people would think it was really, well, it's way out there. It's not very far for someone from Covelo. But also the density out there, there just isn't much density whatsoever. And so in these places, I think we just have to walk into it with eyes wide open and say, if there's, you know, 1 person in 100 acres, chances are the cops are never going to get called, but put 2 of them in there and eventually somebody's going to pick up the phone, right? But if we look at these things where we have these locations where there's 1 or 2 acres surrounded by national forest and nothing else, why would we, you know, put in any type of legislation that says, oh, you can't do that because we say you can't do that? Let's say you can't do that because we see a bad outcome, you know? I think that if we allow our folks to look at this and make a reasonable decision on it, we're going to have a better outcome.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, question for staff on Sheriff Kendall's point. This is a ministerial permit?
It would be discretionary.
All of them?
Yeah, administrative permit. That's the recommendation.
Are you comfortable making that determination that subjectively density, the parcel and the surrounding parcels?
I think if we would want to have some level of findings or standards that would need to be satisfied as part of that. We have already the required administrative permit findings, but that would be something I think staff would have to spend a little bit more time thinking about on how to address circumstances so that you also are not like you want to be able to have that flexibility where a site may be appropriate for it, but also be able to have the flexibility to be able to say no when a location is not appropriate for it.
Can our GIS system give us a density of permitted dwellings within a radius?
Through the chair, to some degree, yeah, we would base that on address points, which I think is fairly complete, so we could get a good estimate of it.
So it'd be interesting as we look at the success cases to see what the density is using that. Maybe that's a metric we can apply in the future.
Okay.
Any other public comment in the chambers? Okay, any online?
Yes, we have a few online. First is Sojourner.
Thank you. Sojourner, I have come forward in forums. I have come forward in the Board of Supervisors meetings. I have now I'm here through several of those topics. Our nonprofit depends on the little bit of camping, the educational part of our program that is helping people connect with nature, with their food sources, our food security for the coast. So I'm not going to get into that, but to say that we have several things that are definitely a problem with this, that I hear how fearful and worried people are about roads and fire and dogs and noise. But one question that just keeps coming up, isn't this something that happens all the time with neighbors? It doesn't seem to me that neighbors have campfires and they have people coming over to camp and stay at their places. And I hope that we're not punished because we've come forward and shared what a good camp can be. Our campers have left perfectly clean sites. We have one communal fire. I've talked with CAL FIRE about it. We have rakes, we have hoses that reach there, we dampen it down. We have gravel around it, we have a fire ring, we have a screen. We talk to them about fire safety, we are on site. These people want to roast marshmallows, these people want to look at the night sky, these people want to have a little warming or maybe cooking something. In a way, it seems like we are not looking at the purpose of this. These people spend a lot of money, they don't spend it on the hotels, but by gosh, they go to the trains, the restaurants, they go everywhere, and they go to events and weddings. So I'm really concerned that if every one of my neighbors on our little road, we have people who are very anxious and isolating. We take care of the road ourselves. We tell our people they must go under 5 to 8 miles an hour is tops, and we tell them that is it, that they have to, and we call them on it if we catch them doing anything else. So I hope that there's some customizing, that eyes wide open that Sheriff Kendall talked about. We have people with dogs. We have them on leashes or quiet. They love it. Their children love it. Give these people a chance to explore nature and be part of our community. These are not bad people. Let's open our eyes and our hearts to some of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next we have David A.
Good afternoon, Board. So, I'd like to remind everybody out there in the peanut gallery and the board that 55 decibels, as far as the noise ordinance, noise restriction is concerned, that is about the typical noise level of a home appliance like a dishwasher, a washing machine, or a dryer. Plenty of people go to bed running their dishwasher or their dryer or their washing machine. And, it's a noise level that is present, but not necessarily disturbing to a lot of people. And just because someone can hear the neighbors over there with a little acoustic guitar or little voices around the fireplace shouldn't mean they're in violation. 55 decibels is hearable. This isn't about, oh, I can't hear them, therefore they're in trouble. We need to get realistic about this kind of thing. Now, I could see that all of these places should probably be inspected. They should have good fire rings. They should have mowing. Some of the more remote ones might even want to have some fire suppression apparatus at scene. Very affordable trailers with gas-powered pumps and a $500 tank with, fire suppression capabilities on site would maybe be a good thing, and it's not a huge capital outlay. I think that people need to start finding a way to open up to these kinds of ideas and not just shut them down because they don't understand it. Campgrounds and wedding venues all over this county have fire rings and people burning fires all summer long. We don't hear big fires breaking out of the campgrounds, these wedding venues. People gather around a fire. There's firewood on site, but we don't hear about them burning the neighbors down. I think people are more responsible than you give them credit for. In a rural residential area, if you're going to hear dogs barking, I think that's probably part of the countrified aspect of living. And lastly, I think it's a stretch to say that people who get a sheriff's call to their property for some sort of disturbance suddenly get arrested for being drunk in public. I didn't know that it was illegal to be drunk on private property during a private event. I mean, maybe someone can educate me, but that seems like a stretch. And to try to make it, just absolutely agonizing for people to even engage in this is kind of disingenuous. I think that you can have permits, you could have a conditional use permit, you could have inspections, people pass inspections, they're good to go. And I think that it shouldn't matter how far out into the county you are. Thank you very much.
Next, we have someone whose name is Mendocino Mermaids.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, I'm Sierra with the Mendocino Mermaids. We're out on the coast, so I know you guys are still trying to figure out things with us. But we are a nonprofit on the coast. We sponsor beach cleanups, and we're struggling to stay in business, just like plenty of other nonprofits and businesses. And we are trying to look into Hip Camp as making a little bit of extra money to help us stay alive as a business. And we do beach cleanups, and we would like to be able to host our volunteers and have a place for them to stay. We're only hosting about 4 to 6 campers. And we do have a fire pit. We do try to provide all the safety things that we can, keep water. We're trying to follow the rules. We want to figure out how to do this correctly. We want to pay the TOT taxes. We want to encourage people to come to the county and spend money here. We're trying to do everything appropriately. We just don't know what to do. And so we're trying to get as much guidance. We've kind of taken a step back because we don't exactly have the correct administrative permit. We're trying to figure out how to get that. But, we're wanting to pay TOT taxes. We wouldn't be able to participate in this if the minimum lot size was 10 acres. As we would definitely be eliminated from this program. And we've been seeing a lot of primarily female campers from the Bay Area come up, and we think it's great that we can provide a safe space for them to camp. We're kind of by Jug Handle, so we're really close to the village of Mendocino and Fort Bragg, and people are coming and they're spending money. So we would like to be able to participate with the county and maybe be able to share some of our success stories and kind of try to help figure out how this can work for the county. But I do agree that the county could totally miss this opportunity, like with the cannabis industry. For the most part, I think people are coming out here to have s'mores at a fire pit and to look at the stars and just connect with nature. And sometimes they want to stay one night and they can't afford some of the hotels in the area. Or, during a busy holiday season, everything is booked out. So, we're here for the conversation. We want to be a part of this. this. You know, we want you guys to look out for nonprofits like Mendocino Mermaids, Meadow Farms on the coast. You know, we're really trying to think outside the box, and you know, we'd like a little bit of help, you know, so that we can stay in business. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, we have Cosmo, then Cassandra, and then Suzanne.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. I live in Compchi. I've talked to you guys a few times.
Your name?
Cosmo. I live out here in Compchi. I host a hip camp, and it's a successful one. I pay my transient tax. Hip camp just raised their rates to 15%. The county takes 10, plus income tax takes quite a chunk out. So it's, but it's still working. I like the Covelo lady. You know, I've been hosting campers without pay, and they've never burnt down my property. People come to the country to visit, and many reasons. I don't burn fires until the first rain comes, but fires are a huge part of camping in the wet season. I think that if the timber companies can be burning tons of acreage and we're smelling their smoke, that we should be able to allow to at least to have a little warming fire. Which brings me to an interesting point. I had a CDF guy come camping this summer when Hip Camp's fire ban was on. When Hip Camp's fire ban is on, people come prepared not to build a fire. They come with alternate means. So anyways, I had a CDF camper this summer coming to have a little birthday thing with his friends, and he was all righteous with me. I said, you can't have a fire. He said, oh yeah, state law is you can have a warming or a cooking fire, and I have a permit for it. And I'm like, well, I don't want a fire here. He pretty much convinced me that he had the right to do a fire, and this is a fireman. I'm like, man. Anyways, we had a really cold summer, and there was a lot of coastal dew here in Compchi. And I think that if you have a good place to build a fire, then, and one option I've thought of is, let's say the property owner has a fire ring, and the campers can come enjoy a community fire pit, which is monitored by the property owner who is on site, right? Anyways, I think that a complete fire ban is absolutely ridiculous because camping is a big part of camping. Dogs from the city are well pampered. They're generally on leash. The owners don't let them run. They're super not a problem. It's the country dogs are the problem, barking all night, disturbing the campers. Let's see. I pay my taxes. Oh, you know, the coastal people got their way. They're not having hip camps, and most of those are the small parcels. So let's just drop it. Let's try and get this thing going for us rural people that don't have neighbors that are going to hear at the camps, right? And if anybody wants to come look at mine, I've been offered before, but I'm right off the Compchi Road, no private road. I've got 4 campsites on my 30 acres, and I love showing it off. I tend to my land to make it look better, and I'd be more than welcome to host anybody that's curious and answer more questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Next we have Cassandra.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, this is Cassandra Pren-Vasilakis. I'm dialing in from Hip Camp. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for your attention to balancing outdoor access and economic development with community compatibility, health, and safety. Also want to say thank you to Planning and Building for your thoughtful work on this topic. To answer Mr. Ford's question from earlier, most, if not all, of our hosts in Mendocino live on site. We're certainly supportive of that requirement if it's what the community wants. We agree supervision and accountability are very important, and in our experience, landowners are more invested than anyone else in safety on their properties. I want to offer a little more information. Hope I can get to everything in 3 minutes, but if I can't, please don't hesitate to reach out to me with any questions you may have. We work with about 70 individual landowners in the county. This includes what we're talking about today, folks who have low intensity campsites. It also includes commercial campground and RV parks, vacation rentals, farm stays, other types of accommodations like that. The average host that we work with in Mendocino County has 3 to 4 sites, and about 70% of those sites are tent or RV sites. The remaining 30 are structures, cabins, yurts, vacation rentals, on-site trailers, and the like. Briefly on acreage minimums, want to echo some of what I heard this afternoon. That 10-acre minimum, I think, would exclude rural and agricultural landowners who are really interested in this or who may already be doing it without issue. Really appreciate the need to ensure community compatibility and protect neighbors from nuisances. And we'll say that in our experience, setback requirements can accomplish that. It can make sure that camping's happening on properties where these activities are appropriate without impacts to neighboring residents. I think density limitations can be useful here as well to make sure smaller properties don't have, for example, more than one site or too many people on the property at once. On the permitting requirement conversation, I have heard from a number of folks in the last week or so who are worried that permitting requirements associated with hosting could become prohibitively expensive. I think I remember from an initial draft of this policy that a tiered permitting process is being considered, permits and costs tied to the scale intensity of use. I think it was more sites would require more extensive permitting. I think that's really smart. It allows people to get started and see if it is right for them, if they want to continue without too much upfront financial investment. And I think an occupancy cap could make sense in Mendocino County as well to address some of what we've heard over the last few years in conversations on this topic. I think a max number of people that can be on site at once, as opposed to just a max number of sites, could be helpful. And I do believe that Mendocino County already allows for temporary camping for up to, I think it's 30 people or 10 tents or RVs for non-paying guests. So I think there's a good foundation for thinking about that maximum occupancy already in place. I did hear some calls for more data and information. I'm happy to provide what would be helpful as y'all continue with this process. Please don't hesitate to reach out if there's any support that we can offer. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Next we have Suzanne.
Suzanne Shine. California AB 518 proposes a density of transient campsite occupancy that far exceeds the density of many current residential neighborhoods in Mendocino County. It's not uncommon for 5-acre residential parcels to abut and be surrounded by multiple 10-acre residential parcels. California regs and county codes have recently forced increased density in residential neighborhoods for ADU and JADU additions. Increases in housing needs to be realized first to understand and adjust to the full increased impacts on our roads, private roads, and neighborhoods to meet the requirements and priority of providing secure, safe, and quiet homes without disruption, and leaving land to support needs for those increased housing populations. Adding transient camping of any type on residential properties would undermine these efforts. Reviewing details of AB 518, let's talk math. Let's look at a neighborhood with a mix of several 5-acre properties and 2 10-acre parcels sharing property lines or corners. Currently housing local residential families about 15 local full-time residents. Under the guidelines being discussed of 10 acres, 2 10-acre parcels would generate 18 campsites, 9 per parcel, times 8 people per site. That's 144 people. 2 cars per campsite, 36 cars. Under guidelines being discussed of 10 acres, 2 10-acre parcels is 10 times the transients to the residents. Campers, gear, dogs, trash, chatter, trampling the forest and native plants, noise amplification, altering the forest silence, disrupting nesting patterns of birds, wildlife routes in currently relatively silent neighborhoods. It does not conserve land nor protect the natural environment. This equates to large group activities and events all day, every night, all without any use permits, inspections, or regulatory oversight, multiplied throughout the inland area. Traffic, fire hazards, water supply, sanitation, noise, all increased 10 times. This is selling out our neighborhoods of current residential property owners with no concern for the current property owners. Despite this misleading term of low impact camping, it's a high impact activity that should require the highest use permit with intense oversight, inspections, planning, and with every property being different. So much more oversight is needed for camping properties than proposed. I suggest the Board of Supervisors draft a county moratorium on low impact camping and withdraw support from the state bill versus moving forward on this project. It should be 20 acres and above. The 200-foot property separation should be from the property line, not other residents. No impact camping on private roads. The enforcement should require law enforcement 24/7 be available to all locations, require inspections at the highest level of use permit, host only the property owner. And I want to thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have one more person online, call in user 1.
Hello, am I on?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Craig Pedersen out of Willits, and I agree with most of what has been said before in opposition. And I guess I'm a little dismayed that the first item that they had you address that they said wasn't really brought up was the private roads, and I believe that was actually addressed in item 2, the second highest concern in access. Anyway, so I'm a no on private roads unless all landowners over which the road passes agree. Must be confirmed in writing by county and in the permit. I also don't believe the county has the right to permit commercial use of a rural residential easement. Potential lawsuits there. This proposal would increase use and therefore maintenance with no recourse for those who pay for and conduct maintenance on their section of road. The Cannabis ordinance did this, and now the board is visiting this issue upon us all again. We have over 20 parcels behind our property that use the easement across our portion, with most using it without contributing to any of the maintenance, either monetarily or physically. The questionnaire didn't adequately provide the ability for a detailed response. I believe from talking to neighbors and landowners that the use of our private roads is a major concern and should not be allowed. There's difficulty access in many of these private roads, and as noted, for fire, emergency, and all that. We had our road name changed, I think it's been close to 3 years ago now, and it's still causing confusion. We have contractors that come, and Google takes them, even when I tell them we're only a quarter mile in, Google takes them 2.5 miles behind our house. And that's true for every address on this road. So I don't have a lot of faith in how this is going to play out. I believe this should be limited to properties already conducting business, such as wineries. The Nelson Farm, heard him speak, and it was very well presented, where there is adequate infrastructure and personnel to ensure safety and compliance. Please review the Santa Barbara ordinance. They're I believe, a 40-acre minimum. The proposed use in our county is inconsistent with rural residential zoning. If we wanted to live next to congregations of people and noise and dogs and all the things that have been brought up, we would have purchased property in the city. I've heard two things: rightful enjoyment and equity. This would inhibit our rightful enjoyment of our property and our equity in having the quiet rural living the reason we purchased our property. I want to note that the 200-foot setback requires a minimum of 5 acres when you do the calculations. And I believe it is unconscionable that the board is even considering this, given nearly the entire footprint of this proposal is within high and very high fire hazard severity zoning. By eliminating nearly the entire coastal area, it forces use in the most at-risk areas. Also, the current language regarding campfires is meaningless, as cooking and warming fires are exempt from state fire regulations.
Could you wrap it up?
That's 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Also, there's an exemption for campgrounds. Enforcement. The county currently lacks adequate code enforcement, even for the cannabis right now. And I've heard many of the staff say that they're overburdened and they can't handle the complaints that they have. So how's that going to
okay, thank you.
help? All right.
Okay.
Seeing no further comment online.
All right. Okay, so back to the board. I think any change to the direction we're giving to staff? Supervisor Mulheron.
I do want to make sure, I don't think that we're in agreement. And so I want to make sure that staff does have direction, and so that we, I think we maybe have talked about this item 5 or 6 times since I've been on the board, and I think that it would be better use of staff time if we were to give some more clear direction. please disagree with me if you think that you have enough direction. I heard differences on acre size for sure. It sounds like we all got to the agreement with fire. Please let us know if you need more direction.
Yeah, Russ Ford, Planning and Building Services, through the chair. I think a lot of it is still, because we're still at the early part of the ordinance, we decided on the acre size that we can do our CEQA analysis looking at 2 acres, so that gives the board the opportunity to change that in the future without having to formally decide right now. For the private roads, what I heard is that we're looking for some kind of easement or legal access on those. For fires, we're talking about a fire ban, a full fire ban.
And if I may also add that an annual inspection, important, but I did hear a little bit, and that's something we'll talk about whether or not there could be an opportunity for, a reduced number of inspections for sites that are, being no complaints, fully compliant, things like that.
Mm-hmm. And then with regard to enforcement, we were still going to look into some other opportunities for the outside enforcement, and we have follow-up conversations with county council and with the sheriff.
Okay, we're good with that. All right. Then we have direction to staff. And, we have been dealing with this for a long time. And, hopefully next time it comes back, there's some real decision points that, okay,
thank you,
we can deal with.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see, it's 3:17. We're going to take a break until 3:30 right now. Okay, and we'll come back.
Sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí, pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo. Cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices. niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces, está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family. When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
We're going to go to item 4I, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding potential ordinance amendments related to the microbusiness cannabis facilities to align with state regulations. Okay, we'll look to staff.
Thank you, Chair Hashek. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director, and with me today I have Sarah McBurney, who's the Senior Program Manager for the Cannabis Department. So this item is the result of first getting direction from the Board of Supervisors on May 6, 2025 to essentially review the opportunities and identify limitations related to microbusiness licenses and explore alignment of the county processes related to microbusiness licenses with state regulations. And that was referred to the General Government Committee. On June 25th, 2025, the General Government Committee discussed and heard public testimony regarding microbusiness licenses in alignment with state regulations. And there's 3 general topics that were identified as potential opportunities for alignment with state regulations. The first being a single license structure. The second, zoning restrictions primarily related to home occupation and cottage industry limitations. And then the third, definitions and streamlined security requirements. The memo goes into more detail regarding these 3 different items, and I'll just kind of give a brief summary of each of those because I think the memo is rather clear, and then we'll see if Sarah has anything additional she wants to add as well. But so essentially for a single license structure, right now under state law, the state has a consolidated single application, license number, and annual license fee based on gross revenue for microbusinesses. In contrast, our county does not. We have the CFBL process, we have the CCBL process, and then also working with the Treasurer Tax Collector on the taxation. I do want to note, and it's included as Attachment A, that the Treasurer Tax Collector taxing structure essentially does consider a microbusiness to be one license for the purposes, for their purposes. So in summary, I think one of the most beneficial aspects that you may see with a single license structure would be for the purposes of taxation. But as noted, it's already set up that way in our county. So essentially providing that single license structure for the purposes of taxation, that already exists. Some potential impediments to creating a single license include that the 3 affected departments operate in 3 different permitting platforms, and in addition, regardless of a single application being filed, the 3 departments would each need to review independently, and applicants would be subject to engaging with all 3 departments to satisfy the requirements of each. So unlike the state, we do have 3 different departments that work on this, and so there's less alignment there than without some really more radical, I think, changes to how we handle our permitting softwares, et cetera. So the second opportunity for alignment is zoning requirements. At the state level, the Department of Cannabis Control does not impose specific zoning restrictions on where cannabis businesses may be located. In contrast, our county does have a zoning table. It's Table 1 in Chapter 20.243. Which lists the various different types of cannabis facilities and then also has the zoning districts and minimum parcel requirements and about what kind of permit may be required on those sites. So microbusinesses are permitted in the rural community, general commercial, limited industrial, general industrial, and Pinoleville industrial zoning districts without a cultivation component with the attainment of an administrative permit. Microbusinesses can still be allowed in any zoning district that wasn't included in that list I just provided, provided that that microbusiness qualifies as a home occupation or as a cottage industry, and that there is a cultivation site permitted on that property as well. The memo includes the restrictions that relate to home occupation and cottage industries, and I won't go through those individually, but of course I can answer questions about those. The General Government Committee did discuss potentially decoupling microbusinesses from home occupation and cottage industry standards, particularly as it relates to the number of customers per day and dwelling unit requirements. A change such as this is anticipated to require a general plan amendment as well as amendments to the zoning regulations, including analysis under the California Environmental Quality Act. In consideration of this option, it's important to note that current allowances under Chapter 20.243 tie cannabis activities to analogous uses, and by connecting microbusinesses to home occupation and cottage industry standards, overall consistency with zoning districts is retained. In addition, the general plan land use designations include allowable general uses, which is within each land use designation, and any changes to such allowances under the implementing zoning district would require a consistency review. So not to say that you would absolutely require general plan amendments for those, but certainly a consistency review. And then cottage industries are specifically listed as allowable general uses in multiple land use designations. These land use designations generally do not allow some of the activities that are associated with cannabis micro businesses when tied to analogous uses. For example, retail is not something that is typically allowed in some of our more rural zoning districts. So when you tie, say a retail component associated with a micro business to analogous uses, that type of use would not necessarily be allowed in a, say, a rangeland zone property, but for being permitted as a cottage industry or home occupation and subject to those standards. So one concern with decoupling home occupation and cottage industry is that it does have the potential to introduce new commercial activities into areas where these types of uses or analogous uses have not been allowed previously. There's a general plan policy that speaks to the intent behind allowance for home occupation and cottage industries in conjunction with residential uses. And I'll just read that real quick. It is in the memo as well. So this is policy DE 51 and states to encourage home occupations and cottage industries in conjunction with residential uses when limited in scope and compatible with residential or neighborhood character. Cottage industries and home occupations that grow beyond site or building limitations or become incompatible with the neighborhood should be relocated to appropriately zoned properties. So with all that said, should the board recommend that staff pursue the decoupling from home occupation and cottage industry standards, we would require additional direction before initiating any amendments, and that would likely be done at a separate board meeting that we would likely come to you with very specific questions. But I just note in the memo that we would anticipate that there would need to be revisions to the zoning matrix in Table 1 of Chapter 20.243, revisions to allowable uses in each zoning district where the board wishes to allow such activities, establishment of new use types under the zoning code, establishment of any additional standards or criteria to regulate such micro business activities, and also possible amendments to the general plan land use designations as described in the county's general plan. And we would need this direction from the board before being able to render what level of CEQA review may be required, because it really gets at what is the potential impact. The third area for alignment, and this is probably the most simplistic of all of them, is the definitions and security requirements. So there is the potential that some security requirements could be streamlined such that they would only be reviewed under state requirements. And then there's also opportunity to align with some definitions and add some new definitions to the county's ordinance. So one example is that we continue to list church as a sensitive facility, and that is not included in the state regulations. And we could also consider adding or amending some of our definitions that may differ from state regulations to have greater alignment with the state. And I list those within the memo. So with that, I'll look to Sarah and see if she has anything she wants to add. Otherwise, we're available for questions.
Good afternoon. Sarah McBurney, Senior Program Manager. I do not have anything else to add to the current item. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the board? All right, one of the issues we've talked about was accessory permits. And that's an avenue, because a lot of this decoupling and all sounds very complicated. But can you give a summary of what the accessory permits allow?
Sure, so I'll go with the most restrictive, which is the home occupation. So if you're looking at micro business as a home occupation, it's considered an accessory use and subject to the standards in Chapter 20.156. And then also there's some modifications in Chapter 20.243 that affect it as well. So the first is that there must be an existing dwelling unit on the property. The second is that no person other than members of the family residing on the premises can be engaged in the home occupation. You are allowed one employee if your home occupation is located on a property that is a minimum of 40,000 square feet. All aspects, sorry, go ahead.
I guess what I was really looking at was through the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, there's the accessory permits that allow for distribution and some of these other things that we're looking for in a micro business license.
So, sorry, just for clarification, so you're looking about like self-distribution and things along those lines?
Right.
So yeah, there are some allowances right now already under home occupation and cottage industry for distribution of microbusinesses' own cannabis or cannabis products. That is allowed under a cannabis microbusiness. And then you are also able to do retail or dispensary, but that's limited to no more than 10 customers per day. But all of this being done underneath a micro-business type of use would still require the dwelling unit in compliance with the minimum square footage requirements.
Right.
If I may, through the chair. So through an accessory use to, for example, your cannabis cultivation business license, applicants can apply for either a self-distribution license or a distribution transport only license. That would be as an accessory use to their cannabis cultivation business license. So depending upon their individual circumstances, they could apply and be approved through that with the treasurer tax collector. There are restrictions on those accessory uses, and we encourage applicants to reach out directly to the treasurer tax collector if they have any questions. But again, it's an accessory use to a cultivation site, and you do have to be licensed through Mendocino Cannabis Department to have that.
Yeah, so that's another avenue besides the micro-business license, which could allow people to transport or distribute their product from, wherever they are off in the hills.
Correct,
right?
Yes.
And then, I was talking with cannabis staff yesterday about options for the retail, and it sounds like if a person or group had an LLC, then they could retail it with a state license in some kind of storefront in a town.
Yes, I think that would still require that they have consistency with the zoning table. So making sure that wherever their location is, that they would be doing retail out of that's permissible to have from that location
Right.
zoning.
But the retail could actually be in San Francisco or Santa Rosa or someplace.
Let Sarah respond to that.
If I may, through the chair. So yes, if an applicant has a cultivation site, for example, in Mendocino County, and they wanted to apply through the treasurer tax collector to be able to transport that product, they could apply for a retail license elsewhere. So should they choose to make that business decision, they would be susceptible, obviously, to that local jurisdiction's licensing, as well as still the state licensing as well through that. But that would be an option if, someone wanted to sell their own product in a different jurisdiction, but they could do that in Mendocino County as well, as long as they were opening a retail within our zoning table that allows for that retail.
Right. Yeah, it just seems like, without totally overhauling the micro-business license, a lot of people won't qualify for that because of the residency and, that it's problematic for a lot of people. So we're looking at other avenues too. Hey, Supervisor Williams.
Does another county have language we can copy?
If I may, copy regarding what? Sorry.
Well, just we have code that's not aligned with the state. Rather than us doing the work, can we just copy someone else's? Is there a county that has a working, functioning system?
In terms of micro businesses and micro business regulation, that's something that I think we can look into how other communities regulate it. But I think, the decision was made, kind of at the beginning of cannabis facilities business licenses to tie them to analogous uses, I think to really preserve the intent of those zoning districts. So, we won't be able to take a model, we won't be able to take verbatim what another jurisdiction did. Also, our zoning districts probably have different names and different allowable uses, et cetera. And it still would require, I think, the same level of effort that's described in this memo, whether we decouple and create, our own Mendocino County specific sort of zoning restrictions, or if we were to look at another jurisdiction's model and try to emulate that.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is that the easiest path forward that might not address too many issues, but dealing with the definitions and security requirements would align us more with the state.
Yes, it would. Yeah, that certainly, and I think that's sort of some of the lower hanging fruit out of the 3 items. Is that that's a pretty simple process, I think, to update and amend some definitions and possibly add some new ones. Also aligning the security requirements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
So if we take that approach, how many people are we helping?
I'm going to let Sarah give you, we have some numbers that relate to micro businesses and just sort of what is our level that's currently operating within the county.
Yes, thank you, Julia. And if I may, through the chair. So currently, we have numbers pulled from June of 2025. And within Mendocino County, we have 12 approved micro business licenses. 6 of those have cultivation as a part of their 3 license types. And we, in addition to the micro businesses, we also grabbed numbers on the accessory use licenses, which were 16 self-distribution and 64 distribution transport only approved licenses in the county.
So it's a fairly small pool of people that we were helping if we change our language to better align with the state. Should we ask them what they want us to do? I mean, I would just say, I'm looking at the agenda item shows no financial information, no cost. And I'm not putting on you to know. Depends what we direct, right? But I can see this is a, I don't know, $20,000 effort by the time planning staff and county council's office and meeting after meeting. If we find in the end we did it and nobody makes use of the changes, it was a wasted effort. If 2 people are going to make use of it, I don't know if it's the highest priority. If you tell me there's 100 people waiting for these changes, well, I guess we should do it. It's economic development. I don't have a good sense. Am I the only one?
No, I think you're on track.
So John, I think this is mostly your district, right? Primarily, it's District 3. People who are applicants, right?
Yeah, 60%.
What do you know of those applicants? Do they want us to make these changes, or?
Well, I think that there's some advocates for it, and that what we're trying to do is get out some information too about these other types of permits that would allow some kind of flexibility and, meet some of the needs that we're hearing.
So I don't know those applicants. I don't know what problems they're facing. So I don't know, when I hear these proposed paths, I don't know which one will fit your applicants.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should open it up to the public since we don't see any more comments from up here. Okay. Let's see. Public comment.
Of the MCA, Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I hear where you're coming from, and that makes a lot of sense. But the way I view it and look at it as a cultivator and as a leadership of a cultivation of a cannabis organization in our county is that there aren't people lining up to do this because it's not available, and it hasn't been. I own my cultivation site does not have a dwelling unit on it, so it never even entered my thought to do this until this process was to begin. How many outside investment people have passed over Mendocino County because this opportunity doesn't exist? How many people internally have the funds and resources and would like to do some more expansive work in their area in order to have these opportunities? I mean, the way I look at it, because I also grow wine grapes and I sell them on the wholesale level, and I'm getting killed right now. I can't sell my grapes, and neither can any vineyard that I know of that didn't have a contract that was long term. But the folks that process their own wine, have a bit of a customer base, they're selling something. They might not be making a lot of money. And the one thing that we're not thinking about here is a big thing that is here for our county is what about manufacturing? Not talking about volatile manufacturing, that's its own category that should be in the industrial zonings. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. I don't even think the state allows that. But non-volatile, wax, fresh frozen, I mean, that is the way this is kind of headed, that more products are being made like that, and there's more of a market availability for that product. It stays more shelf stable. It's something that I know a lot of farmers and cultivators are moving towards. And let's say I wanted to do that on my place right now. I have to go and outsource that and then work with somebody and have more middlemen involved and all that, and wouldn't be able to, let's say I was really good at it and I produced a really good product. I could be purchasing from other farmers and doing it on my parcel. And the way things currently are, I can't do anything like that. We're just, these ordinances were made so long ago to try to be stepping stones, and we never got off the first stone. We've been stuck in the mud since day one. And if we've been putting all this time and effort in this ordinance, we got all these people getting annual licenses now. I think last I heard, we're down to only 10 in the county, right? That are on the provisional licenses. We did all this great work. We undid all the horrors that were in the past. We should be looking to take this step forward. I understand it's money, it's investment. I get where the county's resources are and such, but what are we going to do? The market turns around, then all of a sudden 100, 200 people are going to be knocking on the door that they want to do this yesterday, and we didn't even begin the process. Markets don't stay in the basement forever. I've been in all sorts of business that had its ups and downs in markets. Right now we're in a difficult situation. I can turn around 2 years from now. And if we do this work now, we have a place, Mendocino County, could do what it's supposed to do, be a leader in the world when it comes to cannabis. Thank you.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Williams.
Steve, what do you want us to do?
I mean,
I'm an easy yes. I'm just trying to figure out what the ask is.
I hear you. I mean, I'm trying to get a lot of information from this meeting myself. I mean, this has been going back and forth a little bit. I think Ms. Krog and her staff did a great job at identifying where we're having issues with the state and where we don't align, but pursuing some of these zoning changes where it makes sense for it to happen. I mean, some places it does make sense, and some places it doesn't. I mean, there are rangeland parcels that are in neighborhoods, and there are some that aren't. They're basically like industrial or ag zone places. I mean, I think it's been identified by this county numerous times. Our zoning is very outdated, and I know it's hard, I know it's difficult, and I know it's expensive, but you can't start the journey unless you take the first step.
So,
I'm not the expert on this topic, but I'm glad to answer whatever I can.
okay, so with those accessory permits, could those benefit you at all? Because they're already in existence.
The accessory permits,
for distribution,
self-distribution,
for transportation.
It's extremely limited. Transportation is just me being able to go drop it off somewhere else to some other middleman. It helps some. It reduces some cost of having to hire someone to do it, but it's not a game changer.
Well, I hear for a lot of people that the distribution is where people are getting ripped off, or
right.
A large chunk of their profit is.
But to be an actual a self-distributor is one thing, but it's hard when you only have a limited amount of product. You can only cultivate 10,000 square feet for most of these folks, and there's cost having the vehicles, the this, the that. Being able to take other people's product into their place and also distribute that might be beneficial, but they can't do that under the current ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then the whole idea about the production, about the fresh frozen and
manufacturing,
that is that something that, in the zoning that we have, it can't happen on your rangeland property, but could it happen in a other location that we could set up those kind of businesses in Mendocino County?
You mean currently, or
in general?
Opposed? That's probably a question for them. That would be better for zoning people. I don't know the answer to that offhand. I haven't looked at that in that lens.
Okay.
I just don't know. I mean, it should be. Oh, look. If I have a vineyard on rangeland, I wanted to tomorrow, I could go file permits to build a winery and start making wine.
Yeah.
Simple as that. And distributing it and selling it, and probably get a retail little winery storefront, come and do a vineyard tour and have some wine.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
If I may, through the chair, just one comment on clarification there. The manufacturing level 1 is allowed as an accessory use to cultivation in all zones where cultivation is allowed, but it is subject to the provisions of home occupation and cottage industry. So that's the limitation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, public comment.
Corinne Powell, cultivator, encumbered by the regulations pertaining to cultivation. And I know you are aware of most of my sentiments, and I don't want to just beat dead horses, but to answer your question, Supervisor Haschek, regarding retail, it's not possible to have a retail component for a cultivator unless it's a whole other license, hundreds of thousands of dollars of investment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a solution.
Right.
Okay, just to make that clear. I think the basic reason we are in this conundrum for sustainability of our cultivators is because when the ordinance was first designed, there was an element of the 10A17.070E, which reads, the dwelling unit requirement, and this is again for cultivation. Legal parcels with a cultivation site are also required to have a dwelling unit, provided, however, that this requirement shall not apply to legal parcels within the following zoning districts: upland reservation, agriculture, rangeland, forest land, timber production, limited industrial, general industrial, and Panolaville industrial. In addition to the above, they are considered not required in 10-acre residential, rural residential zonings. So the majority of our licensed cultivators are from this era, and they went into parcels, developed them, invested in them, made them viable farms, and they didn't require a residence. Now we're in a market situation where integrated operations, vertically integrated operations, have taken over the entire industry. Bigger companies, richer companies are buying farms, manufacturing, distribution, and retail. The little guy is, as you know, struggling. And if we don't have access to some of these other integrated operations, particularly direct-to-consumer retail, we have no leg to stand on in terms of ability to compete, not only with the big guys, but with the black market. So if you're going to ask me what I think you need, which you haven't done yet, but I think we have to decouple the cottage general license to allow for non-residential parcels to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Frances Owen, resident of Redwood Valley, and I'm here to kind of give the opposing side of all this. I'm not comfortable speaking on all this because it's so complex. I really don't understand so much of it, and that's part of our problem that we have. Those of us who have been questioning county practices and decisions made by this board with regards to cannabis issues over the past several years are vehemently opposed to any action or recommendations from you to your staff without greater input from the public. Many of these proposals have not been fully explained to the public and appear to be very complex. We, the public, have not had time to study them and ask questions. We believe, once again, they have the potential to greatly disturb and negatively impact our neighborhoods, especially our youth. Three main areas were identified by Planning and Building. Again, as Julia reported, the single license structure, the zoning restrictions, and the streamlined security, whatever that is. Yet, at the General Government Committee meeting in June, the main focus of those in attendance seemed to be the industry's desire for the on-site sales at cultivation sites, which we have close to our residential neighborhoods, plus eliminating the required dwelling unit and possible short-term camping. Without proper research and consensus among all the stakeholders, meaning the public, government, and all different businesses and industries, there is great potential for more lawsuits against the county for abuse of private property easements, increased traffic, and most importantly, safety issues for residents and possible sales to minors due to lack of adequate monitoring and enforcement. The county is broke. Where is the budget for enforcement? Show us what your budget is for this enforcement. I'd also like to present you with an excellent editorial recently published in the Ukiah Daily Journal titled, Why Should Legislators Favor Legal Pot Businesses? Indeed, many businesses are suffering in this economy, yet it seems government, including Mendocino County, is bending over backwards to favor the pot industry. More importantly, there are also cited two recent studies, one from Kaiser Permanente, the other from UC San Francisco, which report on the plethora of mental health issues arising due to usage by adolescents. I encourage you to read it and ask yourselves what part you may be playing in the futures of our children and our grandchildren. While the county might like to align with state standards, we need to first study and compare what the state standards are and whether they align with the wishes and morals of the majority of Mendocino County residents. Thank you for your time, and I'll give the article to the clerk too.
Okay.
I made copies for you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chris Boyd again. First, for the chair, I have a question. A friend was unable to attend, and she would like me to read her statement before I read mine. Is that all right?
Well, it's part of your 3 minutes.
Well, all right, then I'll leave it for the clerk. Whoops. Thank you, and it's important, so I hope you do read it. Chris Boyd, Redwood Valley. First of all, whenever I hear Ms. Krog talk about the cannabis regulations, whoosh, I'm no expert on this stuff. I just am coming from my perspective as a resident in Redwood Valley. I have a 1 acre place I live on. Our life savings was invested in this house. And so I'm really concerned with my property rights and my rights for pursuit of happiness. I do appreciate the intent to make cannabis operations in the county profitable, as some of our legal legacy growers are running clean and safe operations. However, some of the proposals in this agenda item might have the overall effect of increasing cannabis operations in Mendocino County in all zones, including residential. That's my issue, is operations of any kind relating to cannabis in our residential communities. I believe it's a grave error in the implementation of legal cannabis in the county to date is the allowance of large, in my definition, 10 to 16 hoop houses, large cannabis cultivations, right within our residences. In Redwood Valley in particular, the views across the valley floor are riddled with plastic-covered pot farms. If you don't think that's an adverse impact, if you don't think that's affecting property values, think about it. It really is. And because I'm so confused about the regulations as they exist and as they're proposed, I would just ask what kinds of businesses, processing or manufacturing and sales would be allowed in residential neighborhoods? I'm really not clear. What would be setback rules between these operations and family activities? Not just the thing in the law about 600 feet from a school and from churches, but places of worship, walkways to schools and parks. These kids walk down all these streets right by marijuana farms. And it's concerning to me. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and kids walking near these things, it's an issue. It is an issue. Enforcement will be a bigger problem than it already is. For example, if a grower is approved for processing, manufacture, or sales on one site, how often will the inspectors visit? Same old, same old. And I heard from an enforcement officer at one time that it's a very small step between a legal operation and going over the line to illegal. And I'm not accusing anybody, I'm just saying this happens. Self-regulation is inadequate. Verification is required. To me, it's a truism to say that the regulated businesses don't want to be regulated, but regulation and verification make for good neighbors. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you here.
All right, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah. Seems like the county created zoning where everyone thinks they're in a residential neighborhood, right? If you live somewhere, you think you're in a residential neighborhood. And it's the core of a lot of the conflict, because if we really had zoning, we would say, well, don't put cannabis in the residential neighborhood, put it in the business district or the cannabis district. There isn't one. The entire county is zoned as this sort of hodgepodge of randomness. I don't know how to fix it at this point, but I think it's why I'm putting together the pattern of continued angst is, hey, I live here, don't put it where I live. But where in this county do people not live? We've treated the unincorporated like it's one big sprawling city, albeit poorly populated. John, do you have any thoughts? I mean, your district, 64% are in District 3. Where in District 3 would you allow this sort of activity where you wouldn't be creating conflict with the residents? That seems like the thing that somebody needs to figure out.
Yeah, well, I think Redwood Valley is very unique because the agriculture and the residential are kind of right next to each other.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's where a lot of the conflict comes from.
So follow up, because I'm trying to be helpful. If you were to propose cannabis can have everything, the most lax rules, it can be like, if there was a fifth city to incorporate, maybe it would be Covelo, and it would be the cannabis city. If you came up with a proposal, this is where people actually want it, you consolidated it there, and you reduce the regulation for that area, would that solve the problem that you would have a thriving location for those types of businesses? Is the conflict that we're trying to put it everywhere and it needs to be in an actual zone? What would that zone be in your district?
Well, we have opt-in zones, right?
Yeah, I mean, those things have just created so much conflict. I don't want my neighbors to be at war with my other neighbors, and it feels like all of this policy is setting up that dynamic. How do we get past that? I mean, I think that these are legitimate businesses. They could do well with fewer rules, but you start talking about reducing the rules next to a residential neighborhood, you're going to have people showing up here to protest.
Right. Well, that's the problem we have.
Yeah. How do we solve that one? Because otherwise, we're talking about aligning with the state, but we're not talking about the core issue, which is we don't actually have zoning in this county.
Well, let's continue on with public comment. Any other public comment? No, Corinne, you already spoke. And okay, any online comments?
We have two online. First is Hannah Nelson and then David A.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. Thank you for the thoughtful considerations. And I just want to mention that, cannabis is a form of agriculture, so it's important to remember that. And I want to also really support what Steve Amato said regarding if we do the work now, then when the industry is flourishing, which it will again, we will be prepared to move forward in a way that will bring additional revenue to the county, additional jobs, etc. Really, there's a couple of different problems. One is, as Corinne has repeatedly pointed out, that in some areas a home is required in order to take advantage of the home occupation and cottage industry rules. And I'm not sure what the solution to that is, and I apologize, Corinne, but I just can't think of anything brilliant. But with respect to the home occupation and cottage industry rules themselves, it seems that the design element 51 does not specify the size limitations, but rather those size limitations are specific to the actual municipal ordinance that designates for home occupation or cottage industry. And perhaps one thing that might help is to take a look at changing those size limitations, if in fact that has been a primary obstacle for people to take advantage of the fact that cultivation with accessory uses of non-volatile manufacturing or a distributor, etc. That might be something to look at, expanding those sizes to make it a little bit more useful without having to change all of the general plan and the zoning. However, long term, I do think that we are going to have to address the primary future of cannabis revenue and in this county is likely to fall from on-site farm activities of the public. And so that's something that we're really going to have to take a look at. But as an interim, perhaps increasing the sizes of the home occupation and cottage industry is something to look at. Additionally, I want to address the difference between self-distribution, full distribution, and transportation only. Many people can get a transportation only license both from the county and the state relatively easily. But that, as Steve pointed out, only allows you to actually deliver the product to another licensed facility of certain types, distributors, etc., manufacturers. The self-distribution is quite limiting if you are putting in ADA facilities, which most often people would have to do that in order
Okay.
to really do the full.
Hannah, you're
if
going to
I
have
could
to
just-
wrap it up.
I will wrap it up. I just want to clarify the distinction between this. In order to do the functions, a full distributor function, even if you're relatively small, you still need to capitalize on more than just your own product, or at least not just your own product at that one location. Different people have multiple licenses in Mendocino, and if they're allowed, if the ordinances change to do self-distribution of your product that's not grown on that property but is still under the same company, that would be another loosening that doesn't take a lot of changes
Okay.
or definitions.
Hannah, I need to move on. Okay, thank you.
Next, we have David A.
Thanks again, board. So pondering this idea of, the people considering this a controversial issue and the location of cannabis farms all over the county is controversial to some people. About 10 years ago, I was involved for a really long time with the city of Fort Bragg as a cannabis business owner myself in developing zoning and location for cannabis extract business. And at the meetings before the city council and the planning commission, some people really came forward and they really disliked the idea of a cannabis business being, across the street from their business or near their church. There were some churchgoers that were really upset about this cannabis business being, within sight, maybe a long stone's throw of the church. Someone else who was pretty astute pointed out that, if they were going to be naysayers about cannabis in general, they might also want to take a look across the street where there was a brewery, a liquor store, and a gas station that sold beer and wine. And so they gave up their protests at that point because what they had to acknowledge was it wasn't really about cannabis, it was culture. This is a cultural issue. And that the people who want to use, the concern for children, when you're 60 or 70 years old and you say you're concerned about children, it's usually more like, I'm uncomfortable. And a lot of people don't want to say that, so they'll say, well, I worry about the children. As far as for example, culturally, I think where you really see the cultural divide is in a place like Redwood Valley, where there is a fair bit of cannabis going on there. Some of it legal, some of it illegal. I think culturally it's been illegally part of their community for a really long time. And yet there are people who, when it comes to being legal, they don't like that idea. But also bear in mind that Redwood Valley has a parade for like 65 years in honor of a guy who robbed stagecoaches 150 years ago. If I think it would be a long time if we had a guy today who was robbing Uber drivers and he knocked over 27 Uber drivers. I think it'd be a minute before we had a parade in his honor. But it's a cultural thing. It's, culturally we're distant now. We're not so worried about Black Bart sticking a shotgun in our face. That was a long time ago that Black Bart was sticking a shotgun in people's faces. So we've learned to relax about that. And I think it's a cultural thing today. People are really uptight about cannabis because it's new and it's scary, but freedom is scary and sometimes we just have to deal with it. And I think that the cannabis community has proved itself to be a pretty good actor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern. Oh, is there any more?
Seeing no further comment online.
Okay, we'll go back to the board.
Thank you, and thank you for preparing the report. And I know we've talked about these items several times, and it doesn't really change substantially. We're still saying, what do you want to do, board? So I'll just say that at this point with the county's finances, I think moving Mendocino County cannabis businesses to a single license structure when we're trying to deal with 3 different software systems doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I understand that it's more work. I use the example of our own family business where we have to get a state contractor's license, an air quality permit. I mean, there are a lot of businesses that require multiple permits or license types. And while it's not fun or great or necessarily efficient for the business owners, for some business types, it is just something that that happens. And if we could someday move towards a single license structure and streamline that, I think that would be great. But at this point, I'm not sure that I see that as something we're financially capable of. I'll skip to number 3 regarding the definitions and security requirements. I think that we should align with the state. I think that, again, this is one of the challenges with Mendocino County ordinances. We jump ahead and try to add in all these extra pieces, and it's not efficient or helpful to the businesses or even to the people that have concerns. It's literally not doing anything different than what they have right now, but aligning with the state definitions would make things simplified for both the cultivators and the public. When we get into the home occupation and the cottage industry standards, I struggle with property owners being able to do what they want on their property. And it's kind of interesting as it applies, I think, to cannabis versus if I have a home occupation as a quilter and I have one person that is, bringing me cloth and another person that is bringing me thread, and then I am the best one to build the quilts, we wouldn't be talking about what's happening. But if you're a cannabis cultivator and you have somebody that's good at cultivating, you have somebody that's good at pressing or whatever it's called, then you're very limited. And I think that, again, that's stigmatization about the industry. Also with the home occupation and living. So if somebody that bought property in the past and has cultivated but didn't have a residence there is, again, very limited. Are they financially capable of adding a residence now? Probably not, based on the way that the industry has moved forward. So I think that that's really challenging. And I wonder, as far as going back out for CEQA or environmental determination, is that a $1 million expense? Like, what is that process, and what would that look like for the county?
Sure. So I can just say that, because for CEQA, you really have to have a defined project. You have to know what it is that you're trying to regulate, what you're trying to change. The general plan obviously had an environmental impact report that was completed for it. So if we're opening up the general plan, at minimum, we're looking at, is it something as simple as an addendum Is it something where we would need to prepare a supplemental or a subsequent type of environmental document? So it's hard for me to answer that question without knowing the scope of what the board would potentially want to do.
Thank you for that answer. Less than $1 million or maybe more, sounds like.
I would say I think it's less than $1 million.
I appreciate that. Just round numbers here. I think that some of the opportunities that exist for cannabis operators to be able to work with their state license for cultivation and be able to distribute are not being taken advantage of. I think there's still a lot of misunderstandings within the cannabis community, but I do see having an existing dwelling unit and also being able to only use your own cannabis or cannabis products is really a barrier for commerce. So I don't know, just based on our conversation that we just had about low intensity camping, I don't know how my colleagues feel about the dwelling unit requirement, if that is something that, well, I guess the three of you that are here want to continue with, then I think the conversation's kind of off the table in my mind. I mean, obviously there are other points to be had, but that seems to be like one of the biggest barriers for people.
Supervisor Williams.
What if we did a pilot program where we allow it in a zone? Maybe it's within 5 miles of supervisor has checks home. Or maybe we put it, maybe we put it somewhere in District 5 where there's a lot of ag land, right? It doesn't matter where. But open it up somewhere and see what happens. And if it's no impact, running smooth, not creating conflict, other areas will say, yeah, that can work. We need the economic development. But I think if you try to put it everywhere from day one, you're going to have Redwood Valley saying, we don't want this. And it's like, it's a conflict I don't really want to go through again. I think we need to start on a path of trying it, being able to try out an idea and see how it works without the entire county being worried that it's going to be a failure. Probably it won't be a failure. Probably won't have any impact at all. It'll be like the watercolor artists, you don't even notice. As far as, kids, I think there's more kids getting cannabis traded at school than from a legal dispensary. I don't think legal dispensaries sell to minors. I don't think we have to enforce that. I don't think that happens. So some of the concerns are real, and some are probably just we're living in the past. Times have changed. So John, how do you want to go forward with this? I'm not against it. I'm against creating conflict. But if you can find some way to do it where we ease in and give it a try, I'm all for it.
Well, your idea about doing a pilot program is interesting. And I guess if we were to do a pilot program, would we have to do all of the general plan and the CEQA and everything else?
Yes, pilot programs would still be subject to CEQA evaluation, and the general plan is still, a little bit of a question depending on how the board wants to proceed, what zone you may look at, what are the listed general uses in there. But, I do have some concerns with the pilot program where you may have folks make a significant investment and then possibly say, no, this doesn't work, and turn around and possibly discontinue that activity. So. But, of course, we're here to follow any direction that the board wishes to give. So,
well, and I think one of the other unknowns that we have is we don't know if we were to change any of this, decouple it, or anything like that, or a pilot program within 5 miles of my house, that we don't know how many people would really be able to take advantage of it. And, if we're talking about limited resources, limited staffing, it's a cost-benefit analysis too. Supervisor Williams.
I don't fully understand what changes we're considering, what it'll cost, or who will make use of it. And a little bit nebulous to be spending taxpayer dollars not having answers to any of those. I hope I'm the only one in the room who doesn't quite get it. I mean, I know the cannabis industry, they need more opportunities. They need direct sales. They need a way to survive, right? I would rather they come to us and say, here's the ranked list, the highest priority of what we need, and we work on that first, because we might be working on something that's creating conflict and doesn't keep their business afloat. And I wouldn't, looking at this, I wouldn't have any sense. I don't know. You?
No, you know, I've heard about it, but I don't have any data saying, oh, this will help 500 people or 58 people or whatever.
Yeah. So our planning staff, they can only do so much before the end of the year. And we could have them work on this instead of something else and find that it doesn't help anyone. How do we get that data and determine whether it's a priority?
Well, we did have an economic development roundtable. And at that meeting, you know, Supervisor Mulherin attended, and I think one of the comments was, you know, generally accepted that, you know, they needed microbusiness license.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, it means kind of getting rid of some of these barriers, like the decoupling, which certainly would help. It's just a question of how many people would benefit and what would the cost be, and is it worth it right now for us, the county, to jump into it.
Okay, and then my other question on the pilot program, and the director is welcome to tell me my ideas are bad. I have no issue with that. You're probably better than a coin toss, you're right. But I wonder, maybe the CEQA analysis isn't as costly, because what is the impact of a small area for 3 years or 5 years? Not much impact, right? So maybe the CEQA endeavor is more lightweight.
It could very well be. But yeah, I mean, I think just if you take, you know, the whole premise behind home occupation and cottage industry was to allow for people who have a residence, live in a residential neighborhood where these types of commercial uses are not permitted, to be able to have some level of commercial activity on their site, but at a level that wouldn't be impacting the neighborhood, the residential character of those areas. So, you know, I mean, that's, when we talk about moving away from that connection to it, it just really does bring about, you're now talking and evaluating about, are you taking residential areas and converting them to commercial areas, or are you allowing uses that aren't appropriate based upon the resources that may be present? So it starts to bring about a lot of questions that you'd have to really analyze through CEQA, and also analyze for consistency with our general plan policies. As part of that.
So just make sure I have it right. What you're proposing is, say in Redwood Valley, because that's a point of contention, a buyer could drive there, park, go into a residence or a structure on the property where cannabis is being cultivated and buy it, drive off. Is that?
That's allowed through a microbusiness license.
Yeah. So I don't think Redwood Valley is going to go for that.
That is already allowed today, just to be clear.
But yes, we have somebody who thinks it's illegal. You can do that at scale. I know a distributor can do it, but they...
Underneath a micro business, at least how
we're
set up.
As a micro business,
correct.
Yeah, but not as a cultivator.
Correct.
Got it. 10 customers, yeah. So... Chair, is there another shift we could make besides this? Is there a way to scale up the farmers market or a cooperative activity to be able to transact direct with customers that's not quite as endeavored as the CEQA and the ordinance changes and the alignment?
Yeah, not that I know of, but that's why we were trying to get some information out about some of these other permit types. But it's very difficult, and you know, without the direct sales, it's a tough to make a living. And yet I don't know if the county itself is ready to do this work.
Oh.
You know, I was just talking to someone yesterday about, you know, in some of the farmers markets, you can take your wine down there and sell your wine in the farmers market. Everyone's happy. right? It adds ambiance to the farmer's market, everything. Why can't, these guys take their cannabis down and sell it in a farmer's market just like everyone else? But that's a question beyond us, beyond this discussion today.
John, are we about to ask staff, do you have what you need?
Well, I will say, I think from a staff perspective, this conversation came up out of a Board of Supervisors meeting, so we're looking to you. Do you want us to move forward on any amendments? Do you want us to just keep going business as usual? It's really in the hands of the board how you'd like to proceed at this point.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah. Supervisor, excuse me, Ms. Krog. Do you have an answer to Supervisor Hashtag's question about why they can't? Is that a state issue? Why they can't bring their cannabis to the farmer's market?
I'll look to see if Sarah has any thoughts on that too, and I see Corinne has her hand up in the audience. But it may be something that could be related to state regulations as well. I'd have to look more specifically. It's not part of all of my research that I did as part of this item.
Okay. Corinne, do you want to answer that?
No, it is not legal to do that in a farmer's market. However, I have and Tracy Pillar have initiated conversations with our Ag Commissioner to explore the possibilities of doing a pilot project for cannabis sales at bona fide and permitted legitimate farmers markets all over the county. We would probably try to introduce it to maybe one or two, Ukiah and Willits area. But to answer your question, no, you can't do it in a farmer's market today.
And that is per the state?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. So it's my understanding that the barrier for microbusiness to many cultivators that aren't able to take advantage of it is related to the dwelling unit. And that is because when the cannabis industry was unregulated, farmers were located their farms in areas where people did not live intentionally. So that's in the hills of Spy Rock and Bell Springs, where putting a dwelling on that property is an expensive endeavor. So I think the question is whether or not the board wants to remove that requirement and allow that opportunity on properties that have been cultivating so that they could take advantage of some of the microbusinesses processes that they're currently not able to, in addition to only being able to use your own product. I mean, I'm okay with the limitation of hours and customers. All of that seems fine. I think the biggest barrier for cultivators is the dwelling unit.
Supervisor Williams.
Would you see them needing a structure of some sort? Not a dwelling, but a different structure? Or do you think they do it just on bare land with a crop?
I mean, some people might, but I think that, again, I mean, at the time, this is not, maybe you lived in a tent, or maybe you had somebody in a trailer, it wasn't really a place that you lived. I think anybody that is serious about their cannabis business is going to have some type of facility. I mean, you're going to be indoors protecting your product from nature. Well, I suppose once it's after it's harvested, then you protect it from nature before it goes out to market. So I don't necessarily think that they must have a dwelling unit and live on the property, or even have a renter on the property to have a successful business, especially if there are security requirements and parts, all of the hoops that they have to jump through to have a license in the first place. So I think, but I don't know what the cost is to look at. How do we undo that piece of it?
Just delete a couple words, right?
That sounds really simple. That would be if you wanted to make it so cottage industries and home occupations throughout the county, regardless if it's cannabis related or not, had a dwelling unit requirement, which would probably call into question more than just
Well,
the
is it a
zoning
home
regulation.
occupation if you don't have a home?
Correct.
Right. Is there a way to move this forward or anything forward? Yeah. Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, staff hasn't asked, but I'd like to hear the board's thoughts on the other items, on item 1 and item 3. So do we want to have a single permitting process, knowing that the 3 departments aren't using the same software system? And then also, do we want to align the definitions and security requirements with the state?
I don't know what the cost is.
Supervisor Williams.
I'm sorry. I don't know what the cost is, and I don't know who will benefit. So I don't know if I'm wasting taxpayer money down a path that, well, I guess what I would like is to direct Chair Hascheck to meet with the cannabis community in his district, because it's the epicenter, and come up with a ranked list of what this board can do that will have the greatest benefit. And I'm looking for what's that number 1 item that'll help them the most. Ideally, that doesn't have a lot of conflict, right? Start with where, we're not going to have half the room people protesting against the idea. There must be some that will help that are not controversial. Maybe we start with that. It could be this, it could be these 3, but kind of what I'm hearing, the fact that nobody's here, we ask staff to do this, and we find it didn't help anyone. We just spent money. Is that fair?
Well, I'm going back to that economic development roundtable that we had.
Yeah.
And they created a list of the, issues that needed to be dealt with. And there's a lot of good input. I think a lot of it is dealing with our advocacy at the state level.
Yeah.
And a lot of those issues come from there. But when we go back to what they said the county could do, microbusiness was at the top of the list. And, we're seeing that it's controversial, and it's a big lift for the county at this point, without knowing the real, how many would benefit. Maybe if we could get a list of 100 people that would say, oh yeah, this would benefit me, I can use it, or decouple and I'm ready to go, right? But we don't have that list. I think that would be a heavy lift for staff too, but this is where we are. So the question, going back to Supervisor Mulheron's, is anyone in support of this number 1, which is a single facility?
What does it cost?
And pursuing that.
What does it cost?
I don't know if we know the cost, but we do know that, the benefit might not be great for people.
So we don't know what the cost is, and we don't know if it'll have a benefit. That doesn't sound like a winner.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, if I may, just as a reminder, so some of the impediments that staff sees is right now the 3 departments that are involved operate in 3 different permitting software systems. So it would be, it's kind of unknown how we could try to marry those 3 systems together and marry our 3 requirements together. And so it's, that's why you don't have a cost. That's why it's a...
you don't even know if you can do it.
Because I think the main purpose is for a taxation structure, which is already how we tax these facilities.
Okay, so number 1 is a bad idea. We agree?
I don't think we should go forward. Okay. Number 2.
All right, I was just gonna, I'm on correcting the record today, so I don't want the press to pick up number 1 is a bad idea. I think number 1 already exists as a taxing structure, and as far as the permitting at this time, maybe the board doesn't think it's appropriate to go forward with a combined system.
Sure.
That's the
headline.
The quote, if any reporters are listening.
Okay. Number 2, which is the decoupling and the microbusiness. Does anyone want to pursue that?
What does it cost?
Well, we've already talked about the cost. It could Less than $1 million.
Yeah, that's John. I mean, I can't vote on that. Less than $1 million. Are we talking 10,000, 100,000?
If I may, through the chair, I would say it's hard for me to put a dollar amount without knowing exactly how detailed we're going to get about decoupling, because in my eyes, if you're decoupling, you leave home occupation and cottage industry the way it is, and you're creating an entirely new use type, which is microbusiness, or those uses underneath it, and then you're evaluating for, well, first we're identifying what type of use type is that? Is it commercial? Is it agricultural? Is it, residential? What type of use type is that? And then also going through and looking at what zoning districts do you wish to allow that use type within, and if you're going to have any other zoning restrictions on it. Do you want to have size limitations? Do you want to have any restrictions, or do you just want it to be, whatever size you can manage to build and staff on your property? So, and with that, it's a myriad of options that we could be looking at. That's why it's so hard to give a dollar amount to
What's
you.
the cheap option? Like 10,000? Can you do anything for 10?
I'm going to say no.
No. 25?
I don't think so.
So we're talking 50.
I mean, I think alone, like a CEQA document alone, and that's a low, a simple CEQA document, you're probably looking at least if staff is doing it and it's say we can do a mitigated neg deck or a neg deck or something like that, you're probably looking at least 50,000 in staff time going towards that, not more.
Well, Chair, the next question, I'd look at the CEO and ask her if she has 50,000. So we better know that number two, that there's people who can make use of it, and that it'll have an economic impact.
Right.
Can that come back to us?
Are you asking me? I'm
I
sorry.
I was asking Chair to query his cannabis people.
Well, in my conversations with staff, is that the number of people who would really benefit is kind of unknown. And even if you decoupled it, and benefited the cultivation site out Spy Rock, we don't know if someone's going to drive from Santa Rosa to Spy Rock just to buy that product. And that's what we're kind of looking at, and especially so we go through all this work, and the site might not even be appropriate for the retail outlet. Now, Redwood Valley. No. Okay. Is that correct, Sarah?
Yes. So I think it's important to note, kind of going back to our numbers before, within certain zoning types, with our current general plan, with our current zoning, folks are allowed to do this. They are allowed to own microbusinesses. They have applied for them. We have 12 approved. It's still a very small number. So I just kind of want to put that out there. We do have a sample currently available to look at.
So I'm not hearing real overwhelming support for number 2 at this point.
I'm not against it, but I don't know how to pay for it. I mean, if you're talking 50,000 right now, you stop filling some potholes or lay somebody off, right? We don't have any money to work with. So
Right.
to do something drastic like that for an unknown, I'd have a hard time justifying.
Okay. And I don't see anyone, championing that at this moment. Okay, because of those reasons and the unknowns. So we're down to the definitions and security requirements. Supervisor Mulherin, you said you supported aligning with the state.
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell?
What about, I think this fits into this one, about removing church? This is my only question.
Okay, you have a problem with that.
Well, I think we should. I don't have a problem with it, but I would support removing it.
Oh, okay. Supervisor Williams.
What will this one cost? I know it's a funny question, but am I saying yes?
Apologize.
Am I saying yes to 50,000?
No, I think, when we're looking at definitions that aren't going to have a environmental impact, so to speak, and we're aligning with the state, I'm not terribly concerned about the, it's still time, it's still staff time, so that just to be clear, but it's not going to be 50,000.
5?
Probably looking in the tens.
Tens?
Yeah.
Like 20?
And if I may,
Although I
through the
really
chair,
hope
you
you
still
don't-
don't have it.
We don't have 20,000 either, so how are you going to pay for this?
And I just, don't hold me to those quotes, because it is,
It's a guess.
once you start opening up the document, you may find other things that you
So
need
Chair,
to
if we
address.
say yes to number 3, we don't have 20,000 to pay to do the work. What's the plan?
Okay, Stephen Amato, could you answer the question about, if we change these definitions to align with the state, do you think that would be a benefit? And how much of a benefit? To how many people? To what degree?
Thanks for putting me on the spot.
Yeah.
I think that kind of ties into the number 2, correct? Like if you're going to go that route and decoupling, you're looking towards lining more with the whole state microbusiness structure. That's why I think they were suggesting that. I'm wrong from why you're kind of suggesting to do number 3 was really because it's kind of in line with number 2. Just doing it on its own. If we don't decouple it and we're not going to do number 1, we're really not doing anything. And we just change definitions. I don't know, see how that does much of anything. And I can appreciate the county's issues about finances. I understand that, and I will go out and I will start seeing who is supportive. Like I mentioned earlier, some folks have just it hasn't been on their radar because they couldn't do it. So it's just not something, I understand there's 12 right now. Those are the 12 people doing it in like the cottage style. So we got to keep that kind of in mind, and we could see how much support energy there is for this and appetite that's out there. And $50,000. All right, well, let's see if a few of these are really successful and they're paying tax-paying dollars. I would imagine that's not a lot of money to come up with. Just putting that out there. And the reason why there's not a lot of folks here is it's raining, it's getting into harvest season, and all that fun stuff going on. And they're on the Zoom, and I think Hannah Nelson's really trying to comment in online.
Thank you. Right, so we just heard that if we don't do 1 and 2, then this effort to do the definitions and security requirements might not yield that much. And so, do we spend $20,000 to do not much? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we direct Supervisor Haschek to work with the cannabis industry and bring back a ranked list of priorities that will stimulate the economic activity of the industry.
What about, and staff, you may have already done this, but what about a workshop, like in this 60% area, asking these same questions instead of tasking the chair?
That's what we did in February, I think, and it was in Willits, and there was a good turnout, and I wasn't able to attend, but Supervisor Mulherin attended. And we do have that list. It's published in the Economic Development website about what the priorities are. And so that's why I'm against this motion.
Okay.
So Supervisor Mulherin.
I think that Supervisor Haschek has advocated and tried to bring forward items. I did attend the workshop. I pulled up my notes today. I think even the cannabis industry doesn't really know what we can do to help them. Their concerns are over just regulations in general, with the county, with the state, with just regulations, and with taxes, and with the market. Some of the things that they listed were more market access, which also does rely some on the DCC. We've heard that there is an ability that some people are not taking advantage of today that they could. Some other things, and this is just my personal opinion, are not things for government to own. For instance, we have a wine growers alliance where wine growers get together and work on improving the marketing for wine in Mendocino. And I think for the cannabis industry to be successful, they need to turn the page on marketing the industry in Mendocino County. And while Visit Mendocino as a tourism partner does what they can, they have limitations as well. So I really think that there's quite a few things that came up as important economic development that really need to be market driven by the people that own the businesses and not by government. Certainly, I think, you know, any supervisor, and particularly Supervisor Hashek, hears a lot of concerns, and he can put an agenda item on the agenda. And then, of course, like, for instance, this item was referred to the GGC while at the same time the pathway was moving forward with the economic development workshop and presenting that to the board. So it feels like, to me at this time, we've brought forward the ideas, and based on the three things that we were trying to discuss today, we're just not financially capable of implementing them at this point. Some we have been able to get a little bit more capacity for cultivation, but also even going back to when the previous ag commissioner was trying to get people to voluntarily provide information for the crop report, like the ability for the market to participate with the government has just not been there. Like, even if you were to ask people to respond to how many people need a microbusiness license, because like Mr. Amato said, you're gonna run into, it's harvest time, and then it's planting time, and then it's, I can't pay my bills, so I don't care to talk to you time. So I think, you know, there's a lot of pressure and transition still on the market, and I don't think there's a clear line as to what we can do to make it better. And I feel like we have invested a considerable amount of staff time, and I don't even want to know the number that went into this item going from the board to GGC and back to us again for us to say, we don't have any money, we can't do anything. So I'm certainly, Supervisor Hashek, if you want to have a market analysis of your district, I would encourage you to do that, but I'm not going to recommend that as board action.
Yeah. Supervisor Williams.
If we could ask the industry to get a list going, maybe with a deposit, right? If it's 50,000, I don't know, write $1,000 check to move this along, industry funded, pay staff to do the work, the environmental work. If I saw that level of commitment, I would think, well, it's going to help the industry and it'll generate some tax revenue. I don't have a good sense of whether this is sort of like, well, it would be nice if this would have existed 5 years ago, we might have used it, or it's put this in place and I'll start a business tomorrow, or my business will be able to employ one more person. So I'm uncomfortable spending tens of thousands of dollars, kind of in the dark.
Right. All right, so with that, it doesn't sound like we're going to have any kind of motion. Not even for me to do a study to move this forward. So I think it is, you know, we can look to the industry to see if they can come up with some plan, whether it's you know, people, you know, a list of 100 people and everyone wants to put in $500 or whatever it is. Okay, so I think at this point we should just move on from this item. Okay, are we all right with that? Okay. Hey, thank you for your time this afternoon, and okay. So we're moving on to item 3H, which is from the consent calendar. And the reason I pulled this was in part talking with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector last night about some of the situations she talked about this morning about, Hopland, Laytonville fire departments not being able to meet payroll, and running these long-term debts with the county. And so, one of the ideas that we had talked about was, since the county doesn't have funds available to really help districts out, fire departments at this point, this extra $1 million that's coming to the fire departments, maybe if they could look at that and kind of figure out within the fire districts if they can help the fire departments, front them the money, or, in some way, we have to keep them solvent. And, this would be one way of using those funds. But, there's certainly the way it's appropriated and everything. So I guess the idea is to have the fire department or fire chiefs association kind of help figure out how to keep these fire departments solvent. Okay. And yes, Supervisor Williams.
Has council looked at that? I'm not against it, but it seems like there might be a contract for those funds that limited how they could be utilized. And I think what we're discussing might be outside of that scope. I also wonder if what we're discussing is outside of the scope of the agenda item.
Charlotte Scott County Council, I believe we are discussing something outside of the scope. I think the item, and I'm not sure I'm clear on the contract question you have, but I think what we need to, CEO Antle.
If I may,
CEO.
yeah, we are working on a different contract with the Fire Chief Association for some money that is split off of, I believe, Measure P, that goes directly to the Fire Chiefs Association. It's a different contract, not that maybe you want to use it for this funds as well, because these are the funds that are over and above what was budgeted for them. But I'm sure Shamice is in the room. She can answer any.
So the question holds, I think we might be outside of the scope of the item. The item was about the transfer of these funds.
Yeah. Well, we can just deal with the transfer of the funds. I just wanted to bring up the issue as a concern, certainly. So, with that, any public comment about item 3H?
Auditor and Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamice Kepison. I don't know that I have public comment. I just wanted to clarify. It's just moving the funds from the general fund to the FS fund that we have created in order to track those funds. I think usually the next step is the information is provided to the fire chiefs for them to come up with the allocation factor. So I'm not sure if perhaps part of the issue was any direction to staff or to them as to what they may want to consider before they bring it back. And obviously, as we're nearing the end of the fiscal year and close process, depending on how those conversations go, they could delay the distribution and allocation of funds. We will certainly move the funds to that FS fund as part of the closing process, just so that they're not swept, so to speak, in the general fund funding. But maybe there's future further discussion with the board as to exactly how those funds might be used. But if that's direction that will need to take place for how they're allocated within the fiscal year, that will need to come back at the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, we're looking for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, vote by the button.
Through the chair, if I may, just for the record, there was no public comment online.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, who was the mover?
Williams.
Perfect, thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item 4J, the Chief Executive Officer's report.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say this is a small report. This is just for a few departments that wanted to get information out to the public and to you all about upcoming events or things that are happening. So it's a little smaller, but we will be back up with our regular report on the 23rd. I'd like to start with a shout out to an exceptional employee who has provided dedicated service to the county and staff for decades, Emma Saucedo. Emma was hired for social services in 1987, left the county for a brief time, rehired in child support in 2007, transferred to the HR department in 2008 in Health Benefits Division, where she has been serving diligently until her retirement, September 12th, from the Division of Benefits as a Principal Admin Analyst. Please join me with HR and the Executive Office to wish Miss Emma a good and healthy retirement. Moving on to the report, I'd like to share there's a public grant opportunity for earthquake brace and bolt. This is a statewide program providing up to $3,000 to help strengthen older wooden framed homes with raised foundations against earthquake damage. For the first time, eligibility has been expanded to include rentals and other non-owner occupied properties, allowing landlords and property owners to participate. You can apply and learn more at earthquakebracebolt.com. The Economic Development Division is hosting its 5th sector meeting September 17th. This meeting is focused on the forest sector in our county: forest health, management, timber products, fire mitigation, educational industries related to the forests. Please join Wednesday, September 17th, 9 to 11:30 a.m., the County of Mendocino Agriculture Building, 890 North Bush Street. The Grants Unit supported the PERM Division in efforts to advance major wildfire resilient initiatives, including submitting $939,000 grant for CAL FIRE Hopland Shaded Fuel Break Grant proposal, and continue the development of the $9.5 million for the Sherwood Corridor Hazardous Fuel Reduction Program. In fiscal year 25-26, the Grant Division, in coordination with county departments, is submitted one grant application. That's for the $939,000, and is currently assisting the manager of 15 active grants valued over $16.8 million. And again, we will be back with a full report on September 23rd, but there's other information in here as needed. Any questions?
No, seeing none. Any public comment? None in the chamber. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, thank you for that report. Moving on to supervisors' reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Hey, Supervisor Williams.
Through the chair, if I may, for the record, 4K was withdrawn.
Right.
Over the board recess, I studied the budget books from 1955 to present, trying to put together the story of how we got here. And then I did networking with a whole lot of other counties, and I plan to bring back some charts and some general findings. I thought it's just that we're rural and all the rural counties are suffering financially like we are right now. I don't think that that's the case after doing more homework. Other rural counties tax gas stations along I-5, solar panels, standing fruit trees. They've ag equipment, $1 million tractors. They've diversified their income source. We're one of the unique counties in that we're trying to live off property tax. 1977, property tax in this county was 4%. Prop 13 passes, immediately it's 1%. From then on, every year you can read the story that the county is struggling and doesn't know how it's going to be able to make ends meet long term. And if you, apples to apples comparison is difficult because in the early years, well, there wasn't an index. That's why I started reading the books cover to cover. Index was invented much later. But this county had in its general budget surgical items. It ran a hospital. Superintendents of schools, judges, right? What the county did then versus now has changed substantially. But adjusting for CPI, and I don't think CPI was the best index, but it's one that existed. California index didn't exist until 1960s. We spend about half as much adjusted for CPI on roads as we did back in the 50s. And we spend 4 times as much on sheriff's office. And the jail, I don't know the multiple, but it's what a jail does. It's much more rehabilitation, right? There's more services. It may have just been a room you put people in back then. But when I started charting that, I'm going to bring the charts, where is this going? There was always a cliff. That cliff seems really close for us. It's not close for a lot of other counties. A lot of other counties have passed sales taxes. Kern County, for example, which is very conservative, about as red as you can get in California, they passed a sales tax. And which begs the question, is Mendocino, is that part of our problem that we haven't passed a general sales tax? Other counties have passed the sales tax for roads or for emergency services. Marin, which I think has about a 3-year reserve, they even have a special sales tax for emergency services, which helps the west side of the county. What did I do over the break? I studied why we're in this financial situation, and I think we need to start taking more proactive steps to get out of it. Counties impressed upon me, you have to create a dynamic where business comes. If you just sit back and wait, it's not going to happen. Last, I've mentioned to constituents last couple of years, I think our road network will decrease in miles of asphalt. I think we're going to have to go back to gravel because the dollars aren't there. Calusa is one step ahead of us. They're like us in that they're primarily funded off of property tax. And they've already started restoring roads from potholed asphalt to gravel. So unless we put a plan together, that's, in the abstract, I think that's the direction we're going.
Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So I've been working pretty handily with the community of Leggett. They've got some water issues, some sewer concerns getting in the way of improving their community. I had a meeting this weekend where there was a lot of talk about economic development in their area. A water system or unregulated water system right now is what's holding them back. They've got a restaurant and a deli trying to go in and they can't get water. So we're working on that. Supervisor Klein and I did meet with Mendo Matters. The focus was on local water issues and challenges with property tax collection. I attended the Westport Fire fundraiser. It was well attended. It was a beautiful day. I recommend going next year. I'm still working with Huffman's office on HMIS. I have not heard back from them a little bit on it. And then as far as needle exchange and needle cleanup, McCavin House is advertising that if you find needles on the ground, you can call them. They will send out a team to pick them up. You can call them at 707-462-1932. Ask for Joe Ditto at the McCavin House.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Some of the highlights from last month was I attended the Russian River Confluence convening in Geyserville to talk about the ways that Mendocino and Sonoma County can better coordinate water projects in the Russian River and maximize grant dollar impacts. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board met, and just a reminder for the board and the public listening that all of the information data is on the county website under the meetings, and then the minutes. It shows a director's report that talks a lot about things. And for instance, the one that comes up often is conservatorships. We conserve roughly 60 to 65 people per month in Mendocino County and other locations. In addition to the data that talks about how many employees we have and also how many people are being successful in the substance use disorder treatment program. So there's a lot of information there if you're looking for behavioral health information. I also had the opportunity to attend the Geo Reentry Community Connection Group, and last night I went to their graduation ceremony, and that is the program that works with probation as people leave the jail to get them reincorporated into the community, and they have many steps that they have to follow to do that, and I think that program is really being very successful in our community. So I encourage you to learn more about that or accept those invitations when they send those out. I also went to Covelo to go to the First Five meeting, and they really are trying to do a lot of work to have more community involvement, and especially in early education in Covelo in particular at the Boys and Girls Club. So good for them for trying to shine a light on supporting their community. I attended a webinar that was titled Understanding the Homeless Executive Order and How It Affects Government. I emailed it to the board and affected department heads, and I think that my biggest takeaway is that in order to keep getting federal funds, we're going to have to incarcerate people in some way. They want them simply off the streets. And in Mendocino County, that is a real challenge. We talk about our budget and the jail and not having staff and all of these things regularly. So I think it's important that we look at, we don't want to lose the federal funding, but what is our capacity to be able to meet the requirements to receive it? I attended the MTA meeting. We talked about several grant applications and approved the 24-25 fiscal audit. And this last Friday was the Granite Chili Cook-Off for the Boys and Girls Club, and over 36 businesses and nonprofits participated in that to raise funds for the Boys and Girls Club. So great job of private industry and a nonprofit working together to raise money for kids in the Ukiah Valley.
All right. So just before I get into mine, let's see, Supervisor Williams, you're on a budget ad hoc. Have you had any meetings to report?
We have. I don't feel like we've gotten anywhere with proposals. CEO, is that fair to say?
Yeah, and internally we had a meeting and we're scheduling the follow-up with you and Supervisor Klein. Because I think you met last.
Yeah, I mean, just to be frank, here's the predicament. We have to make massive cuts in our spending, and nobody's going to like any proposal to make a cut. There's nothing creative about it. Like, we can't do as much as we're doing. So I think there's sort of this deer in the headlights of looking at the problem, and nobody wants to raise their hand and say, what about cutting this? Because when we bring that back, imagine the rest of you are going to look at us like, that's crazy, you can't do that. Is that okay?
Okay. Well, the longer we wait, the bigger the problem is, right? So.
You want us to bring those back by a certain date? Yeah, asking the chair. Give us a deadline and we'll do it. It's just not, it's not good news.
Yes, if I may, through the chair. No, there's cuts that have to be made, and you're going to have to make those cuts and decide which is the priority, and you're going to have opposition to everyone. So we were going to do an update in the CEO report as asked on the 23rd, but it's not going to include all the things that we're looking at. So if you want anything prior to first quarter to see where we're at and what's happening, hopefully by then we will have a report from auditor controller as far as any revenues that may have come in or any increase in revenues projections that we may be able to have. But again, you're working with $12 million of one-time funds this year. You're looking at needing $16 million for next year. So those aren't just, eliminate travel. Those are pick departments and start cutting them. I work every day with the sheriff on his budget about where we can cut, what we can do with overtime, primarily some of their travel, some of their trainings, those kinds of things. But most of their training is a requirement. And again, at this point, we have been directed not to touch public safety. So we're just providing them data, trying to work with them. But that's the biggest slice of your pie, as you know.
John, the harsh reality when we bring it back is you have to cut public safety. If you don't cut public safety, you don't have a balanced budget. If you cut other things besides public safety, you cut off your revenue. So we're kind of at this standstill where nobody wants, I would rather Sheriff Kendall partnering with the CEO bring in a plan to right-size public safety. Because I feel like if I bring it up, it's not going to go over well. But that's where we're at. You can't afford what you have.
Well, and public safety is a bunch of different areas, right? But certainly, you know.
We're probably getting into a discussion.
Yeah.
I see the eyes.
Yeah. Okay. But as far as bringing it back, I just feel like the sooner we deal with these issues, the better off it will be for, I mean, it's going to be hard, but it's better than waiting. So.
Okay. How do you want it to come back so that I can inform Supervisor Klein of what we're doing? Do you want a hard proposal of this is what we're cutting? That'll get us to balanced? Because otherwise we're just bringing back, you need to cut 16 million and we already know that.
Sure, bring back a proposal.
Okay.
All right. Okay, and the other question was Supervisor Norvell, was there any annexation ad hoc meeting?
There has not been. The last communication we had with the city of Ukiah was give us a call when you've got new information to share, and they have not.
That when we have more information to share?
When they have new information that they can share.
You told them that?
Correct.
Okay, right. Supervisor Mulhern.
I can just add something on the annexation question. We had a LAFCO meeting on yesterday, and Uma, in her director's report, spoke about how she's working with the city of Ukiah on their application to make sure that it meets the, I don't want to use the wrong term, but to make sure that it meets LAFCO standards. So she said that they are meeting regularly. Okay,
thank you. All right, so I attended a geysers tour, which was very informative. I did it with Sonoma Clean Power. Roots of Motive Power in the museum had a meeting, and it was, I think we came to a good agreement on this MOU about how they're going to operate together. I think it will be brought back to the board maybe next meeting. I've had some meetings with special districts regarding their finances. I attended a CSAC meeting that they had for Health and Human Services on the implications of the House of Representatives Bill 1 and the cuts to, you know, Medi-Cal, the further requirements and administrative. And I look forward to our workshop tomorrow starting at 9 o'clock regarding healthcare. I attended the CalCog meeting and MCOG. You know, we're still waiting for the results of the survey being done about the sales tax and what people are willing to pay for road improvements. MSARA on that board meeting in August, and we looked at real estate portfolio managers and the selection of one. On Monday, next Monday, September 15th, you know, the CSAC President Jeff Griffiths from Inyo County is going to visit Mendocino County. And so if anyone, I have a meeting up until 11 o'clock. If anyone can, wants to tour him around anywhere, show anything in the county before 11 o'clock, I'd appreciate that. He's willing to come on at 8 o'clock. So if anyone wants to join those, you know, we'll probably visit the PUF. We'll go to the mental health wing of the jail and any other facilities we want to showcase that we're doing in the county, and have lunch. So, and attended the Labor Day picnic and the LAMAC meeting. So again, that's about it for me, and nothing else for the good of the order. We will adjourn this meeting at 5:19, and we'll be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.